feel like I need a new timer for 2024. Just spice it up and look to get something else added there.
Out with the old and with the new.
Right? So maybe that'll be something to work on.
Right
yeah, see, because the dog knows it's Thursday
right
night.
She knows,
I don't cue. Like,
sure.
Don't forget about me. Throw me some doggy treats.
She gotta get her voice right there in the middle of it.
Give me some Scooby snacks. Oh, it's like Cartman. Hell yeah, I like some cheesy poofs.
Yeah.
But welcome back in, everybody. Welcome back, Todd, who's back this week. And
thank you.
And we talked a little bit before the show and stuff, but I told people last week you were out with one of the dogs you had to, send off to the land.
Yeah.
And
good side, I guess. So
yes. But everybody was kind of reaching out there. But great to see everybody coming back in the chat. We have Rusty's already in the house. Vanessa was first in as always, so Vanessa's in the house. You got Tater in the house. Cheers, my friend. Tater's in the house. You know it's going to be a good show because everything good happens when there's a Tater around.
Exactly. So it's like, where do you go from here?
It can only get better when Tater's in the house. So happy New Year to everyone as the official beginning of the new year, as the first show of the new year, so to speak. So welcome everybody in, and hopefully we'll have another great year here. So we'll see how that all plays out. We got Sam in the house as well. Cheers, my friend, over there in the land down under. I don't know why I tried to say that. Like I tried to say like Men at Work doing the song. I don't know why I just did that. I apologize to Men at Work, the great Australian band, but it just
that was a close, but you're good attempt. Americanized version of.
I got to work on my Australian accent, so I won't try to do Crocodile Dundee at all. But
save us all.
But happy New Year to you all. We are in 2024, and so for those of you that have been watching the channel, you're probably saying, "Is Rod J doing a dry January?" Oh shit. The quick answer is no, I am not doing a dry January, but I am adding non-alcoholic beers into the routine. So being a dry January kickoff this first week, I've dedicated some different ones from Go Brewing, and shout out to Go Brewing for providing the non-alcoholic brews that they did, and I'm able to share them.
So I was thinking about that on my way home today. I was like, is there really such a thing as a dry January? Because people that probably drinking or champagne in after midnight, so technically it's already January.
Yeah,
so
I mean, if you
already kind of screwed it up at that point, you know what I mean? Like, where do you draw the line? I mean, if
technically, if you had champagne after midnight, you kind of screwed up right from the beginning, right?
Yeah, exactly, right.
You got to drink it before midnight, but if you do that, how can you toast at midnight?
That's what I'm saying. I was thinking about. I was like, okay, so
what a conundrum that presents. How do you work that out? Am I drinking technically in the new year, or technically before the new year?
I feel like most people think of it
as
the next day once you go to sleep, and then you wake up, and then it starts over, even though technically it doesn't really count that way. But you know what I'm saying? Like, my son's like, well, that's okay. I go to bed and I wake up, so it's a new year. Even though,
well, I mean, if you stop drinking at 2 a.m. from really it's past New Year's Eve, so 2 a.m. that morning of New Year's Day, you'd have to wait to 2 a.m. of February 1st before you could actually drink, right? If you're doing a full month.
True.
You have to run all the way out. So
right.
You can't be like, you got to wait till that 2 a.m. passes there too. Yeah.
Did you already screw up dry January, or
which many people may not be drinking that night. I mean, if it's at 2 a.m., they might be in bed already.
But I'm saying like people that are probably are.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if you're at the bar, you think it's midnight. If you're at the bar and it's midnight, you're like ready to crack open that first drink after going a month off. Right. So technically you're still early. So
that could be That could be the poll of the night, even though I'm sure you already have one. But
Yeah, that's a good question for folks to ponder.
can you still have dry January if you drink at 12:01?
What is the exact cutoff for sure? So the poll that I do have right now: are you partaking in any non-alcoholic beers here in January? 14% yes, 86% no right now. So make sure you guys hit that poll. Obviously, you see the videos I've put in. I'll have another one up tomorrow. I didn't do one today since we were live tonight. And I'll have a few more there heading into next week. But I also have some alcoholic reviews that I'll be sharing with you too. And it's a happy hour. So come on. You know I'm going to drink tonight. So
You're right.
so you know it's already going to be like, yeah. But I am going to celebrate some stuff during the course of the month because I do want to try some of the other non-alcoholic beers, and this was a great incentive to actually do that. I was really pleased by the Go Brewing stuff. They really surprised me, especially on their sour, which I'll have a review coming up on that one. And then I might get some Athletic. I may try some other ones. As we get into the beer news later, it's really the current trend right now. A lot of your breweries are bringing non-alcoholic beers. So if you're looking to moderate or cut alcohol, it's not a bad way to actually do it. Might be
I
something to
saw
consider.
I saw all of our local, not all of them, but a lot of our local liquor stores were posting all their like NA beers for dry January.
Yeah.
There was a whole thing. I was like, okay, all right, nice. But I
It's a
did see your
big.
video that you had with the your guest that you had on last week or a few
Oh, with
weeks
Joe
ago.
from Go Brewing, the
Yeah,
president
that
and
was
founder. Yeah.
the NAIPA, and I was like, okay, even
Yeah.
it
Yeah, and
looked pretty good.
surprisingly, it
Looked pretty.
actually their double IPA tricked a lot of people that they've had at some of these events where they do the blind tasting where people actually think the non-alcoholic is the alcoholic. And it's been like a 50-50
Ah,
type thing. And it's like, no, that's a non-alcoholic one. And they're like shocked by it because the taste is pretty decent on it and stuff.
so
So
I feel like you've already had one or two, and you know starting to feel the alcohol a little bit. Maybe not buzzed or whatever, but mix
I mean,
in
no, it's a 0.5% or under for ABV, so they're not
mix one
strong.
of those in, here and there, every other beer or something, and you would never know any difference.
Yeah. But
I mean, you might, but I mean,
well, they
the
got like
possibility,
non-alcoholic wine they're working on now as well. And of course, you got the mocktails they've been doing for a bit. So like the fake, margaritas or Bloody Marys and stuff like that and everything. So it's a growing segment of the population that are actually doing that. So see, Emerson's in the house. Here's Emerson. What's up, Rod Talk? Good news. My name
Emerson.
didn't come up on Epstein flight logs. Yeah. Yeah. The Epstein names are coming out. We'll talk about that here in a little bit too.
It's on page 901. You didn't make it into the book.
Yeah, there were some interesting names that are starting to be thrown around there again, and it's just like, well, I can't play that one yet because Mal's not here. But I'm sort of like, Bill's kind of like, damn it, I just got through everything I had in the past, and then my name pops up on this thing there. So the comment about Bill liking him young, I don't know. I feel like Hillary's busting that ass tonight.
Yes. Oh, do you? We'll see about that. It's like, bitch, it's your fault that I like him that way.
We know he likes him young from the intern. Not R. Kelly young, but he does like him young. We know that already. So yeah.
Right.
So I'm gonna say that statement is probably true. We have Mari here, Mari, but like we ran the tests, and you do like them young.
You're like, and came back as positive. You do.
Sam says dry July for us. He'll probably never partake because they're opposite part of the world, right? So their their July is our January. Our January is their July. It's like that video I showed last week. They live right next to me where they live. You won't believe this. I live right next to them. Shit last week, man. Oh, Vanessa's back in the house. Damn, Ty, you've been around me too long.
You're not wrong, Rusty. You're not wrong.
Insomnia does not care about the time of day. Yeah, insomnia. Yeah, that's one thing. I'm not gonna wood. I've never had to really.
I had that for a 3-day stretch, and good Lord, that sucked.
Yeah. Funny thing. So we went to New Jersey, and we stayed at the Westin when we were up there. So we decided I'm gonna do the Westin because we usually stay at like one of the Hilton Gardens, and I'm like, you know what? For the difference, get the Westin, you get the bar, you get the restaurant, you got room service, you got all that stuff right there and everything. And their whole thing now is about making you comfortable if you ever go to a Westin. and they got like different like stuff like the soaps that are supposed to help you relax, like a whole spa type thing. And they got this thing when you go to sleep. It's like this little sleep thing in a little like almost like a perfume type thing, like those sample. Like back in the day, I think my mom was used to sell Avon, like one of those Avon type things. But you
Mm.
basically take it and it's like lavender and chamomile. And before you go to sleep, you put it on your wrists and then you put it on your temples. And it's supposed to give you like the best night's sleep.
Wow. Did you try it?
I shit you not. I was knocked out. Now, I had a beer here or there, but I didn't really do it. I mean, it was just, it works. I come back and yeah.
How many beers did you have before that?
Yeah. So I took the bottle with me. That was
I
that I had in it. Yeah. And I came, yeah. So when I came home, like I said, I've been doing non-alcoholic beers all week. It's been working like a gem.
Has
I mean,
it
it's
really?
some of the best sleep I've actually had. So I don't know if it's a special blend they got or not. Like I meant to go to Westy and be like, hey, you guys got this thing here. Where can I buy that? But it's like works great. I'm just saying.
Oh, wow.
So yeah.
Okay.
So it's like sitting here going to bed. Like, do.
So you dab a little here, dab
yeah. And I'm like out like within a couple minutes, and I sleep pretty much straight through for the most part. So it's just like one of the best things. So yeah. So okay, I'll give you some points there, Hilton. You got some stuff happening, or Weston rather, which is now under Marriott actually. So yeah.
Yeah, you know, Shannon try some of that and be like, get off your Ambien and all the other fistful of pills that you take to go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, just to take that and put it on, not putting medication and stuff, it's pretty good. And then they have like different stuff, like for the shower gel, the soap, the something else they had in there too. I think, but it's just like a whole thing. The pillows they actually give you in the bed stuff now are more designed to be more relaxing, whatever they're using. I mean, part of it could be some of their marketing employee, but I would tell you the sleep stuff did work for sure. So yeah. So and then our company got us this year. They actually added the that app you can get on your phone called Calm, where you're supposed to relax and meditate and everything. So all the employees got a free membership to that. I'm going to be like walking around like I'm a fucking kung fu fighter from the temple at some point here, just relaxed and just chill. I'm going to be coming on with just like a robe at some point here, like the old kung fu flicks back in the day. Looking David Carradine walking around. Cheers, Yoda. Happy Thursday. Happy New Year, my friend. Great to see you. My name was not on any list released either. That's just you know, if anybody I knew personally that might have been around that I've seen, I feel like Vanessa might have been one that kind of ended up there somehow. There'd be some story behind it. I'm sure.
Just
she'd be like, oh, she'd be like, I just flew the plane. I was just a pilot, you know. So,
right.
But yeah.
I was just stuck in the room. I didn't do anything. Honestly, I didn't.
Cheers, Bart. Great to see you, my friend, as well. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see you when I was up there. It was like a tight schedule, so I didn't get a chance to really run around too much. But I think I'm coming back up probably around May. I might have to come up in March for something, but that might only be a day when I shoot up there. But in May, I might come up for a few days around the Mother's Day weekend. I miss near beer from when I was a kid. The non-alcoholic beer scene is definitely different now than what it used to be. So you're not forced to drink in old duels anymore, which is great. Or
that's
it was the St. Pauli, right? They just needed non-alcoholic too. They didn't, so it was just like, yeah.
Now, do they have any NA stouts? I know they got
IPA.
Yes. They do.
Stouts. They're actually Go Brew is actually working on a barrel age type thing where they figured out how to do it for a barrel age flavor stuff and get the alcohol. So they put it in. They use everything you make for beer, but they're able to drain the alcohol back out of it, do the stuff their process. But they just came out with a cake donut type stout, which I need to get a can of that because that's supposed to be really tasty. So Dave from Beer in Front, I think he actually got to try a few more. He just went to the brewery this past weekend, I think. So Beer in Front podcast, if you haven't checked that out, or the YouTube channel, check out Beer in Front because he actually just posted the interview that he had with Go Brewed as well. They cover some other different things that I didn't cover on mine as well. So you can find out some more stuff they're doing there.
So here's the picture that I'd say the liquor store I probably buy most of my stuff from. Posted on Facebook today was that.
Oh, yeah.
Like all their NA beers.
Yeah.
That Lagunitas one there in the bottom corner looks kind of like their normal IPA.
Yeah, I've got a review on that one on the channel. I did that one I think a couple years ago. So I do have the IPNA that people can check out. The ones now I will say are better than what that one was. That one was okay, like tolerable, but the ones like I had from Go were definitely a step up for what they were doing there. So they were one of the early craft type beers kind of doing it, and now it's got involved with more stuff going into it and everything. So,
and they're probably still putting out the same old shit that they were before.
Yeah. My new shower tower is pretty nice. Rainfall, waterfall, HS. So see at the Westin, they had the shower, the rainfall shower. You had the rain, or you could have the one you could separate off and have it shoot on you. But the rainfall is actually a pretty cool shower. You could pretty much hang in there all day. Just like that'd be a great one for a shower beer. If you have the rainfall shower, you enjoy a shower beer, just relax. Yeah. Be like under a waterfall. Don't go. Never mind. Over the years, I have been on so many types of drugs designed for sleep. All failed. Yeah, I mean, it's your body reacting to all that kind of stuff. Like I said, they said it on there, and I was like, all right, we'll see. But for me, it worked. Kink in the Caribbean in the 80s. Yeah.
No, you know.
Why am I not surprised by that? Why am I not surprised? Yeah, Bart. So I'm going to actually crack open a beer, too legit. I don't know. I'm in a weird mood tonight.
Too legit.
And this is one I actually showed you that I picked up because I know you were wondering how it actually tasted. It's going to be from Untitled Art, and it's going to be their lemon sherbet fruit sour. So this is one I picked up. I picked up a 4-pack of these, $9.99. And I was like, wait a minute, there's got to be something wrong with that or whatever.
You're right, especially for Untitled Art, because they're always...
Yeah. So then I flipped it over and I checked out the date, and you see on here, if I can get it to the camera, if it goes through, best by 3/2/24. So I'm like, well, these things are still good. Why would you? The suggested price on it was like $32 or something, and I'm like,
that's a right deal and a half.
Why would I not buy these? Right?
You're right.
Yeah.
Just because.
Now, I'm not going to pour the whole thing in a glass because I'm going to actually do something with the other half in the bid here. So it's going to be a little adventurous. We're going to have a little breakout.
Here to was the
no,
not that one. Like the alien type, whatever.
Oh, you're talking about the
yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. We're gonna have that going there. Is that a microwave?
No, my daughter's making something.
I didn't get another sound effect that I'm aware of. It's like that's not my sound effect.
She got something in the oven. The timer went off.
As long as you don't got a bun in the oven, right? So
you're right.
All right. Let me tell you, on the pour itself, lots of lemon. You want to think lemon meringue pie, which as a kid was one of my favorites. It's got a nice straw yellow color to it. And this came out when that pour with the bigger head kind of poured a little bit harder, that one. But with the sour, it will settle rather quickly. Oh, this lemon meringue pie. You can almost smell like that whipped cream or whatever on it.
So it doesn't have like a pledge smell to it then. Like
no.
Okay.
This is like diner lemon meringue. Like you go in, it's like the diner, and you look at the dessert cabinet, and you're like, some lemon meringue, and it's just like you just know it's gonna be a banging slice, and that's what
a little bit of the burntness on top of it.
Yeah,
flamed it, and you're like, okay.
I mean, like fresh lemon squeeze in here. But Untitled Art, they don't mess around. I tell people, if you see Untitled Art, you need to try them. You need to give them a shot.
I don't think there's maybe just a handful, even less than a handful that I can think of that they made is like, it's okay, but not worth it. Most of it's like, oh, so good.
And then when you get that taste going, it's almost like a lemon like pastry, like you get like at a bakery. Little bit of a lime type backing on it as well. And then that's where you're getting kind of a little bit of a crust feel in the taste. I mean, this is pretty damn tasty. So I'm like, I got to go back this weekend to get some other stuff. If they got more of these there still, I'm wiping them out. I'm just wiping them out.
For
Yeah,
$9.99 when they're supposed to be 30 something. Like,
yeah,
why
I'm
would you?
wiping the cooler out.
I feel like you should be ashamed if you don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna walk in there and be like,
why don't we shut it down? Shut it down. 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 Shut it down now.
Because they're all going with me.
Like, you need enough space here. Let me help you out.
Yeah. Oh, so this is pretty tasty. Got Shane in the house. Cheers, Shane. Great to see you, my friend. And what do you got there? You crack anything open yet?
I have. And this is from your hometown.
What?
And you've actually had this one too. So I just saw it and I picked it up. I was like, oh, I've got to have that one because I've had all the other ones.
That's like Ed OG, the Bulldogs. I got to have it. I got all the songs in my head tonight. God, I got all the songs in my head.
So this is the Patriarchy Unicorn Farts After Dark.
Ooh, wait a second. I got to give you that one there. Let me, where are you at?
Oh. So this one is chocolate cinnamon breakfast stout with gold glitter. So
ooh, I got the glitter, baby.
And what's the ABV on this one? Let's see. 8.5%. That's one thing. It's like they have the IBUs and the ABVs right there in plain day. So they got a little check mark for that one for sure.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
And I saw you liked it. So I was like, I saw that and I was like, oh, I got to, because I've had the other Patriarchy Unicorn Farts one, but I've never seen this one until a week. Well, I got it. Actually, I picked it up probably for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Planning to drink it some last week, but then of course I wasn't able to be on, so I still had it. And this is the first one I've had, so I haven't even tried it yet. Yes.
Did you roll? Oh, I should have told. Did you roll before you pour it?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, because it should do the glitter more when you do that.
Oh, it's so dark. Like, how can you even see it?
Hold it up to the thing. I'll see if I blow you up. Blow it up, Chris. I'm about to. Yeah, I can see glitter.
Can you see it?
We can see it on the backside here, like right in here where you return this.
Oh, I do now a little bit. Okay, yeah. Now I do see it a little bit now.
Yeah.
In the picture more so than in person.
I don't have a sparkling sound effect though for the glitter.
Smells pretty good. Don't get a little bit of the cinnamon off on the nose, but not a ton.
I don't have the spark. I could have gave you this one, so I don't have the sparkling sound, but I have the golden boy sound.
Why you can never go wrong with that
one. Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Definitely get the chocolate, and I don't get as much cinnamon on it.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit on the back end, I guess.
Yeah. A little bit of chocolate.
Definitely don't taste like 8.5% for sure. It's pretty smooth. So yeah, that's pretty good. I actually like the other ones also, like the other original unicorn farts, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, the only thing I run into with that, and you'll see this on the video I released on the upcoming sour, that Patriarchy series is becoming, well, the Sour Me series is becoming a little hit and miss. Patriarchy is a little bit better. You do have some that are kind of off I've come across, but the Sour Me has gotten a little bit hit and miss, a little bit more maybe.
I feel like DeQuan was kind of hit and miss anyway.
Yeah, but their Irish cream one from Patriarchy, I like the Irish cream one. If that comes out again here, like in around St. Patty's or whatever they do it, yeah,
that was pretty
that was a
good.
pretty tasty
They're
one.
really that.
And I don't know if you got a chance yet, but if it's still out there, I'm telling you, man, it's after Christmas, I know, but that candy cane nitro from Left Hand is legit.
To be honest, I don't know that I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
Never came across that one. I'm not sure.
Ooh.
I'm sure if it's still out there, it's still around. So I don't think the Left Hand stuff just flies off the shelves. You know.
Yeah, it should be still out there, hopefully.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to look for it. I'm gonna have to look for it this weekend and see if I can find it.
But shout out to Alex in the house. Cheers, my friend. Great to see you and appreciate you as well, buddy. And Bart also says hello there. There we go. So, did the first little sample in there with the lemon sherbet. I could wait to.
That went down quick.
It's that easy of a drink. I mean, it's that easy to drink and enjoy that one. And then we got the Canadian bottles in the house where Shane was coming up to join us tonight as well. As we have our Canadian invasion as usual.
Woo! Here I am.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I like.
Well, you got me in there really quick. I was like, okay, I got enough time to grab a stool, and then I come back. I'm like, oh my god, I'm on already. What the hell, man? Oh man.
Damn Canadians! I tell you.
I know, right?
Always so damn punctual. Apparently, they've never been to a Lauryn Hill show. Apparently.
Apparently not.
I'll be right back.
All right.
And Vanessa says hello, Shane, as well.
But Vanessa, I haven't talked to you in it seems like ages. Oh my! It's like literally it was like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That's awesome. How you doing tonight, Rod? Everything good?
Good. Doing good. So I just drank almost half of one, pretty much. But I'm going to do something else with the other half in a second. I was trying to wait for Mal to get here, but I have the Untitled Art.
Okay, perfect.
Lemon sherbet fruited sour, which telling Todd got a really good deal on it, and then I couldn't avoid it. Now, I wish I would have bought all the rest they had because it is so tasty. It goes down real easy.
Really?
You like lemon meringue pie?
I do.
You would like this one because I know how you are with the sours. This is like lemon meringue pie in a beer. This is like dead on, not over tart. It tastes like lemon meringue. You smell it, it's like lemon meringue. When you taste it, you're getting kind of the back end of the crust and the taste of it. I'm telling you.
Oh, nice. That sounds great.
Untitled Art doesn't mess around. I mean, they're pretty solid, their stuff. So,
see, now that sounds like a sour beer that I might actually like because there's a couple of them that I do like. I remember it was a couple of years ago. I actually went and met Mallory in Detroit, and we were at Detroit Brewing Company, I think maybe, and they did a killer key lime pie beer. And it was probably the best key lime pie beer I've ever had in my entire life. It was so good. It was so good.
Just like Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance. See?
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. For sure. Like I said, there's some sours I don't mind, but for if you were to say, do you like sours like as a whole? No. But there is always an exception to the rule, right?
Yes.
Always.
Vanessa
always.
Got my...
How are you doing, Todd? Good to see you.
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing all right, man. Doing all right.
Good.
Congrats to you, Vanessa. First order for leather campaign stools on Christmas Day came through.
Beautiful.
Very nice. She's building
Good
those
job.
out. And Alex just got eligible to be monetized. Congrats, my friend. You put the work in
awesome.
and you got it done. You did everything you need to do. So
good for you, brother. That's awesome.
Great way to start 2024 for both of you. Give it up.
Awesome.
Give it
up. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Congrats on that. Yeah.
Awesome. Great job, guys.
You're rocking. Let me see here. Hello, Shane. Just had to say, go and set it up. If you have any questions, let me know. And you're up and going, brother. We start putting your t-shirts, get the store set up for you and everything.
Yeah,
up to my ass and alligators. I've not gotten the imagery yet down for the up into my ass and alligator shirt. That's why I haven't come up with that yet. But there's got to be a way to do that. Can I bring my 24-ounce bottle of Utopia across the border to Canada? I think Shane would be okay with that. I'm not going to speak for him, but
yeah. I don't know if you can, Vanessa. Like I said, I've got no problem meeting you on the U.S. side. Like I said, I'll buy you dinner. Really.
Yeah, she said she knew a place that had them, so I don't know if she actually does have them. If she does have it, you might be set now.
Yeah, we were kind of talking a little bit about it earlier, so
Yeah.
I think she's going to be my hookup. And I mean, literally, if she can find me a bottle of Utopias, because we can't buy it up here. It's impossible.
Yeah.
I will definitely be more than happy to buy her dinner and drinks, like just
Well,
for her trouble.
there's like 11 or 12 states you can't buy it here either.
Yeah, exactly.
They won't let it because of the ABV and everything. So
Right.
But yeah,
Rod, have you had it before?
you turned Vanessa into a mule now. So congrats to you on that.
Oh, come on now. Come on. She does that out of the goodness of her heart because she's so awesome. That's why.
Would you say, Todd?
Have you had that one?
The Utopias? Any of
Yeah.
I haven't had any of the Utopias. I saw the bottle one time, but I just didn't pull the trigger. I was like $2.25. This was a few years ago. I'm like, that was a word. I mean, now if you would ask me that, I probably would, because it's like I'm a few more years deeper into craft beer. I'm down that rabbit hole more. It's like, okay, I got to do it now.
Right.
But I missed the only chance I did see that there. But eventually, I probably will.
I'll say, of course, everybody knows the story for me. I've had that, but I've also had.
Todd might be a lush. Keep your utopias away from Todd, because he'll drink the whole bottle.
That's right. I think we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. You were saying how you drank the whole bottle, and you're like, dude, you're not supposed to drink the whole bottle all at once. It's like a several month-long process, right?
It's supposed to be, but we'll defy the odds and see what happens.
Sure. Hey. It's probably a great night for you. I mean, honestly, whatever it is, 28% alcohol or something like that.
They weren't going to drink it, so if I wasn't going to drink it, I was probably never going to see it again. So I was like, why not? Why not?
It's not going to drink itself. That's for sure.
That's right.
Then I told him, I was like, if I drank the whole thing, I should get the bottle, right? Because the bottle was cool. Like, I went the bottle.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm going to keep the bottle. I'm like, yeah, but you only had one sip out of that. Like, I drank the whole thing. Like, I should get something out of this, shouldn't I? I mean, it's only fair. At least in my mind, anyway.
Right.
Let's see who's looking that up now. I think about the Utopia there.
Yeah. Like I said, no worries, man. If you can't, like I said, I'll meet you on stateside. I have my passport. I drive. I'm like less than half an hour from the border. I can meet you anywhere. I'll drive all the way goddamn to Connecticut to get it. How would you like that?
So I'm curious.
I've never been to Connecticut. I mean, you could show me around Connecticut. I don't know what the hell's in Connecticut. I've never been there.
I'm curious what the price is where she's at to get that.
Oh, yeah. She wants to say like what she paid for it.
Yeah, and Vanessa, don't say if you don't want
to. I
mean,
yeah. I think the retail's around $230 or $225 or something.
I think that's about the range.
Yeah.
It is here,
but some spots will raise them on you.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
No, I've seen as much as like $1,000 a bottle or something. I'm like, dang, no, screw that.
I don't want it that much.
No, right, exactly. I'm like,
rang for the duck eggs. Ooh, for the win. There you go. That's one thing to do.
Oh, is that what that is for the win? I thought it was for F the world.
Yeah, for the win. Yeah, for the win. Well, depending on
F the world, right?
Depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you see, to that Rod J. Once I set up, I hope they don't check me now. Meaning they don't set my appetite map. Oh no, I mean, as long as you got everything going, I think you'll be fine, Alex. You're good. I don't see anything where there'd be an issue with your channel being monetized. I'm allowed to cross into Canada now, and they no longer restrict my medical situation. Oh wow, I didn't know you were restricted at one point. Yeah. And I'll definitely give you a call, Rod J, so you can help out whenever I decide. Yeah, definitely. Let me know. I got your back, Alex. I can bring other things to Canada.
Well, you can also buy other things in Canada.
Yeah, so
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
now you can't cross back across the border with it, but you can buy it here. I'm just saying.
If you go through Michigan,
Dang, you're talking about
the long way around. Go the long way around.
I guess.
Syrup, right? Talking about syrup.
Yeah.
Syrup. Yeah, if you go to Michigan, then you're fine. It's okay.
That's true.
Well,
that's true.
One store left to check tomorrow. Hopefully, they have a few bottles. Utopia beer batter for some tasty. I've never seen anybody use Utopia to pour in the batter. I don't know if you would do it for the cost of that, but
no, that is Vanessa. First of all, let me start. I love you. You're awesome, but that is just wrong.
Hey, Vanessa,
that is wrong.
If that's what you want to use it for, go ahead.
Pour in a little batter.
But
Coming from the guy who drinks a whole bottle in one sitting. Okay.
I agree with you, though, Shane. You're like, you can't do that.
Touche, my friend. Touche.
Oh dear.
I've had my passport for quite a
That's the guy
while.
a bottle in one sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dee Dee's in the house. What up, Dee Dee? All I can say is I got some sugar in my
Double
Michigan
D.
Bowl. Yeah. Look at that. Big game Monday night for Michigan. Big game. Big game. Yeah. I might break out the jersey again. Drones
So here's
a
a weird thing in that. So Penix, the quarterback for Washington,
Mm-hmm.
quarterbacked at IU for 4 years, but he was hurt pretty much every year he played at IU. So he played like 15 games or something.
Right.
And their head coach was our offensive coordinator at one point when Penix was there.
Yeah.
So there's the IU connection there. So the backup quarterback for Michigan was also our starting quarterback at one point also. So it's like everybody goes away from Indiana and they become in the national title game.
Yeah, something wrong with down there. Yeah.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
Yeah, Penix, he got both his ACLs were torn in Indiana, right?
Yeah,
But he did
yeah,
it twice
yeah.
down there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was unfortunate because he was amazing.
Indeed, Alex, for sure. Yeah, you'll be good to go. And, there's some stuff there as you're monetized, like to make your channel more advertised, selective. So I know with some of the live streams you kind of do there'll be some things you may have to adjust to give you a heads up when it comes to like different things or giving people control or different music and stuff like that, because that'll get you out of the partner program too, or it'll block you from being able to get monetized on some videos. So I'll let you know all that stuff if you need it. Oh, you take all the fun out of the cook. Just say utopias for beer batter. So I'm going to actually. Well, you know what? I guess Shane and Todd. What are you guys drinking?
What do you got, Todd? You go ahead. I'll crack mine in a second.
Oh, that's right. You're drinking Unicorn Farms. I forgot. You already showed that earlier. Shane, what do you got there?
I have. Let me grab a glass here because I haven't even cracked this open yet. From Nickelbrook Brewing. This one I got from Drew over at Beer for Breakfast Factor Snacks. This is the Uncle Goose West Coast IPA. Apparently, This is really good. I know Drew's had it. He sent a couple to like Alan at one flight down, and I think he sent one down to Dave.
I like the can art on that. That was cool looking.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Well, it's called Uncle Goose, and it's got like it's so Canadian. It's a Canadian goose wearing the red and black, the hunting vest.
Yeah.
It's you can't get more Canadian than that. Is there maple syrup? Oh, yes, you can. Sorry, you can. There's no maple syrup jar on it.
No maple syrup.
There you go. Yeah.
That's oops, sorry. That's what it looks
you
like
weren't
there.
You weren't here last week for my maple syrup bonanza. I had some maple syrup flowing last week. I may break them out again this week too for you. Just because.
Oh, did you? Oh, Jesus, I missed it.
I had a couple maple syrup beers. I may break them back out. But for those of you watching, and I haven't bartended since the 90s, I found an interesting thing that I decided to pick up from Amazon that I'm going to share with you guys here. This is the black and tan tool. So I'm going to look to do a black and tan, and then I'll put the link in the comments if you want to check it out. So if you never made a black and tan, you start with a black and tan, you put it in the beer with the lower density, the lower ABV, should go in first. So what I'm going to actually put in is the Untitled Art that I opened, the lemon sherbet fruited sour. I'm going to get that in here in the glass.
Oh, hell, I forgot that, Roger. You only drank half of that. So I was like, no wonder he drank so fast. I forgot you only did half of it.
So then you take this, you put it on top like that, right? On top of it, I'm going to put the chocolate volcano bourbon barrel aged from Heavy Seas 10.5% ABV. See if this thing actually does what it's supposed to do.
That sounds great.
Yeah. Let me back up so I can get in the camera here. Oh, shit. Shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy. Let's see how we got it. Let's run it up. Gotta let that head simmer a little bit. You can check that out.
Yeah, there you go. You got your layer.
Yeah. So you can make your own black and tan with this tool. And I think it's only like $9 or $10, something like that and everything. But
So you're experimenting. You didn't actually see this as like a mixture of beers. So
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And so now, take the lid off of here. So now you got your black and tan. So I put the chocolate volcano dessert stout on the lemon meringue.
Looks pretty, if nothing else. Are you leaving? I said, are you leaving?
Yeah.
What? Shannon's leaving. She hasn't even been on
Where's she
screen yet.
going?
What the hell?
No, she ain't even here yet. No, it's one of my daughter's friends.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's pretty interesting. You still got the lemon meringue in play, but that dark chocolate bourbon barrel brings in a deeper body to it. It gives it a fullness.
Nice.
That's interesting. But you can experiment with different flavors, right? So
Sure. Absolutely.
take some of your different cream ales. You can do some of your different porters, your different stouts, your different brown ales. Just put the lower
Right.
ABV in first, fill it halfway, put this on top, and then pour in the heavier beer. Sit that on top, and you can design your own black and tans to come up with your own concoction. So
So where did you get that concoction at there?
on Amazon.
Concoction,
So,
meaning the apparatus thing.
yeah, so I got it on Amazon, and then I put it in the comment in there as well. So there's like a thing from the Stream Elements, or sends you a link to that if anybody's interested.
Oh, okay,
Take a look
okay.
at it.
Here.
So yeah,
So
But it's
how much
pretty
did you pay for that? How much did you pay for that, Rod J?
I think it was like 9 something or 10 maybe. It wasn't
10
bad. Yeah, it wasn't bad.
That's a good deal. I mean,
Because the old way you bartend, you put it with the spoon, you got to balance it out. This is just already takes it right out of it, and you just
Yeah, they
pour
just
right
start
through it.
playing around with it and
Yeah.
come up with whatever.
see, now what you need to do is you just need to, in order to eliminate that little device that you bought, you need to get yourself a decently stocked bar, and and practice without it. I'm
Well,
just saying.
I got whiskeys in here inside the hidden cabinet, but
I'll
now,
tell
one
you,
of the things-
Shane,
one
and I tell
thing-
Rod, nobody likes a bragger. Nobody likes a
I'm
bragger.
saying you could do it. And I actually make, when I do a black and tan, I actually pour it backwards.
You do
I do the heavier one.
Are you heavier first?
I do
Yeah.
I do the heavier one first, and then pour the light one and have it push up.
Oh, to
Just
come
'cause
through
people-
the
like, if you're-
lighter.
Yeah, like if you're pouring it in front of somebody, like it's like a showy kind of move. I mean, it's not really, but they just like the fact that that beer's rising up, so you're seeing the lighter go underneath it and push up.
Right.
I mean, when I worked at the bar, that's how I did it. Just because people like that visual thing, they thought it was like it's a magic trick.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
It's
know,
all the
kind of
magic
thing.
type thing. Yeah. Put a little smoke
Yeah.
behind it. You're like, ooh, it's like Tom Cruise and Cocktail. I'm so
You're right,
excited.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're right.
But yeah, like I said, I've been bartending since the 90s, but I was like, you know what? That'd be kind of cool to have as part of the bar set. I can make some black and tans if I want to. So,
Hmm.
but
Or
yeah.
It's a great little tool.
Page,
Yeah.
whatever you got.
Oh, Vanessa, you had to do that. Shout out to Vanessa. Drop it in the super chat. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Well appreciated.
Oh, there we go. Nice.
That was awesome. So thank you. I don't have to do it, but always appreciate it. It goes right to the beer funnel stuff too.
Right.
So, no,
See, no, and that's a great thing, Vanessa. Thanks for supporting Rod J. I wish I could do that, but like $20 American is like $473 Canadian, and that's like more than I make in a week. So I mean, you're just making me feel bad now.
Instead, Shane, just into a bottle of Utopias.
Yeah, I know,
there you go.
right?
Yeah. It'll make
There
all
you
the
go.
difference. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, let me see here. Thank you. Now you make it awesome. Everybody comes, and it's for the fun. It's great to share, be able to have these kind of things, and you guys are awesome. So I love being able to put these on and stuff. Yeah, it's a tasty mix, and now that it's settled in, you can see it kind of merge together. So you have a nice feel of the chocolate dessert stout, and then you have the lemon meringue in play. So I don't think anybody ever thought about like a chocolate lemon meringue type thing, but
That's what I
a
was
little
gonna
bit of
say,
chocolate. It adds a richness to it. It adds a richness into the
Oh,
back
for
of
sure.
the lemon meringue. Yeah.
I was gonna say that'd be kind of interesting, like lemon meringue with chocolate. Like, has that ever been a thing before? Rajay. Now it's going to be because Rajay invented it. So
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's so
Yeah, there
funny.
you go.
We did one of the beer fests years ago, and I think it was the Leinenkugel booth that I was actually working in, and me and one of the other guys came up with. I don't think you were there for this one, Todd. This was like years ago, but we ended up mixing a couple of the Leinenkugel beers, and we're like, that's really good. So then we started offering to people because usually you go to a beer fest, you're like, give me, fill up with the beer here or the beer there. We made a concoction between the two. Word started getting around. And people started coming back asking for the mix
looking
between
for
it.
it.
Yeah. And then somebody's like, one of the volunteers are like, why the hell do they keep asking for mixing beers? Where are you mixing these beers at? Like,
You're like, I know. Yeah. I was like, I have no idea.
Some dumbass started doing that. I don't know who it was,
You're like, I'm looking for them too. I just want
But
to
it
see
be-
where it comes from.
but it became like so popular. Everybody I forgot, it was like it's one of the Leinenkugel berries and something else, but it worked together and it was awesome. So
And that's the great thing. If you can mix two beers and get a totally new flavor that really works.
yeah.
Like, I know up here, Flying Monkeys. You guys have probably heard of it. There's a stout called the Triple Chocolate Manifesto,
Had
which
that
is
one. Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's great stout. So you take that and you mix it. They also make a raspberry hibiscus. What the hell is it? Raspberry hibiscus. Maybe it's an ale. I can't remember exactly what it is. But you mix both of those together, and it tastes like a Viva Puff cookie. I don't know if you guys know what Viva Puff cookies are.
No.
Basically, it's like a little graham wafer, and then on top there's marshmallow with a little bit of raspberry, and then it's covered in chocolate, like dipped in chocolate kind of thing. And it's just glorious, absolutely fantastic. But yeah, so mixing beers. I mean, try something out. Like if you think these two flavors go together, take a couple beers, mix them together. You never know what you're going to end up with, right?
Right. Well, it's funny you said the Viva thing. I was like, oh, I'm thinking of Elvis pawning the beer. Because whenever I say Viva, I think Elvis in my mind for whatever reason.
Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas.
To see this Elvis guy dressed up at the brewery, like pawning his beer out there.
Hey, why not, right?
Yeah, I think it's trademarked, but it'd be a good idea.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, let's see. Vanessa said, how about making a dark chocolate, hot chocolate, and then add a stout to it? Well, you could do that, but you could also make a hot chocolate and maybe add one of the whiskeys to it.
Yeah.
Because you could do it with coffee and stuff like Now, I will say one of the things I learned like years ago, I was out at a place. It was BJ's Brew House. I don't know if you guys got them in Canada. I know, Todd, you've seen them before.
Yeah, we got
No.
And I was at the bar one time eating lunch, and the guy made a stout, but before he did the stout, he did the shot of the whiskey in the bottom of it, which I had never thought about before. This was like 5, 6, 7 years ago or whatever. Because you think of a barrel-aged stout like that, everything, but then one of the drinks they did, where they put a shot of the whiskey in the bottom, and then you put the stout in off the draft, and as it hits, it's causing it to mix up through everything. And you're making almost a cheaper way of a barrel-aged type thing. And so I started trying with that, and you got some pretty good flavors, a nice little kick out of some of the drinks. So that's another thing you could do. You don't have to do like a Boilermaker or do the drop a shot and chug type thing. You can just put the regular shot of whiskey in. Like I think it's like I got a smoked maple from Knob Creek. Put that into one of the maple stouts. That's got to be. I think I got an idea for this weekend. I think I got an idea in my mind. So
there you go.
There
you go.
So you can kind of. And you experiment and you try different things and infuse the different flavors into it, because it's kind of cool just to have fun to come up with what you can come up with there.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be really, really good for sure.
Yeah. Because the Boilermaker is like a shot of whiskey with a beer. You could drop it in or have a side as a follow or chaser or whatever you want to do. But really, you're making it all into one drink when you're doing it that way. Having to start while sitting on the bed swings, like roasting the marshmallows or s'mores, is pretty dang tasty. Yeah.
Nice. Is it a Dragon's Milk Stout by chance, Vanessa? I'm just guessing. That's a safe guess.
Speaking of s'mores, since you said that, I haven't opened this one up yet, but this was the next beer I was going to open. It is from Double Nickel Nocturnal Creatures. It is their S'mores Tiramisu Imperial Stout. And it's brewed with graham crackers, cocoa nibs, and marshmallow. Comes in a light sessionable 10.3 ABV.
Wow.
Yeah.
It sounds delicious, but also very sweet at the same time.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's going to be a very sweet one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely another dessert one, but I don't know if I'm going to do that or maybe do the maple one since Shane is here too. So,
Oh, do the maple. I'm here. I mean,
You
come on.
got
Yeah.
to just for that
Yeah.
reason only.
Stonewall is running amok maple syrups now. Their pecan smoke is delicious. Yeah, I think one of the maples is maple pecan or pecan, depending on what part of the country you're in.
Right.
You know, it's so funny. So Joe was on one of the live streams earlier this week. I ended up jumping up there, and it was like him and Dan FLX and a couple other people.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And somebody was saying almond, so me and Joe kept saying almond, and people were like, "What the fuck are y'all kind of talking?" Like they didn't get. It took them a while to catch on that we were doing the almond from the Snickers commercial.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Have you ever seen that one, Shane, with the almond and the
That's
almond?
funny.
I have not, but I get the whole gist of it and how that would work. It's kind of like pecan, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like it's like a guy's doing a driving test and something, and the guy is like, "Do you like almond?" Or maybe it's his friend, right? It might be a driving test. He's riding with him. He's like, "Yeah, I like almond." And he's like, "Do you like almond?" He's like, "I like almond." Like, and the guy like stops the car and kicks him.
He's like, what are you talking about?
Oh, it's so funny.
Right, I think we had a whole show about that when Joe was on here one time. It was just say
Yeah.
almond, whatever. It was like,
Yeah.
It's just kind of like, what are you doing?
That's hilarious. I love it.
Why is my TV on? That's weird.
Oh,
I've got Miles Ghost here or something.
I was gonna say you got ghosts.
Like I didn't hit anything. You didn't see me go that way, but the remote's over
No.
there and the TV cut on.
Well, maybe it's one of your neighbors that. I've always wanted to do that. I've seen guys do it, like where you have a remote that can, you get the universal remote where you can control like any TV, and just like put it through your neighbor's window and just keep shutting it on or turning the channels or something and watch them go nuts. That would be awesome. Like I said, I've always wanted to do that, and I never have.
I get a lawn chair and a case of beer and be like, all right, let's see how long we can take this.
Right.
Let's go mess with this guy. Yeah, that's no
right.
fun.
That'd be hilarious.
And especially if it's a show that you've watched before, like maybe they're doing like a replay of something, like this Game of Thrones, for example, and they're watching, last week's episode, they're trying to catch up, and you've seen it already, and you're like, oh, okay, this is where the guy dies. Click, just before it happens, or like a football game, and the guy's doing a kick, and just as he kicks, you click, and it goes on to like I don't know, some Christian channel or something.
Or what, yeah,
that'd be awesome. I'd love that. And of course, you'd have to video that and use it on your channel, of course.
Right. Vanessa has a graham cracker recipe and a marshmallow recipe. So I just buy the graham crackers on a marshmallow, but Vanessa can make them from scratch.
I was gonna say, yeah.
You can't just call them smooth, slippery nuts. Well, that could be a whole different thing.
We still talk about pecans here
Nowadays.
Fair enough. Oh my God.
Smooth, slippery. It'd be a very white voice. It'd be a very white voice right there.
Yeah, there's things being shaved that people didn't envision being shaved. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. That's right. That's right. You got it.
That's the pronunciation of tomato. I did drawer, pecan. Yeah. Or you say creek or crick? Is that what that kind of like people say with crick going down a creek? Or some people say wash instead of wash too, depending on what part of the country you're in.
Oh, my dad used to say wash. They used to throw R's and everything. It's like
wash.
How do you spell that?
Yeah.
Do you spell with an R or do you spell without an R?
Part of the dialect you hear in the States, they'll say wash as you get southeastern or so instead of wash. They'll say wash. I don't know where it comes from, but yeah.
I'm sitting here.
The saying always says tomato, potato. I don't think that I ever heard anybody call it a potato.
I have.
No, you have? Okay.
I've heard potato. Not very often, but it's rare. But I have heard potato.
Okay.
I think Craig.
But I've never heard potato.
Yeah, I think it was Craig will say tomato. I think over there in England, but I don't know if they say potato or not.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. That's a good question. I'm curious to see now if he does.
Yeah.
Or if they do say that over there.
So I'm looking at this list here. I get the tomato one, but what was with the idea? Is there a different way to say that?
Idea.
Idea? Like how else would you...
Some people, I know what she's saying. Some people will say idea in the South.
with an R.
Yeah,
with an R at the end. Okay.
Like
Put the
I,
R in
I got
there.
an idea. Like
Like
and I-
Marsh.
Yeah.
what? Yeah.
Hey, even I say that every once in a while. Like, hey, I got an idea.
Yeah.
But I say it like that. Like I don't say it like, hey, I've got an idea. I'm like, hey, I've got an idea. Like
I
you're
mean,
just
it
goofing
usually
ar-
happens in the places with the banjo, like from Deliverance, where they'll say idea. And it's like you're with your friends, like don't question it, just go with it. We don't want any trouble.
Right, yeah.
Just say
Exactly.
yes. Just move on.
right.
Don't raise
Yeah,
any
for sure.
I programmed my HP140C to change TVs channels by the IR LED in it, LED in it.
That would be her.
Calculator is set in. Just change the TV. Use your calculator. Wait a minute. Using my calculator, you set it. Change. See, that's how did you get your calculator to change the TV? Like you had to rewire it in some kind of way there. Yeah.
No kidding. That's
Yeah.
MacGyver shit right there.
Is there like anything this woman cannot do? Like
No.
I'm just gonna throw that in. Is there anything she cannot do?
She's using calculators to change TV channels. My biggest calculator thing was we used to turn it upside down to make it sound like hell or something. That was our biggest accomplishment. Yeah.
No, it said boobs. You can make it say boobs or boobless.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
Boobless was a good one too.
This is like, hold my beer. I'm gonna change channels with this shit. Watch this. What do you mean?
And you guys wonder why I want to buy this woman dinner. Like, seriously, like really.
Everybody should buy this dinner.
Yeah, it'd be super awesome.
Staff had the remote and never figured out how to channel change. They're sitting there looking at the remote. Oh, that would have been glory days of YouTube if you had some video on that. That's hilarious.
That would have
that's awesome. A good prank right there.
That'd be awesome for
you
sure.
could do that today, be a good prank.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
Potato stuff with potato. Is that chives? No, it's not chives.
No, it's not chives.
Potato.
Yes, they're chives. Just keep eating them. Go ahead. Just keep eating them. Yes. You're stressed out. Just eat them.
Coworkers in Alaska used to have me say some words like draw an idea so they could laugh at the accent. Yeah. Well, being from New Jersey, we would say water instead of water, which was kind of like stretching the teeth. It's like, so when I moved to Cincinnati, it sounded different out there. And I come back to the East Coast, everybody's kind of saying water again. So it's like, yeah, different dialects.
Yeah.
For sure.
Weird how that happens for sure.
HP41C was and is the first alphanumeric programming calculator. So you was able to program the calculator into a remote. So interesting.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. See,
that is pretty cool.
I just went with the Texas Instruments scientific calculator, so that's all I knew. So.
Yeah, that's all I had too. That's the exact same one I had too.
And I struggled figuring out some of the functions we had to use.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course, kids today, now they got AI. They don't have to worry about it. Just go into AI. How do you work out this problem? And AI gives them the answer. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is always funny when you think about when you went to school. You had to go do all this kind of stuff, and then when you get an adult in the work world, you just go get someone else to do the research for you. So it's like they're like, in school they're telling you, you're going to need to know this, when you get out in the real world. Then you get in the real world, you don't really need to know it because you got other people that do it for you, or you can just go online and find stuff. Yeah,
right.
That's when you're like, you should have taught me how to manipulate somebody else to do this shit for me. So I don't have to
right.
That would have been the real class Jedi skills.
Right.
No, I did read.
Of course I am.
I read an article the other day, speaking of old school, because when we were kids, like the three of us here, because we're older, like when we were in school, when you're in preschool, grade 1, 2, you learn to print. And then once you get into grade 2, 3, 4, you learn cursive. And they don't teach cursive in school anymore. No. Well, I don't know what it's like down there, but apparently up here, they're thinking about reinstituting teaching cursive.
It's funny you said it because my wife just told me that tonight as well. In the news, they were talking about they're doing it in the States now as well. Like, and it's like because people don't know how to read. Like, but yeah, people can still print and you can still see what they're doing. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah, having a cursive was a nice skill, I guess, from back then. I mean, we just did it just because we did it. Like that.
Well, it kind of also separated the writing style. You could kind of figure out who was writing what by the way.
Because you had your signature and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's funny. Like when my son's he's not quite 18. Like when he does his signature, it's not a signature. It's like he prints his name.
Yeah.
because he was never taught how to
Because he's
do.
never taught to curse. Yeah. Well, the funny
And I'm
thing
like,
is, I print a lot of this stuff. Most of the time on the computer, I'm typing anyway. But when I
right.
do stuff, I'm usually printing stuff. But then the only time I use cursive is for my signature. I still use cursive for that signature, the way I sign
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of the other stuff, I'm still printing now.
See, now that's weird. Like when I leave a note for my wife, like or my kid, like, hey, take out the garbage or something like that. I always do it in cursive.
Do you really?
Because he has a hard time reading it. B, I want him to. But B, I want him to. I want him to learn how to do it by having to read what I'm writing.
Yeah.
Like, hey, learn to read what I've written. Just break down the letters. It's pretty easy. Like an A is, So he's actually pretty good. He can actually read cursive pretty good, even though he's never written that way. But that's like it's almost like the old guy's secret code now. Write something in cursive and leave it, and people are like, I don't know what the hell this says.
Yeah.
Now my daughter's, she kind of writes. She'll be 19 here in a couple weeks, and she writes so nice and neat. Her cursive almost looks like it's not cursive.
Oh, she's one of those.
Yeah, it's like it looks really good, and you're like, is it actually? You can tell like some of the letters are cursive, but it almost looks like it's not cursive. So it's like, what the hell are you doing here? I'm confused.
See, my cursive looked like I should have been a doctor. Like if they looked at your cursive, they said, "What job?" Like people would tell me, like you'd write like a doctor, like the way I write, kind of. Which is funny because in high school, my highest aptitude test came back for surgeon, but I couldn't stand blood, so there's no way I was going to medical school. But when I write stuff, it's like they're like, you could write like everybody's like, you write like a doctor whenever I sign stuff because you can't figure it out. So yeah,
that's the way my signature is. I used to have really good handwriting back in school or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought at one time I was like, well, maybe I'll become a baseball player or whatever. I got to learn to write autographs really quick. Now you can't read it. Like, what the hell is what are you saying here?
Yeah.
And I signed for our packages for UPS and FedEx all the time. They're like, what's your name? I'm like, I say, Ren, R-E-N-N, Todd, whatever. And they're like, okay. It just kind of looks like scribble. Like you would never even know what it was.
Yeah. That's like me too. Like maybe it's a guy thing. Like we all like there's a lot of chicken scratch, whereas the girls always seem to have just exceptional writing. Like it was always very neat and very easy to read, whereas the three of us apparently are just like, hey, try and guess what that says. I don't care who you are. Try and guess what that says.
Shannon's handwriting is pretty good, but she's right-handed, but she does all her cursive like a left-handed person. You know how it kind of slants like the other way, left-handed or whatever? That's kind of the way hers is. I'm like, how does that happen? She's like, I don't know. This is the way it is. Like, it doesn't make no sense.
If she holds a pen, was funny. We went out to dinner a few weeks ago at one of the Japanese noodle type places and stuff that we have around here, and we get like sushi and stuff like that there too and stuff. So my wife's like, she's always getting the fork stuff. So I'm like, well, just try to do the chopsticks because I usually use the chopsticks when I do the sushi and everything. And she's like, trying to do it. And I'm like, well, your bottom one, you hold it like a pen. And she's like, I never held a pen right. That's why she's thrown off because she never held a pen. You're supposed to hold it. So that's why she can't get the chopsticks because that was supposed to be sturdy. And the top one, you're supposed to move for everything to pick up the food. I had a Japanese wholesale partner years ago. We went out and he was kind of telling me that stuff and things like that too. But it was just like, that makes sense. If you didn't hold it a certain way, it's going to be harder for you to actually pick it up. And that's why she was struggling with it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so I knew kids that like hold their pen where it's like in the middle of their hand or whatever. I'm like, how do you even write like that? And that's the way they would hold it. I'm like, that doesn't even make no sense.
Oh, yeah, they do like like that move.
Yeah.
In the middle. Yeah, I've seen that, and it's like that is just. I've tried to do that too, and it's awkward.
Oops, we lost Todd.
We lost Todd. Nope. There he is. There he is. No, we lost him again.
Wait a minute, there I am.
Well, you know what? Because he can actually do the control too. So he did it when I did it and kicked him back out. But anyway, yeah, the kids like that makes me think of like those are the same kids that have their tongue out when they're trying to concentrate really hard. Like
that runs in my family. The tongue thing. My dad, and my aunts, they'd always like when they're drunk. My dad was and my aunt was pretty good draw. No, my aunt was ambidextrous, and she can draw a picture at the same time with both hands.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, she's really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now my dad was pretty good. He could draw a lot too, but they'd always like stick their tongue out in the side of the corner.
They're focused in. I mean,
yeah. And Shannon said that when we first started dating, she's like, you stick your tongue out when you do. I was like, I didn't even know I was doing it. I was like, I guess it runs in the family. I'm not really sure.
Hey, Michael Jordan made it cool, so.
Yeah.
That's it. A calculator also had an IR LED thermal printer, but you could program an IR LED pathway more at anything that uses remote. Remember the signals. I guess user remote remember the signals. Calculator could solve most linear algebra matrix problems. I mean, I just stopped at algebra. I didn't have to get into the Matrix, although I love the movie.
Yeah, you're right.
I like the franchise.
It was a great movie, man.
My professor in college always asked me why I didn't use the calc on the exams. This year, all elementary grades are going to teach curves. So once again, in Connecticut, yeah. So you have in Connecticut where that's happening too.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Calligraphy in schools would be awesome. Yeah, we actually had calligraphy when I was younger.
I did too. I had a calligraphy course when.
Dramatically different today. Do all the right arm. Yeah. I used to think fountain pens were cool when I was a kid for whatever reason too.
I had one years ago because my handwriting was like very like we were talking about, very doctorish. So I actually got a set of fountain pens and started to learn how to do like the fancy old English. There's this one and then there's this one, and learning that.
Like thick line stuff. Or
yeah. So when me and my wife got married, oh my God, 21 years ago, I actually hand wrote all the invitations with a fountain pen using like this old English stuff. So I got really freaking good at it because I'm writing out like, 150 freaking invitations in this fancy little text,
Get a little cramp in there.
Yeah.
Vanessa, apparently like myself, went to Catholic school and she got slapped by yardsticks many times in elementary school because it didn't write perfectly. Catholic schools are notorious about the whole ruler and getting slapped with the stick. So younger brother is ambidextrous. He writes essays with no hands at the same time. Wait a minute, with two hands at the same time?
I was just saying, that's impressive.
I mean, if he's not doing no hands, I don't want to ask what's he using to write.
Hang on. Hang on, let me see if I can write with no hands. Let's check this out here.
That's David Copperfield stuff right there.
No, it doesn't even work. This pen's not even. Oh, there it goes. Like I said, that pen's not even working right now, but there it goes. Jesus.
Only writing calligraphy when I write a check. Do you write checks still, DD? Does it like the people like? Right. It was so funny. It was like, what was that when we went to go visit Christmas at my mom's? She would do something for a check, and it's like nobody really writes checks anymore. But she's older. She's like mid-70s or whatever. Like they're used to they still write checks, and it's like no, we like Venmo, we Cash App, we PayPal. There's all ways you can do it if you want to send money to something, or you go online and you just do the transfer, right? And it's just like. She was just like surprised, I was like, no, sorry, you guys, you're boomer generation. That's you. I'm an X. We're past that point.
That's right.
Don't even ask a millennial because they'll be like, what the hell is a check? So
yeah, exactly.
They're like, I don't trust that. I'm like, what do you mean you don't trust that? You're dropping it in the mailbox and somebody come along and steal it. What do you mean you don't trust it?
Yeah, my mom. We'll go out to dinner.
I can't do that.
We'll go out to dinner. We'll be like, okay, we'll pick up the dinner like that. She's like, well, let me do the tip or whatever. And we got it. She's like. Where are you gonna do the tip? I'll put the cash on the table. Like, we don't put cash on it. You can put the tip on the slip. She's like, but I like to put the cash out there so they still know it's on the slip. Like, you don't have to put it like it's just funny. Generational changes.
For sure.
Oh, he can write both hands at the same time. That pisses his teachers off. I mean, but I tell you what, he got the recess quicker. He's just all right. I'll see you guys on the playground.
And I could like my aunt, like you could never tell. It was like you'd think she'd draw it with the same hand all the way around. It was amazing.
And see, I see something like that, and that just not to get into another riff, but that's kind of like something I think like the American educational system. Like, if a kid can write with both hands, why would you not encourage him to build on that skill that they have?
For sure,
it's kind of and it makes you think of like in America is the only country where it's like. People would be upset because you know more than one language. Like Americans get pissed off when they see people talking in Spanish or Chinese or Korean, but they can also speak English. They can also speak this. They can speak that. And it's like just Americans around the country are just like, if it's not English, you shouldn't be speaking or whatever. Like, we actually never adopted a formal language because we're a melting pot. Like, do you even know the history of America? other countries, someone says, "Oh, he can speak 3 languages, 4 languages."
I was gonna say, I feel
they're
like
praised for it. They're praised for it. So,
I was
like,
gonna say, I feel like
even
most-
Donald Trump's wife Melania speaks like 6 languages. You know how hard it is to remember 6 languages,
You're right. Right.
It's hard to remember
I feel like
2.
most
Never mind.
right?
Most countries you go to speak at least 2 minimum.
Yeah, yeah. And so,
Like,
I mean,
minimum.
I've only got the 3 when I was doing French and Spanish with Americans. So, but not knowing any French or Spanish people, those ones kind of fell by the wayside. Although I could read a little bit more in both the dialects, but it's just like that's tough. It's great. I mean, for people like they should be more encouraged for stuff like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely. For sure.
I was pretty good at Spanish there for a while because I was thinking, of all the languages here in the States, like Spanish you probably use more than others, but I've never
Right.
used it that often, so I don't really know a whole lot of much about it now. Like I know some, but not much.
Well, Spanish is a little more prevalent in the States, I think, than it is up here for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It is now, yeah, with a lot of the
I would say
influx and
French
stuff,
would
but yeah.
be for you guys. I would think French would be.
Yeah, like it's a lot of French up here for sure. But
Yeah.
over the past, I don't know, maybe 5-10 years, I'm starting to think like obviously I took French in school because we have to. That's part of our curriculum. And it's kind of fallen by the wayside, and I don't use it very often. But I'm starting to realize that maybe I need to start learning, like Hindi or something. Because that seems to. And,
That was
Or
interesting
what-
when you just said Hindi, yeah.
is that it, I don't even know if that's actually the name of the language, and I apologize if anyone's
Like for
watching.
like
don't
you're
get
saying like
offended.
no, you're saying like
Like-
Hindu, right?
Yeah, or like
Yeah.
whatever. I'm just sorry. I'm ignorant.
I
Let's-
went
let's
along
put it
with
that way.
this. I don't feel bad. I was like, maybe that's what it is. Hindi. Yeah, maybe.
Hindi or Punjabi. That's what I'm looking for. Punjabi. Because there seems to be a huge. I don't know about in the States, but up here in Canada, there's a huge influx of like Middle Eastern Indian people. I think they speak Punjabi.
Yeah, I think
I
Punjabi
get.
is
I'm just.
common.
Yeah, I'm just. Again, it's me just being
No,
ignorant
it's-
to what they speak.
It's
yeah.
here too, and they run most of the gas stations here. So
Yeah.
They run everything.
But
They run everything now.
it's good to learn the other languages because it's like I just think it's great because then it's just like you can talk how you want to talk and not have people kind of eavesdrop, I guess. But then people get pissed off, I guess, when they can't eavesdrop here in the States, which is funny.
well, no, because they
It's
think
just
you're
like-
talking about them if you're all of a sudden talking a different language. What are
I
these
bet some of them
Right.
are. I think like my wife should go get her nails done. Someone like the spas and all that kind of stuff, and it's like usually I think a Korean may run it, and sometimes they speak in their dialect. And I'm sorry, you're
Right.
doing feet and stuff. You're talking about some of those people's feet. You got to do. I'm sure you are.
You know
I'm
damn
sure
well-
you are.
You know damn well
Yeah,
they're
for sure.
bashing you. Like, it was good. It was good. You're like,
I'm saying in
you got
Korean somehow you're
calluses and
saying
all
like
kind- look at her nails. Like, oh shit.
Right.
because I'm just thinking you got to be questioning it somehow with some people that come because people come in with some rough feet. I'm sure that you got to
Well,
deal
yes.
with, right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So
Sure.
yeah, how do you not do some stuff and say some things
Yeah.
there? But yeah. But
it's
Seinfeld
funny, like-
episode that one time, which was pretty funny because Elaine was like trying to figure out what they were saying. I don't know if you saw the Seinfeld episode.
Oh
but
yeah.
she ended up bringing in George's dad, who fought in the Korean War, so he knew Korean, and he was
Right.
like, "Shame on you!" Like they're like, "You know Korean?"
Yeah.
And then he ended up knowing one of the girls from back in the day that he actually hooked up with when he was in Korea.
Yes.
Right. It's funny. Like it's like 20 years ago, I'm like, hey, you know what? I should probably start to learn either Mandarin or Cantonese. Probably Mandarin because that's the most common one. Because with my industry, I deal with a lot of Asian people,
Yeah,
and it was just like, and I never did learn it because like I'll be sitting there, doing my thing, and people will start like, oh, blah 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 in Mandarin, Cantonese, whatever the hell they're speaking, and I'm like, I know you're saying really bad shit about me right now.
yeah.
But I can't prove it.
But I kind of like the ignorance of it. Like, say whatever you want in your language. I know it's probably pretty derogatory towards me personally, but I don't understand you, so I don't care.
You're right.
But it would just be
Well,
nice to learn that and just like, learn it over 2, 3, 4, 5 years and get a really good grasp of what that language is. And then
Yeah.
just kind of head down. Like, I understand what you're saying, head down, and then just one day just come out when they see something really, really bad and say something back to them in their language
Yeah.
and go, hey, asshole, or sorry, I shouldn't be swearing on your channel. Or hey, you know, blah 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 blah, but and just be like derogatory back to them, and have everybody at the table just go, "Oh my God, this guy has known what we've been saying all this time," you know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just for the shock value. That's all I was really looking for. And I'm like, is it really worth that one or two times I'm going to get the shock value to put in, 3, 4, 5 years learning a language and being very fluent in it? And I was like, no, it's not. So I never did. I never pursued that.
No, it was good to learn. I mean, like when I was in college, one of the good things, a great thing about when I was in college too, and the friends I've made back then was I ended up having a pretty good coalition of international friends from around the world. So I have friends from Malaysia, Japan, China, Pakistan, Palestine, all kinds of places all over, Middle East, Far East, whatever. And sometimes we would learn, they would teach me some of the words and phrases. They're like, I can't remember them all now and everything, but we just, you have a chance to actually learn and kind of do some stuff there. And it was kind of cool to be able to do that. So I think it's fun to be able to do that. Plus, for me, I want to go back and start doing languages again just to piss off the Americans that can't understand what you're saying. So I don't just sit there in a fucking McDonald's talking Spanish to somebody, like watching an old guy get all pissed off, wondering what the hell we're saying over there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, and that's the great thing. Like I said, especially if you know a language, like even like I want to call them like fake languages. They're really not fake languages because they're actually a language. But there's a whole mess of guys. If you've ever gone to a Star Trek convention, and there's a whole group of people, and they all speak fluent Klingon.
Yes, I know about the Klingon.
Which to me, it's like I said, I classify that as a fake language, even though it's actually a full language. Like they have words for everything.
They have the whole dictionary and everything for Klingon.
Yeah, and they can have a whole conversation in Klingon, and you're like, what the hell? And that's a very specific, specialized language that you have to learn.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Like I like Worf. Why can't you tell me?
Yeah, right.
Banks don't even have deposit slips anymore. Your ID and money is all that is needed. Well, some of the banks don't even have tellers in some locations now.
The deposits. I forgot about the deposit slips. Holy crap! Yeah. There we go. We're showing our age. Deposit slips.
Yeah. Big Daddy now. Cheers, my man. Got over the gout, so I'm sipping a stout. Thanks, Rod. Yeah. So Big Daddy reached out to me earlier this week.
Cheers, man.
He was having a battle with gout, and he's like, I was talking about it a few weeks ago. Kind of did some remedy type stuff with them. Like that was on, I think Sunday, Big Daddy, and then here it is Thursday. He's already over it and telling him what he needed to do. He got right on it. He came up with a couple stuff that he found as well, and ended up getting right through it. Yeah. So now you're back in the game, homie. I'm glad it worked out.
Nice. Yeah. I'm glad you're feeling better, buddy.
He had gout in his big toe last weekend.
Yeah. He was like, it was coming on strong. And I told him what to do and kind of got him into some stuff there. But you got to hit it quick early on, and then it can definitely alleviate the time that you're actually down. But gout is the closest thing that most people would get to like a turf toe. And you have gout, you understand why NFL players will say they can't play with turf toe. I mean, it's just like you can't do anything. You forget how powerful that big toe can be. And gout can hit any of your joints, but the toe is common. That big toe is an important toe. It's like the pinky toe. It's like the middle toe. That big toe is handling some things. Yeah,
for sure. That's awesome. But hey, man, glad you're feeling better. I've never had gout, but I know people who have had it, and I don't want any part of that whatsoever.
Yeah. That's why you got to regulate, you moderate, you drink beer, you hydrate, make sure you're drinking waters in there, you're eating red meat, make sure you're balancing out, because red meat, shellfish, beer, any type of alcohol, those kind of things can lead into more of the purees in your body. But eat things like cherries and oranges to kind of clean your body out. And it's like the old NBC commercial down here. The more you know, just the more you know.
Right. So I should probably do that, considering my wife made me a delicious 17-pound prime rib for dinner.
Did Todd just put up what I thought he put up? Yes, he did.
What is that, Todd? I can't read
it.
Todd, I got one thing to say to you.
Oh.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
Oh, Todd's breaking up the will of Todd. So give it up to Todd for that.
Find out. Hey, there you go.
How that actually goes.
I gotta make up for last week, so
Yeah. Well, while you pour that, I'm gonna get me some maple beer so I can share.
Yes, sir. Get yourself some maple beer. God damn. I can't wait to hear about this one.
Wait, make it say A. A?
That's right. That's right. So that Lagunitas, the only Lagunitas I can get up here is just their IPA, which I've had. I don't mind it. It's a pretty decent IPA.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, like I can't wait to. I'm hoping to go down actually to Florida at the end of this month to go see Dave from Dave's TV, and I think Brian the Beer Snob is going to meet us down there.
Okay, cool.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ship a bunch of beers down to Dave's house because I don't want to check a bag because to check a bag it's like $100 to check a bag now, right? So I'm just going to bring like a knapsack because I'm only going to need like a couple pairs of shorts and a t-shirt to go down there. But so I'm going to ship.
Can we actually ship stuff from here to you guys and make it beer, or no? Would they check it and be like, no, you can't?
I have never had a problem. Like I've had Brian ship stuff up from Georgia. I've had Dave ship up stuff from Florida, and I've never had a problem. But you can't put I'm shipping him up beer. You have to be creative.
You can't do that either. But you're not technically supposed to. But you do, and you don't have no problem with it. But I don't know if like crossing the border, if they actually like look through that and make open it up and check it out to make sure you're not sending something you shouldn't be sending, or
right
outside of beer, something.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I've never had a problem. Anytime I've sent anything to anybody, it's gotten there no problem.
Okay.
Anytime the guys have sent me up stuff, it's never been a problem. We're bound to eventually get some guy who's going to check it and go, "Oh, you can't have this."
Well,
and then he takes it home and drinks the 8 beers that I've sent down to Dave.
Right.
So I'm out, whatever the hell it is, $30 or something like that.
Like if I see it, if I can find this around town again, it's like I'll pick some up and send it to you if I can find it.
Oh, for sure, that'd be great. Yeah, I guess it
goes off shelves pretty damn fast here. I don't know about where Rod's at, but can you get there, Rod?
Well, I haven't got the well ties yet. I'm hoping this weekend.
Okay.
But
for sure, yeah. Let me know, Todd. For sure, I would be more than happy to get that, and then I'll have your address, and I can send you down some quality Canadian beers.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
More of the wonders of Vanessa. She was a teacher assistant in a Chinese school in Fort Worth for 2 summers, so she helped to teach Chinese. So
I'm like not even shocked by anything she says anymore. Like that's how just
no kidding.
How in high regard.
Oh, there we go. We lost Shane there. Oops. There we go.
Oh,
you disappeared.
Oh, there I am.
Now I'm on top again, Shane. Now I'm on top.
There you go. Now you're good. Yeah, it gets to a point like if Vanessa came up and said, "Hey, you know what? I was there to sign the Declaration of Independence," I would believe her.
Yeah. Well, she might have a time machine. She may have been.
No doubt.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And Vanessa's saying Trekkie for many decades. I'm excited about that. I'm a more of a next generation Trekkie than anything else. But I was an original series guy, but next generation I really love.
I was more Star Trek than Star Wars. Still am. So.
Oh, me too. For sure. Yeah. Me too.
I like next generation, but I like Deep Space Nine.
That was okay.
I like the original. I like Next Generation.
I remember as a kid growing up, my dad used to love Star Trek, and you watch the old, William Shatner or whatever back in the days. Like,
me too.
Every Sunday, that's what it was.
I need to have another drink of this beer, Spock.
Well, funny thing is, like when I was young, like when I was a kid, and me and my buddies, we watched those. We had the Star Trek even set, like the little transporter room type thing, the action figure type stuff. So we were all into it. It's kind of like our question was kind of like why isn't Spock running things? So Spock was definitely smarter than Kirk was. So it's kind of like we always felt like Spock was getting undermined by Kirk. Like Spock should have been the one that should have been captain.
Yes.
So it's funny with the new series how much more Spock is kind of seen as being smart, even though Kirk, is still ends up taking over. But you're kind of like Spock's kind of getting played up more. He's kind of like just letting Kirk do the stuff he's doing, but he's kind of like I could do a lot more if I wanted to. Type. It's kind of like So
right, but with the new movies, I think they explain that pretty good, like why Kirk is the captain and Spock wasn't.
Yeah.
Like who are the new guys that play? And I went. Well, I know when they rebooted that whole series, and I went and watched the first movie. And being a big Trekkie, I had to go to the movies and watch it. And I went into that movie going, "There is no way I'm going to like this movie. There's no William Shatner. There's no Leonard Nimoy. You know, these guys cannot do this." And after about like 15 minutes into the movie, I'm like, "Oh my God, these guys are cast perfect." Like I believe that these characters are actually these characters.
Well, once I found out Spock got Uhura, I was like, "Oh, hold up, wait a second, Spock, the man on here,
Right? Yeah, like what happened with that, right?
Kirk, you keep
Now,
that green chick, you keep her."
Right. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but Star Trek was a pretty groundbreaking show, especially the original series. And
First interracial kiss on TV.
yes, that's exactly where I was going. Yes, with Kirk and Uhura. Yeah, absolutely. That was the first interracial kiss, and people lost their freaking minds about that. But I mean, we're going back, way, way back in the day.
Yeah.
Where it was like, oh my God, like, oh, and I'm like, and today it's like, yeah, okay, you don't even. Like, yeah, awesome.
No
you don't even think about it for it.
They knew if they could have had a chance, they would have tapped you. They knew if they had their shot.
Exactly. Like,
oh, for sure.
Yeah.
You're only stopping at a kiss?
Yeah,
what's going on here?
The show was pretty hot back in the day, so yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so I got a quick question for Vanessa. You can answer this in the comments somewhere. I don't know how big of a Next Generation fan you are, but if you're a big Trekkie, what was your favorite Next Generation episode? You can throw that in the comments.
You're going deep in there now.
I'm going deep because I'm really hoping she picks the exact same one that I think is my favorite. So
yeah, the Wrath of Khan was definitely one that stood out from the original movie series. I mean, Ricardo Montalban as Khan was just like epic, and it was just like,
oh, absolutely, he was great.
That whole Kirk Khan scream still lives like as a thing there, where people just remember that, and
right, just like Khan.
Yeah,
that was great.
And then, of course, you have Spock pretty much the one of the many outweigh the needs of the few or whatever, and he like gives himself up. Like it's just like you're like you can't let Spock stay, and you're like thinking they're gonna get him out, and they don't get him out.
Yeah, and that was great.
And it was like
that was
I mean, people were
that was good writing
when that happened. It was just like you can't just leave your boy in there like that. That's Spock,
Yeah,
who's gonna do the mind melt?
Like that was good writing. Like to kill off a main character like that, and then let people wait for whatever the hell it was, 2 years or 3 years, whatever the next movie came out.
Yeah.
And let them think like, oh my God, like Spock's dead. And I did enjoy how they twisted it a little bit with the new series.
Yeah.
Where it wasn't Spock that died and it was Kirk that died, and then it's Spock going Khan, like the same thing, but just the alternate universe kind of thing. I enjoyed the way they did that. That was really cool.
She stood outside the theater for hours in Alaska. That's dedication.
No kidding.
Big toe helps your brain figure your balance. Well, there you go. Big toe is important. Very important.
It is. Absolutely, for sure.
We always try to say we walk it off, but you can't walk off the big toe when it's hurt.
Yeah, no, right.
Maple have yet to find any. Vanessa.
In all fairness, it's like the 6th or something, isn't it? Like they got literally like it's only the 4th. Like we're only 4 days into the year. You got lots of time, sister, to get some maple. Don't worry.
The beer that I'm going to open up here, Vanessa, because I don't know if you were here last. I can't remember. I think you were here last week. I can't remember when we were doing it, but it's right in your neck of the woods. Well, technically, it's in Vermont, but the beer I'm going to open up here is one you want to get because this is a maple baby. Now, I can't do the other maple one because I only have one left, and that's for the review. But last week, Shane, I had the Lawson's Maple Ale. You know Lawson's out of Vermont.
Yeah, absolutely.
They came out with a maple ale.
Nice.
If you can get it, definitely worth picking up. It was pretty good. So I did that last week, but this one, I have a couple of this, and it's done in Whistle Pig whiskey, by the way. So just to give you a little wet the whistle and appetite. So I'll share that here in a second when I finish this chocolate volcano. Big Daddy says Voyager, best Star Trek, 7 of 9. Hello, Voyager. Voyager was all right. It was good. Yeah.
Voyager was, like, to me, again, it was okay, but I really hated the way they ended that series. It was like they're, in the middle of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, boom, hey, they're home. Well, how did they get home? They were like a billion light years away from home. And then the next episode, they're home and like, hey, this is the end of the episode. And I was like, that is dumb. But yeah, 7 and 9 was pretty hot.
That was the beam me up, Scotty.
Yeah. 7 and 9 was, but 7 and 9 really goes back to Next Generation too, though. right?
She's in everything, like Next Generation. She's in Voyager, and then even in the new stuff, the Picard series, she's in that as well.
Yeah, and so you got to go back. I mean, the Next Generation and the whole setup with the Borg was a great play during that series and everything that they had there. But I know the original still has a warm spot for me. But like the Deep Space Nine was something. Deep Space Nine was kind of interesting, just from one, you had the first pretty much black captain in charge of anything, but you also had the interculture of the different species. You had the casino with the what was this?
Oh,
yes.
Yes.
Ferengis with the Ferengis. And you had different other stuff. You had a bunch of other stuff that were actually happening. And when you watch the Star Trek series themselves, they take a lot of stuff out of the actual culture things. And people don't realize it because they're taking culture at that time and kind of putting it into this thing. It's almost like my wife still watches Doctor Who, and I've watched it from here and then over the years, but you can go back and still watch it now, and it still ties a lot of stuff relevant to the times that are actually happening. And it's not till years later that a lot of people realize it. It's like this stuff is actually happening, and they're just pulling from pretty much society things that are taking place. You know,
I can say I've never watched Doctor Who.
It's actually a pretty good. It's a pretty good show. I mean, I think it's the longest run show in any country.
I think
at this point.
Yeah, it's been on forever.
Yeah.
Forever. Yeah.
But the storylines, it can still pull you in it because she'll watch like some of this stuff, and it'll still pull me in when I watch it once in a while with her. But she watches it a lot more than I do now.
Right.
But it's pretty interesting.
All right, Todd. I know you're probably going to start watching some Doctor Who, Todd. I'm going to do one thing, and eventually it's going to make sense to you. Okay. My favorite series of episodes. I think there was 3 or 4 of them. Here it is. Okay, ready? It'll make sense later. That's all I got.
I'll remember that. I'll have to remember that for sure.
It is the best 3 or 4. I think there was 3. I think it was 3 episodes. I'll tell you, it has to do with the Weeping Angels. And those are my.
Oh, those.
You're right. That's why I did this.
That's the ones you do that because it's like they move, like you don't see it. It's like it's kind of it's almost like a what was I watching over New Year's? Like Twilight Zone type episode.
Oh yeah,
they actually do with those with the angels. Yeah. It's got a lot of suspense.
What does it actually play on now? Like the new episode?
BBC America. We get it like 6 months or a year after the BBC does over in England. So yeah. The only thing that we get on time, I think, is the Christmas episode. Then, like 6 months later, they'll have the series that ran over there. So, yeah.
Like seriously, Todd.
How long do you think it's actually ran? Like how many years?
Oh, it's been running since the 60s.
That's what I was thinking.
It's a long time.
The original was like, I think, 65, 66 or whatever when they had the original. Yeah,
probably. Yeah,
because I used to watch it as a kid, and when I started watching it was like mid 70s, and that's when, like Tom Baker, I think, was the doctor who was one of my favorite doctors to actually watch. It's because the way he did the roles and all kind of stuff, and then now just keeps building. They keep finding good stuff to write about. BBC has some pretty good writers. I'll give them that. Like, and a lot of the American shows we watch are based off of BBC shows anyway. You know, we're basically just their coattails. Yeah.
No, BBC's their versions of things are way better than ours here for sure.
Right.
Cheers.
Yeah, but Todd, definitely look up Doctor Who Weeping Angel.
Yeah.
And there should be three episodes, and they're awesome. Scare the crap out of you, but they're awesome.
EB's been doing reaction videos to some of Doctor Who stuff. So if you check out EB's channel, I think he had some stuff up there too, because he just started Doctor Who a few months ago.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Trekkies, you must go to Facebook and search for Hall Trek. You can thank me. Hey, what's up, JT? JT's just lurking in the background.
What's up, James? How are you, man? Good to see you. James is a great guy, by the way. If nobody's met him, great guy.
Oh yeah, James.
I know him and his wife Liz took me and Shannon around town. 2 out of the 4 days we were there, up in Chicago visiting. Took us to breweries and all kind of. Oh, it was a great time.
Yeah, they're great people. They're
amazing. Yeah, they're amazing.
Super nice.
Yeah, we've all met James and Liz. All right, JT, I just saw the Hall Trek, so I'm gonna check it out.
I just wrote it down on my piece of paper because if I don't write it down, as everybody knows, if I don't write it down on my little piece of paper, I forget it. So I'm gonna check that out later for sure.
It's like memento.
So was that Shane Weeping Angel? Is that what it was?
Weeping Angels, yes.
Weeping.
I think I said I think there's 3, maybe 4 episodes. So make sure you watch them in chronological order if you can, because if you watch the third one, it won't quite make sense.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an entertaining show.
Yeah, like my oldest boy, who
Like-
is my oldest boy, who's 30 now, is absolutely terrified of stone angels now.
Yeah,
Because of those. Like
For that
if he
reason.
sees like a stone, like if we go drive by and you see like a cemetery and there's like, sometimes they have like the big elaborate angels and stuff. He's like, oh my god. It's hilarious. It's
Yeah.
hilarious. I get a good kick out of it.
Oh, now I'm
It's-
intrigued. It's like I want to go out and watch from day one, but I'm like, I don't know if I have enough time in a lifetime to watch all that.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
it, right?
I mean, I mentioned it's like Twilight, but that's like that's that part of the series, because I do remember that part being written more like Hitchcockian type thing. It's very Hitchcockian on how that one was put together.
For sure. For sure.
So how
You
would
go
I
in the
find
house?
that, like the Weeping Angels episodes? Like, how would I know which season and episode those would be?
I
You probably
don't remember
Google
that.
it. I would think you might be to Google.
Yeah,
it,
just
I'll tell you.
Google it.
Yeah, probably.
You
I put it on IMDb just to save it, like Weeping Angels, because I want to go back and watch just to see it.
Yeah, it's really interesting and a little bit creepy. And it's kind of like I don't know, like I tell everybody all the time. If you don't you to watch certain shows, you have to have an imagination in your head.
right.
Like I know a lot of people, like with the, like, for a great example is the Blair Witch Project, that movie.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
A lot of people hated it. They're like, oh, it was so boring. You don't see anything. You didn't see anything because you don't have an imagination. Like, you need to
Right.
get into the movie, and Blair Witch terrified me. It really did, especially the ending. The ending,
I thought
like,
I watched the
like-
movie. I thought it was great, and everybody's like, "Oh, this is awful." I'm like,
Literally,
"So good."
Exactly.
the
Really
Blair
good.
Witch movie, I would say of the more recent, and I say recent over the last 20-year horror movies that I've ever watched.
right.
That's actually one that I probably woke up in the middle of the night, like thinking I was in the woods. Like, yeah, I mean, it was very
Right.
good put together as far as what they got their $15,000 worth of making that
Oh,
movie.
for
Because I was
sure.
like, you wake up
Right.
for me and be like, freak out a little bit. So yeah,
Especially without nothing given away, if nobody's not seen it at this point. But like the ending of it, like where they pan around, and you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, like the end
That
of
was
it's like
brutal.
you're like,
Yeah.
oh Jesus Christ!
Like,
the
and that's
hell
what
is-
people are like. Why do we get to see the witch? We get to see the witch.
You don't need to see the witch.
Yeah,
If you get to that point where it's like, I need to see the witch to be scared, you don't have an imagination.
then you shouldn't watch.
That movie terrified me for 3 weeks after I watched it. Like Rajay, like, you wake up in the middle of the night, like, oh, and heaven forbid you try and go down in the basement when it's dark because you don't want to go look in the corner,
right.
and it terrified me for weeks. And
Yeah.
I attribute that to, I have a pretty good imagination, and I get into the movie, right? And
Like-
some people, like Todd said, some people are like, oh, this is so stupid. Like, there's nothing, you don't have an imagination. That's why.
It's like you didn't see the Devil the Exorcist, but it still freaked the fuck out of people.
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
Oh, right. I think you watched this. We just finished watching the what's the Edgar Allan Poe?
Oh, that was on Netflix. House of Rising Usher.
Yes.
House of Fallen Usher. And that had some suspenseful stuff in there. There was a couple of things they did that kind of made you jump a little bit. In that,
Did you
during
watch?
that series.
Did you watch it?
Oh yeah,
You
it was
watched the whole
good.
thing, right? So
Yeah.
we just finished it
Yeah,
a couple
yeah.
days ago. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah,
I
man,
was
there
actually-
was a couple scenes where you're just like, you jump.
At one point, it was like I wanted to keep going, and she's like, "No, let's save it to watch it another day." I'm like, "I want to watch it now. I want to get to the next
Yeah,
one." Yeah,
yeah.
it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
That's called House of Fallen Usher.
House of Fallen
That
Usher on Netflix. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like
Okay,
I think 8 episodes to the series. Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
it's really good, and it was like, yeah, the way it was all happening in each episode, it was kind of like it pulled you in nicely, and then the way stuff was, just the way they directed it and it was written, it was really done pretty good. So
It
I'm
was.
like,
nice.
that should get nominated for an Emmy. If they do these Golden Globe and whatever at daily these Emmys, whatever, like that should be nominated for something. That was really put together well.
Yeah,
Nice.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Like, it was really good.
I wrote it down on my list, so I'll watch it for sure.
Yeah.
No, you
Yeah,
totally
well, here in Baltimore, where I'm at, is like where Poe was from. So it's like, Erie, EB's wife. I sent her pictures before from Poe's cemetery because it's like a 10-minute walk from where I'm at down here on the harbor. and they get the Poe house and all this kind of stuff. That's why you have the Ravens because Edgar Poe was here. You have all these different references around Edgar Allan Poe around town, so it's pretty cool in that regard.
Nice.
But Dorito, cheers, my man. They didn't have enough dilithium crystals to power a portable radio. But Doctor Who can be tough sometimes, you know, the inflation's on. You need a dilithium. Big Daddy, every time I watch this beer show, the fan on my computer runs nonstop. Anyone knows why? It's because we're hot. We're like
hot.
Men.
That's right. Because you know what? Because you were watching the legendary Rod J, and he definitely will heat up your computer. That's for sure.
It's because we're Nelly. We're hot in here. But you know what? You got to be careful out there because of fires.
I know a place that's peaceful and quiet, a place where animals play. It's called the forest, but every year we start forest fires. A careless match or cigarette and poof, fire. Poof. So the next time you're in the forest, be extra careful, okay?
That's right,
If you knew it was me, would you have listened?
And now I feel aroused like Beavis and Butthead and want to go fire, fire, fire.
Fire! Fire! That's hilarious.
Oh, when porn actresses do PSAs, you gotta love it.
I kind of was the same voice. I'm like, okay, fire is a bad thing or it's a good thing? I'm not sure.
Redbeard, what's up, my man? Cheers, buddy. It's been a while. Redbeard, another one of our buddies up in Ontario. I don't know if you know Redbeard, Shane, but he does beer stuff on his channel too.
Oh, does he? I do not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write him down here, and I will subscribe after the.
Yeah, he's not too far from you, probably in Ontario. I mean, Ontario's big, but he's not that far from like Beer Patrol and all that kind of stuff to come down, like around Niagara type area.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely hook up with him. Thanks.
That was the PSA for Smokey the Bear. Smokey the Bear. Remember Smokey the Bear, Redbeard? I think you guys have Smokey the Bear up there in Canada. Yeah, forest fires. You got to be careful. I knew you would say that, right? I had to. You brought up about it getting hot, so I had to do the fire thing, you know.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, but you know what? I don't have Mal here yet, so I don't know if she's gonna make it or not. But she loves this PSA. But just in case you're new to the channel.
No champagne or girly drinks, we drink beer and beer and beer, beer, beer. No champagne or girly drinks, we drink beer and beer and beer, beer, beer.
So shout out to Mal. Maybe she'll make it here on the tail end. So
Let's hope so.
It's Chicago traffic. Anybody's been in Chicago, you know how bad the traffic can be. Well, Big Daddy, you know how firsthand. You're right there. So yeah.
Yep.
I was gonna do beer news. So I don't know if we should wait a little bit. We'll wait a little bit to do beer news.
Yeah, wait a little bit.
Into that, yeah.
All right, give me one quick second, guys. I will be right back with you.
All right.
All right.
But I tell you what, this chocolate
volcano. So
yeah, this chocolate volcano chocolate dessert stout, 10.5 ABV is going down. Well, I should say it's going up, blowing up like a volcano.
So who makes that one?
Heavy Seas.
Oh, Heavy Seas. Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you the breakdown on it. Get my Barry White voice together here.
Yeah.
Our chocolate volcano stout has been bourbon barrel aged for a massive eruption of delicious flavors, overflowing with decadent notes of chocolate and vanilla. This limited release brew will melt your taste buds with a lava flow of velvety richness. 10.5% ABV. Thanks, Barry.
You're sad.
No, it's pretty solid though. So I had the other non-barrel aged, and this one's pretty good. And that's kind of what we were talking about before. Like, do you have to do a barrel aged of a certain version if it's already good on the other version? And it's like, I actually did kick it up. My pants are tight. That was after my breakdown there, my Barry White voice. Yeah.
So do you like the barrel aged version better than the regular?
I'm thinking I do. I like the extra It's gonna
Oh,
sound big,
well,
sound bad.
something.
I was gonna say extra thickness to it, but that didn't sound right when I was thinking in my mind. So,
now you
and then I say the
you're
extra
like,
girth,
oh,
and
well,
the
say
extra
my
girth,
pizza
the extra
right
girth
now.
doesn't sound well either. But yeah, I do like it. I do like
say
it.
no more. Say no more.
Look, he made Todd leave the room.
It's like bigger is better. That's what she said. So
That's what she said. That's right. That's right.
Oh Lord.
yeah, but it's pretty tasty. I like it. It's pretty solid. So heavy seas right here, Baltimore. You know what's funny is I pull out the beers. I've done some around Baltimore, but I've done some from Delaware. But I'm still pulling beers from other places, like the Long Trail I'm about to crack open out of Vermont. Oh my God. We get Long Trail distribution. I'm just like, if you see Long Trail Brewing, don't even question it. Just pick up some of their stuff. If you see Burlington Beer Company, just pick up their stuff. Like they're two great breweries out of Vermont that I'm finding. I'm loving it.
Long Trail.
Speaking of Chicago, by the way, I just saw this news. Other Half just opened a location in Chicago. So Big Daddy, you now have Other Half in Chicago where they put a spot up there.
It's
There
going
you go.
all
Yeah,
around.
Afro Beer Chick went there and she said it is open. So now you can get Other Half, which is going to just take the IPA game. I feel like Chicago is going to be Other Half versus Hot Butcher. Those are going to be the two IPA driving forces there
See,
now.
that just makes another spot to go visit. Maybe this year if we go up there. So
Not that
Right,
far away.
for sure.
You're not that far away. So yeah.
sure.
no.
Yeah.
Shane, how far are you from Chicago?
I think it took me about 9 hours to drive there in the summer.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure. So you're closer to like the New York side or things, or no?
Yes, yeah, correct.
Okay.
Well, I'm directly on the other side of obviously Niagara Falls, New York, but I'm not very far from Buffalo. Like I'm
Oh,
like
okay. So
maybe
you're
maybe
close.
maybe an hour from Buffalo.
Okay, so you're close to like Joe, the Beer Patrol, then.
Yeah.
Who's in,
Yeah, because
okay.
he's right over there in Buffalo. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
Speaking of, and we haven't put the details fully down yet, but I did float about coming up to Niagara, and the wife is actually down with going up there because she hadn't been to Niagara Falls. So
Come up,
We haven't
come
either.
up, dude. Come up,
So-
man.
I
No,
told her,
If you come up, Rod, if you come up, I'm gonna fucking call the city and I'm gonna say, dude, you don't know who's coming up here. It's the legend Rod J. You guys need to organize a parade and get like some bands and have like a big week-long festival. Well, the weekend that you're here,
I'll
and
be
have a
there.
big
I'll
weekend
be there.
festival, and we'll call it the Rod J Festival. Never mind the
Rod
beer
J.
review friggin' get together. It's gonna be the Rod J Festival with parades and rides and a carnival and Ferris wheels and stuff. So, sorry.
No, before we went to Chicago, we were thinking about. I was like, we're gonna drive to Buffalo, Niagara Falls, stop and see Joe, come around in Canada, and come back down through Michigan, and
well, Niagara
Sure.
Falls, you going right across.
instead went to Chicago. But if we
But
go to
Niagara
Niagara
Falls-
for sure, like it's not that far from here. So we'll meet you up there. We'll do
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, well, I got to get the dates and stuff again, and then we can take a look at it. But she's like, yeah, I haven't been to Niagara Falls before. I mean, you know, like I said,
Dude,
she may
let me know.
hang at the hotel or whatever, but you know.
Well,
still-
I have this massively huge Airbnb that used to be an old bank, and
Oh,
wow.
the people bought it and renovated it, and like this place is so big, there is a basketball court inside the Airbnb.
Oh, geez.
yeah.
Sorry, I should clarify. It's a half court basketball court, but there's like
Yeah.
there's that, and then there's a ping pong table, and the kitchen is huge, and it's an absolutely fantastic space.
You
just
got
to
a
hang out.
basketball court, a half court in there. That could make a great horse drinking game.
No kidding.
Oh, don't
You know.
worry. We're gonna have lots of drinking games, and you guys come up
Oh,
for sure.
yes.
Don't you worry.
Sign me up. Well, we'll be there. Let's do it.
For sure. Like I said, anybody who wants to come up, like definitely let me know. It'll probably be a couple more months before I start, doing like, hey, if you're coming, throw me a deposit of $100 or something just to reserve your spot kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a great time, just hanging out in Niagara Falls. And it's going to be great, especially for people who have never been to Niagara Falls. I am going to dedicate several hours for like your wife, Raja, if she comes up. Everybody's going to be able to explore the falls and do their own kind of thing. It's not going to be all about beer because I realize that a lot of people have not come up here before. and have not experienced the falls. So I want them to experience that as well as the beer culture up here as well, of course.
Yeah.
So is it actually better from the Canadian side than the American side?
The falls, absolutely.
That's what I was heard. Is like you go around to the Canadian side to see the whole thing or experience.
Yeah. Well, because from the Canadian side, you can see everything. When you're on the American side, you're kind of, they do have a platform kind of built out, so you have to kind of look to the side, and so you're sideways looking at like the American falls, and then you can kind of see the Canadians, like it's way off. You can see it. I mean, it's not a bad view, but if you're on the Canadian side, you can see the entire Canadian falls, the Horseshoe Falls, and you can also see the entire American falls. Like you can see everything from one spot on the Canadian side. So a lot of people will come over just to get that view, right?
So we have our passports, so we'll go over to see that side of things. Like
sure. Like I said, you're more than welcome, Todd. Absolutely. Shannon's more than welcome. Absolutely.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it'll be a great time. It's a good weekend. Like I said, from the past 2 that I've been to, it's just so much fun. Like you get to meet a lot of beer reviewers, and I was saying earlier today I was on a live with Alan, because he's never been to one either, and you get so starstruck. It's really weird because we're all just average guys, and as much as I bug Rod J about being the legend, he's just an average guy. He really is.
Yeah, don't bully his ego.
Right, but I literally at first it was like more of a respect thing. Now I do it just to bug him.
Yeah.
It's just to bug him now. That's the only reason I do it now. It's just to bug him. He's a good guy. And he's very.
Because you like interact with people like, okay, it's on YouTube, whatever, blah blah, and it's like kind of sort of famous, you know what I mean, in the realm of things. So
right, like
YouTube famous.
But like I said, we all know each other. Like I know you, Todd, from this live. I know Rod J from this live. I've never met you guys in person, but when you get to actually meet that person in person, you're kind of like, oh my god, blah blah. And beer reviewers are some of the freaking greatest people I've ever met in my entire life. I swear to, and I'm not just saying that. Like literally, they're literally the greatest people I've ever met. They're super awesome.
Yeah. Well, the first time,
I've hung with you, a handful of times, maybe?
Yeah. But like the first time we met, it was like we actually,
the
first time we met, like face to face met, it was kind of like we known each other for years already. So it was kind of like,
sure.
Right.
Just like, hey, just popping over, going to do some stuff. And, it was just kind of, there was no like wall in between. It was just like,
right.
What's up? It was like, what's up, man? Let's go. Let's rock.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Kind
of like,
and it's kind of funny because you get kind of giddy, right? Because like, oh my god, like for let's say like when I meet Rod, if Rod comes up this summer, I know I'm going to be excited as hell to meet him. I'll be like, oh my god, it's Rod James, or and that's how I'll be, and I'll be like that all weekend, basically. And it was the same thing 2 years ago when I met Brian the Beer Snob for the first time. I was like, oh my god, this is Brian the Beer Snob, and he's just a regular guy. He really is.
Right.
And you're being such a women that are watching, don't hate me. I'm being such a girl about it. Like, it's like, oh my god, it's Brian the Beer Snob. Oh my god, I gotta get his autograph. It's so funny. The dynamic is just so funny, but it is such an awesome time.
It's kind of like when Mal and Chew were doing their brewery thing last year. They were coming down this way. It's like, hey, come to Louisville, hang it. You stay at our house if you want to, and they did. Yeah. It's like, come stay the night, and we'll take you over wherever.
Yeah, it's like when Todd came up, he like stayed at the spare room. It was just like, but it's like, he could have been Jeffrey Dahmer. I wouldn't, but it's just like, yeah, there,
and that's the best part.
When you play video games, and it was like, I gotta go bed because I gotta drive home.
Yeah, we played video games after the beer. I don't know how we stayed up after that beer. We drank a lot of beers. Yeah,
I don't have
right.
I think we stopped at 8 before we came back, which was a big thing. So yeah,
nice.
Yeah, but now you may have to hold Shane back on this one here. Let me.
What do I get really close? Let me get really close to this one. I need to get close to this one.
I gotta find the right thing to cue it up here. Let's see.
Oh, that's perfect. Perfect intro.
Yeah, we're shattering the glass. So we got Long Trail Brewing,
Awesome.
maple and whiskey barrel aged stout, done in
Woo.
Whistle Pig barrels, 10% ABV. So we're gonna crack
Nice.
this one open to kick back and enjoy. Oh yeah, baby! Hit it smoke. Give me the little Joe D smoke. A little bit. Give you the pour here.
Oh my God! Turn your glass for the love of God.
Relax. You only go halfway. You go halfway. That's what she said. Not all the way. Don't go all the way.
Just
That's right. Just
a
halfway.
tip.
That looks really super dark.
Oh, it's dark. Oh, maple.
Yeah,
Can I
that's
get
what
some?
she said.
Can I get some? Maybe. Can I get some pancakes with this? This is such maple in the nose. You know, it's too bad it's not like a scratch and sniff where you can kind of go through the computer. That would be freaking awesome.
That would be great. That would be, I would love that. I would love that for sure.
Mm. Now I had one of these last week, so if you saw that, you saw me talk about it. But if you didn't see me talk about it, it's got nice maple on the tongue, nice flavor, nice velvety, smooth feel. For 10% ABV, though, it is a little bit lighter than to be expected. But it is so smooth. Maple, a little bit of baker's chocolate. Nice stickiness in there. Lays on the tongue, sticks to the tongue nicely. Nice aftertaste. Yeah, I mean, it's solid. So I've never done actually Whistle Pig whiskey, I believe. But that has a nice effect to it. As far as the whiskey barreling, you do get that. The only thing I would say is I would like it a little more thicker of a body. I feel like with it's kind of the ones weird type things. You do have a nice roastiness in there as well, but it's almost like it's not as stouty as I want to be. It's almost to a point where it's more like porterish than it is stouty to me. Like, I feel like it's a little too thin. I feel like it should have a little bit more of a weight to it. But that being said, it is pretty delicious. It is a nice one. Long Trail Brewing, great job they do out of Vermont. I don't know if Vanessa's still here or not, but she's going to be looking for maple beers. This is their 2023 limited release. So this is out now. So you'll want to pick it up as you see it. I become a fan of their stuff. I mean, as I'm checking out more of the Long Trail, we didn't get it in Cincinnati like I do here in Baltimore. So, yeah.
Right, we definitely do a trade because now I get shit that you can get shit that I can't get here.
Right.
And I can get stuff that maybe you missed now. So
could be.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
kind of like, well, we do the same stuff. So is it really like, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I'll get like some of the Three Floyd stuff that you can't get there, and you're like in that state.
You're right. Same state. Like, what do you mean? Where do you mean to get those? Like, I've never seen that before.
Now here's the thing about that beer, Rod. So that's your second one you said you've had, right?
Yeah. I have two others.
So here's a guy who knows me, knows that I love maple, I love stouts. And he hoards two for himself, doesn't send me a single one. You know what? I'm done. I'm unsubscribing. Screw you. I'm done.
That would be like, no, I'm done.
I'm just kidding. I'm not unsubscribing to Rod. That'll never happen.
No, it's like I could probably hold something back there. Usually I try to get individuals. When I saw that and I was like, you know what? I was in Jersey. I'm like, let me get the 4-pack because I'm in Jersey and I might not see it in Baltimore. But
right, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But hey, if you happen to pick up another one before July, I know a guy that might enjoy one.
Yeah, we could definitely look at some stuff.
I'm just saying.
I need more stuff out in the mail because I've really got too much beer here. I mean, most of the beers I got are just singles, but I do have some other additional stuff, and it's just like I'm trying not to buy any more beer if possible. I say that all the time.
Rod, you've been saying it for like 14 years, so.
But I'm
exactly.
but I'm like, I do want to get the Willatize. So if Willatize is out there, that's one of the beers I want to try to pick up. And it's like, I tell people at the beer store, I go in and they're like checking me out. I'm like, I came in for one thing. Can I get a box for all these beers I got here? Like, they're like,
right. One thing.
it's like you go to the bar for one beer with your buddy. Nobody ever goes for one beer.
Exactly.
It's like one potato chip. You never eat just one potato chip.
You
You
just-
can't
yeah.
do it. You can't do it. So yeah. And it's like, son of a bitch. And I go to a spot where they always have these good deals and stuff. And it's like, why can't y'all rip people off like everybody else? And I wouldn't feel bad about not buying anything.
Right.
I wouldn't feel so bad for
Yeah. And see that's the one thing I love about America. You can go into a bottle shop and you can actually get like a discount bin of beers, right?
Yeah.
That you don't get that in Canada.
Well, they have
It's
a
like-
discount bin where it might be something out of date or whatever, but then they also just have stuff on their shelves they need to move to get other
Right.
stuff out. So it's like that lemon meringue beer I had, basically, the lemon tart. This
Right.
is good through like March, basically. They just
Okay.
had discounted it to $9.99 on a 4-pack from $30 just so they can get off the shelf. I'm like, you're dropping it $20 just to make room for other stuff you need to get in.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Just so you know that is totally opposite of what we do in Canada.
Yeah.
Like if the beer is $4 a can, if it's if it's 2 years out of date, it's still $4 a can.
That's wrong.
You're right.
That
Oh,
is
hang
wrong.
on. We might give you on sale 20 cents less. It's only $3.80. It's on sale because it's 2 years old.
Right. You're like, yes, I got a deal.
Yeah, 20 cents. Yeah, we
Right.
get so excited over the
I
stupidest
say,
shit here in
that's
Canada. I
that
swear to
basic
God.
$1.
You know, Shark, you're pretty much on that. Like, I really don't need to buy the word because I got so much beer here. But now, an upcoming video, sneak peek. So, Pinter reached out to me. If you're familiar with Pinter, they're out of the UK. They've been basically setting up these and I don't say home brewing kits. They're more like Keurig brewing kits. They send you all the ingredients. You put it in this thing, and within 7 days or whatever, you have your own beer, 12 pints per package. So
Right.
they reached out and they wanted to team up with me on some stuff. So you will be seeing an unboxing from Pinter in the next couple weeks or so when I get the stuff. But now it's like, I can make the beer here too. So I won't have to go out and shop maybe as much for beer. So it's interesting. And then for anybody that watches the channel, there'll be a discount code that I'll provide. But like I told one of my other friends, if they ask for other people, I'll definitely get you on that list to say, hey, check out Shane. He has a beer channel. You might want to go ahead and reach out to him. He's up in Canada. Reach out to Shark. Shark's out in California. Reach out to other people that I know as well, too. So it'll be interesting. So like my wife's going to be like, why do we have this here now? Like, well, it's part of the brand deals.
just deal with it. Sorry,
It's
honey.
what it is.
Just
It's what
deal
it
with it.
You've got a fridge in your office. Now you're taking over another part of the house. I mean, where is R&D? It's research and development. We're growing.
Right,
We're growing
exactly.
right now.
That's
yeah.
right. Got to do what you got to do to grow the brand, right?
Exactly.
Sorry, to ride those too many people, so they give me good. It's funny because like playing with Todd, like through the years, and Joe when Joe used to be on, it's kind of like I end up going to places and just looking into deals. It's like I went down to Annapolis last year just to go into beer store and find these deals on Southern Tier beers. Like I just have a nose for finding where deals are at a place. I guess it's just luck. But I end up going in there and it's like, oh, we got Southern Tier frosted sugar cookie. It's still good. We're doing like $5 a 4-pack. Like what? Like it's like
The rod.
and then it's like if I don't buy it, I feel like I'm doing a disservice if I don't pick it up, right?
This
Like
tells me you need to come to Southern Indiana and film it and be like the disappointment of the lack of markdown of beers.
I've joked around about me getting stickers made and just be like, when I go to stores and find these things, just put the sticker up there. Rajay Deal approved.
Yeah.
Just Rajay Deal approved. And
Yeah,
see if
there you
people
go.
start picking them up.
See, and this is why I need to move to America. $5 for a 4-pack.
Right?
I can't get $5 for a 2-pack in Canada, for God's
Me
sake.
either, Shane. Me either. That's a Rajay deal.
Literally, I may shoot a video next time I go to one of these stores so you can see some of these deals I see there, like, and just be like, look at this. Like, yeah, I don't make this stuff up. It's kind of like This
I'm
is
in-
where we're at here.
I'm in the
That's
wrong
crazy.
part of the United States for sure.
It's
Crazy.
like I moved to an area. And they're like, "Oh, Rod J just moved here. Well, we better start getting the deals out. Let's start getting the deals out there since he's here because he'll be by sooner or later." So
Shane, like
God,
you
God,
said,
God bless America. I
It's like
mean,
literally,
like you said, if
that
you
court-
go up there, the whole weekend would be Rajay weekend.
it's like the Mexican whiskey I
Right?
bought. I went to look at it, and the guys looking at the bottle. Said, "Oh yeah, we just got that in. It's pretty good." It's like, "You want to sip it before you try it?" We would like, "Oh, you got samples here?" He's like, "Oh yeah, we got a bottle. You can actually try it out before you actually buy it." Like, who does that? Like, what store do you go to? And they say,
Wow.
"Well, check out the whiskey before you get it." It just happens, you know.
So
That
Shane,
is
when you do that,
crazy.
then it'll become like a national holiday. It's Rajay Day. What? Who's Rajay? Like, it don't matter. You get a free day off work.
Oh, dude, we should totally do that. We should have Rod J Day, where it's just
That's
like
what-
cheap beer and whiskey and Mexican friggin'
Exactly.
whiskeys and
That's what I'm
If you're
striving
asking
for.
what Rajay Day is, you're not drunk enough. That's what I'm hearing.
I should do like a little Dave Chappelle type video declaring it Rod J Day. Like make a video for
Yes,
that. Yeah.
yeah.
right. We should totally do that, Todd. We need to collaborate and we'll figure out a day like hey July 29th or something.
Yeah.
It's
We'll send
Rod
it
J
off
Day.
Whoever
Yeah.
needs to see it and make it global.
That'd be
But one
great.
thing I also tell people, like if you're a beer tuber, and depending on what you want to do with your channel, if you're actually trying to grow your channel, I always tell people get beer cards, get cards about your channel, what you're doing, your social media links, blah blah. And I've
Right.
been in stores, I go in, and I end up talking to the salespeople from the different breweries, and it's like, oh, well, that's pretty cool. We exchange cards, and like, you know what? I got samples in the car. You want to take some home, and you can do some videos on them. I'm like, there's all kinds of ways you can connect and stuff. Like people are like, they do the beer channels, and they're like, well, we don't really make money off of it. Like, well, technically you do if they're giving you beer, you're not having to buy it. You're still getting something off of it, which is actually a
Right,
great way because it's not there's no
Absolutely.
tax type thing involved in that. But you put yourself in positions to succeed. That's what I'm a big fan of serendipity. I believe in serendipity. I believe if you're doing everything, the luck will find you because you put yourself in all the situations, and that what tends to happen. So
No, I will say that you have done that throughout the years for sure. Like you're in front of like, let me help you, whatever. Any way you can, like help
Yeah.
you. Me on the other side. How long have we done this, Rod? How long have we been friends and done this shit? I still don't have a channel, so
Over
you know.
years.
that's on me. As Joe was
it's
saying,
like,
that's
aren't
on
you
me.
with Rod J? Well, let me get you something. Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's just like stupid stuff. It's kind of like when Ty came in, and me, him, Joe, and Eric, we went to one of the breweries at Party Source. It was Braxton Labs. And so we go in and we're buying beers. And actually, Joe and him had been doing some stuff. You guys had done some stuff before I got there. And she knew we were beer tubers. So it was like we're doing stuff. And I was talking to her. And she's like, oh, we decided to get these bombers of Dark Charge at the time, like their Imperial thing.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Imperial bottles were like $20-something, right? And she's like, blah, blah, blah. She's like, she does it. And she's like, okay, that'll be like 10 from you, 10 from you, 10 from you. And like Eric was with one of the guys. He's like, well, that doesn't seem right. Like, I'm like, Eric, just give her the
Shut
money.
up.
She knows what she's doing. She gave us like 50% off on everything because we were like doing stuff for the YouTube type things and stuff. So she gave us a hookup of the employee discount. And it's just like those things when you're sharing those stories, it works out well. So
Yeah.
that was a
And
good
that's
day too.
That's a big-
that was a good time. That was a fun day.
Yeah.
And that's the big difference I noticed between the breweries in Canada and the U.S. Like when I went down to Vermont this past summer, and I went to the Alchemist, like they you say, oh yeah, I'm a beer reviewer. I do a channel on YouTube. Blah. They're like, oh, are you? Oh, okay. And they like treated you like, hey, you're like really important. Like I got treated like a king at. Yeah, I got treated like a king at Alchemist. I'm not gonna lie. Their staff was all absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
So I did the review of Heady Topper.
Heady Topper, yeah.
And while I was doing that review, like whoever the bartender was, he told everybody that like, hey, there's a YouTube guy doing beer reviews in our establishment. So whenever I talk to anybody else, they're like, oh yeah, we heard about you. You're from Niagara Falls. Hey, welcome here. Have this.
Nice.
Yeah. And so I did the Heady Topper, right? And I'm like, this is delicious beer. So I went up to the bartender after I did the review, and I said, he's like, how did you like it? I'm like, amazing. Well worth the 9.5-hour drive to Vermont. I said, what do you think is your second best beer? Because I want to review that too while I'm here. And the guy said, he goes, all the people that work here actually think that Focal Banger is a better beer than Heady Topper. I'm like, oh, so I said, give me a couple, because I had my buddy Matt with me. I'm like, give us a couple.
I've heard that too.
Yeah.
I've had that one.
Exceptional beer. Focal Banger. And again, everybody has a different palate. To me, Focal Banger is like this much better than Heady Topper.
Yes.
It's just a touch. Yeah. So
I've had them both, and I agree. I agree with
that. Yeah, for sure. So I went up to the bar. I'm like, like, what's your second best beer? He's like, everybody thinks this one's better. I'm like, oh, okay. I'll take 2 of those. We're going to review them too. And so he slaps both of them on the counter. I'm like, okay, how much do I owe you? And he's like, $2. I'm like, what? I'm like, each? I'm like, each? I'm like, each?
Yeah.
And the guy's like, no, for $2 for both of them. So literally, I took out my because I don't put money in my wallet. I always have it, in my pocket. And literally, all the ones are upside, and I'm just doing this.
Yeah,
like I'm showering this guy, and I'm like, yeah, you $2 beer, yeah, here you go. How do you like? I think I gave him like $25 or something like that for the 2 beers.
This is all yours.
You're not at Club Platinum, Shane. You're at the brewery.
I know, but I was just like, and my buddy Matt that I'm with, he's just laughing at me because I'm like, yeah, like, oh yeah, $2 beers, yeah, here we go, because that's just my personality. I like to try to be funny, right? And this guy's like, seriously? I'm like, yeah, dude, take it all. Like, you're doing me a huge favor. So we did that review, and then we went to the other side of the brewery, where like the bottle shop, and we bought a bunch of stuff. And I walked up and I'm like, hey, I want to get. He was like, oh, he goes, you're the beer review guy. And I'm like, I've never talked to this guy before in my entire life, and he already knows I'm a beer review guy. I'm like, yeah. He goes, yeah, and he goes, what do you guys want? And I said, I wanted like I took 12 Heady Toppers, a bunch of Focal Bangers, and a couple other little random things. And he's like, he goes, hey, we really appreciate you guys coming down here. He goes, there's a bunch of Alchemist shirts on the wall. He goes, pick out which shirt you want, and he goes, and pick up a koozie. He goes, they're on the house for you guys. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Pretty cool. Yeah,
that was great.
That's awesome.
And I'm like if Rod J, if you come up in July and you're like, hey, I'm a beer reviewer and I'm I got X number of subscribers, blah, blah. They're like, oh, that's nice. It's $17.45 for your 2 beers.
You're right.
They don't give 2 shits up here.
Whatever.
They don't care anything up here. They don't have that appreciation of the work that we do. Whereas I find the American breweries do. They're like, hey, these guys might get us a couple extra sales, whether it be 10 extra sales or 1,000 extra sales. They appreciate the little work, right?
And for sure.
You know what's going to happen, Todd, is I'm gonna go up there and somebody's going to recognize me, and they're like, oh yeah, you're on the house. The same thing. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so it's like,
oh yeah.
I shouldn't have invited you. I knew I shouldn't have invited you.
Hey, and you know what the sad part is, Rod? If you come up here and somebody recognizes you, like, hey, are you Rod J? And I'll be like, yeah, everybody knows Rod.
Like,
I won't even be surprised.
I know him. Like, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay. He's cool.
How could you not know Rod?
But I mean, it's a cool thing. I mean, some of the breweries definitely recognize that. But like I said, it's for me, I do this for the fun of it. I love the enjoyment. I love talking about the beer. I love meeting you guys, everybody I've met over the years, and that's what makes it the fun part of it. So to go out there and do stuff, they recognize the opportunity of being able to share their stories and stuff. So the beer community has been a great community. So it just has worked out. But like even when you guys went to Hot Butcher, when I went to Hot Butcher, I went there one night off of when I was up there for work, and I met with Dave from Beer Front and JT and Liz and a few other my friends up there. And we went there, and it's like, I expect to go out. We went, we had beers, went to go pay, and they took care of me when I was there as well. And I know when you guys came up there, they kind of set up a nice little place setting. It's just like, it's respect. So it's kind of like, it's an awesome type thing or whatever. Like, I never ask for that when I'm out there. A lot of times I go to a brewery, I'll sit there, I'll do the reviews. I don't even think about, asking for any type of thing. And it's just like, you go up there and it's like, oh yeah, you're taken care of. Like, what do you mean? Like, and it's like, okay, well, I need to tip you. And they're like, well, you can do like $1 and tip it like whatever. And that's like, yeah. So yeah.
$1 here.
Yeah.
No, here, no. They'd be like, you need something because if you don't carry cash, like in the States, a lot of people don't carry cash. So it's like, they got to charge something so you can put the money on top. But yeah,
oh, yeah.
So It's all good. It's fine. Like I said, I go to some place they don't recognize, and you just do what you do, and that's fine. Like I don't ever ask to be out there to do anything. So
For sure.
but Shark said,
Like
I
I
want to
said,
see your Pinder video and see what you drink that beer. Go like, well, no, see, you're looking at it like a home brew. Like it's not a home brewing type thing. It's pretty much going to be like a Keurig type thing, in my opinion. So they send you the kits, you put it in there. You're not going through, you're not measuring, you're not doing a lot of stuff. So I think it's going to be more of a just kick back, make your own beer. And they're actually got the recipes and stuff from actual breweries they're dealing with. So it'll be interesting to see how they actually come out. So I'm kind of interested to see. We lost Shane there, or Shane stepped away for a second. Yeah, I'm thinking Rajay approved stickers. I'm thinking just go
Absolutely. Yes.
Rajay approved deal. Just yeah. And
Just
people
to
like
see. Just to see.
yeah, people are like, who's this Rajay? But I like this deal they actually have here. I want to go to the store to sample whiskey before you. Yeah, I was surprised when they were like, yeah, like who's the guy that says no, I don't want to sample it. I'm gonna go ahead and buy it just blindly. Like
You're right, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, really? Are you sure? No, I'm good. I'm good. I'll take it. I'll just take it.
Yeah.
Today.
Now, granted, it's only happened one time at this store, but I got to say they won me over as a customer to come back and keep checking out their stuff because they were kind of like, I just under recognized coming in and doing stuff. And it's like, yeah, it worked out well. So I got lucky to fly this channel. If you got lucky, you might have been bad luck on that one, Shaq. I don't know. Shout out to Emerson. Thank you, sir, with the super chat, my friend. Appreciate you. And then if you don't know what Rajay Days,
I need to say something else so
your
people see me money.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Love.
so is that like should we call it the Rajay / pecan day? Is that what we're going with on that one?
Well, you know what the funny thing is, my next beer is a pecan beer, so it's funny that you mentioned that.
Pecan or
ladies and gentlemen, break out your razors.
Yeah.
Pecan or pecan?
Other people need. Oh, so you've seen people use that? See, I haven't used the pinner yet, so I don't know. So Shark is saying he's seen other people kind of maybe disappointed, but I don't know. But I'm like, I'm willing to give a company a chance and check out their device and see how it works out. So.
Yeah,
like I said, it's not like a home brewing thing. Like I've brewed beer before, so it's not like I'm doing the malts. I'm doing the hops and everything along those lines, doing the mash or anything like that. This is basically you get the device, you fill it with the water, I believe, and you put the ingredients in. You wait like 5-7 days or whatever. So to me, it's more like a Keurig. It's just like you set it up and do it. So
right,
we'll see.
Yeah.
At the same point,
like like a Keurig for beer, which is
yeah.
I mean, like when I brew too, like I only brew like maybe 3-4 times a year. But I enjoy the whole the 6 or 8 hour day that it takes me to brew stuff. You doing, like you said, doing the mash and everything else, and
yeah,
I enjoy that. I enjoy the intricacies and being able to change little things. Like I do. There's one session IPA that I do that I change just a slight little bit every single time I do it because I'm trying to get that perfect beer. Now, I thought when I did this last batch just a couple of months ago, I'm like, I'm going to change just this little teeny bit because the last batch that I did before this one was exceptional. But I'm like, I need to knock this up just a teeny bit. And I kind of went the other way. I'm like, I just knocked this down a whole lot. So maybe the last time I did it was like, that's, the sweet spot of it.
Yeah. I may get back to brewing beer again at some point. I mean, now we're in the apartment that we're in, and when we moved, I got rid of a lot of my beer stuff because it was kind of like we went minimalist when we did the move. And
sure,
I kind of miss it. It's a great activity. I'd rather have it like when I'm in the house rather than an apartment trying to do stuff. Plus, it's out of the way my wife, so I did brew and put stuff in the garage or whatever before. But
right,
it's a fun activity. It's a fun house, and then one of the things is kind of like when I started this channel. I had been drinking beer, and it was really my wife that inspired me to do this channel. But it was like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. So I got into it's like one of the things that if you're going to talk about beer, it's nice to get your hands dirty and actually know how to brew a beer and to do that kind of stuff too. And then, so I put extra effort into kind of doing that stuff. Shark says, well, see, the thing is, Pinner is similar to Mr. Beer, but keep in mind, Shark, Mr. Beer actually launched a lot of the breweries out there. I think the Stone guy talked about when he started initially, he used a Mr. Beer. So you have a lot of brewers that started out with Mr. Beer as their initial welcome into
Sure.
brewing.
Yep.
But I think Mr. Beer is probably more involved than what Pinner is. Because Mr. Beer, you got to go through and do the work and all that kind of stuff, and you can still do the different things with the malts, the hops, the dry hop, and all that kind of stuff. With this one, it's kind of like just open a package and put it in. So I think that's actually even have more stuff involved with it. So
Right. Well, with the Mr. Beer, I think a lot of that is like extract, malt extract brewing.
Well, you do the malt, but you can do grain recipes with it as well. Because I've done grain stuff with it too. Because you can still use that vessel to hold stuff for the beers that you're doing and make small batch things. So
I know when I first started, like that's what I did. I did the malt extract because, when I first started, I didn't know any better. So you start doing like the extract stuff, which was okay. But I find that the malt extract when you're brewing, it all has that same little taste in the background. Like it doesn't matter if if you're doing an IPA or a porter or whatever. It always maybe it's just me, but it always has that little homebrew malt extract taste in the back. And then when I switched to all grain and I started, doing that, I'm like, wow, this tastes way better. Not saying that the extract beers are bad, because they're not. Like if you make an extract beer, I mean, I'll drink it, and it's probably a pretty decent beer.
Yeah.
But for me, I definitely prefer the all grain.
But you gotta get away from the plastic bottles of Mr. Beer too. Like the plastic bottles are like terrible versus actual glass bottles. Makes a
for
big
sure.
difference. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I have done both, and I do prefer the glass bottles.
Is Charles Barkley terrible or?
Yeah, well, not that terrible, but it's kind of like you definitely pick up a difference between the plastic bottle and the actual glass. And it was like the glass bottles, like one of the things is like getting the label. Basically, you can recycle the glass. So if you take like water and you put in quarter cup of bleach, whatever it may be, however you're doing it, like the Sam Adams bottles, other bottles, you put it in there, let them soak. The labels just rub right off. You just recycle them back. You put them in the dryer, not the dryer, the dishwasher. Put it on high heat, and it basically just sanitizes everything. You can basically use those.
Now,
what, you can use a dishwasher? Man,
you can. If it has a high heat function, you can.
When I do my
I could.
Yeah, like when I do mine, I literally hand wash and hand sanitize every single bottle. I do.
Yeah.
Like I do it like old school, right? So like, I used to use plastic bottles, and then I started getting and then I got into glass and I was like, hey, this is a better beer. Mm-hmm. And then the one time I went into the brew supply place, and they didn't have any like the regular, like, something you get like a Coors Light in, let's say a Coors Light bottle, like that shape of bottle.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, hey, I need 2 cases of this because I'm brewing a beer. He's like, because I don't have any of those. I'm like, well, what do you got? And he turned me on to these little things. It's almost like a stubby. I think these are actually called a bomber bottle.
That's like the Schoof bottles.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So he got me onto these. He's like, he goes, I can get you 2 cases of these. And I love these bottles now. This is all I use exclusively now for my homebrew is little bottles like that. Yeah, they're great. Absolutely love them.
I remember one time, because I didn't want to go through the process of filling bottles, I was like, what if we're doing 2 liters?
2 liters of beer.
I mean, it still had the foam and stuff. Like, it's kind of worked, but it kind of like had the plastic, like you were saying, Shane. It's like kind of the plastic feel to it. It's like, I'm not
right.
Yeah.
Right.
But
like I still do use the
like individual bottles and capping them. Was like, oh.
Right.
Ooh. Yeah, I still had the capper and everything. I gave all that stuff away. I think at one point. So yeah.
Like I said, I do still occasionally use the plastic bottles, but that's usually only usually every year in like June or July I'll brew a batch, and that's specifically for my camping trip in September. So we go way up north, and I just grab the plastic bottles because we can just and those are just disposable as far as we just throw them in the fire, right?
I will say I do like this. I do like the swing top.
Oh, swing. Yeah, I actually. Oh, there we go. I actually got one. Look at that. Right, even within. Yeah, there we go. Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Swing
those
tops
are
are
yeah, I
nice.
like those.
Yeah.
These are great. I love these. These are awesome.
But one of you guys need to start a brewery so I can be a marketer for you guys and team up and market the beer. So I'm just saying.
Well, I mean,
I'm not
we
going to brew the
do.
beer. My background is sales and marketing. I can market the beer.
I've been thinking about it, Rod. So you'll be the first one to call for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
we
waiting
both
Go ahead.
we both do know a person that is looking at opening a brewery.
Yes,
eventually.
I would love to team up and be like, just handle their marketing and getting them in the spot. So
Yeah, for sure. That'd
Yeah.
be awesome.
they're aware. They're aware.
I can't wait. I can't. I really hope they open up a brewery one day because I will drive however many hours it takes to get there, and I will be
Yeah.
there for opening day.
Shane,
Yeah.
I just hope we're still alive by then.
Yeah, exactly. Well, hopefully it's in the next couple of years.
No,
you
I
know.
know. No, I'm just kidding. I was just kidding.
Well, there's an interesting idea. Use a plastic bottle to gauge the carbonation level when bottle conditioning. Well, there you go.
Yeah,
That's
You can
something
do
you
that.
can actually do there.
possibility.
yeah.
Let's see here. Well, I don't think Mal's going to probably make it tonight, so let's jump over to beer news real quick.
Sure.
It's only
Absolutely.
a few stories as we're into the first week of the year. Yeah, baby. We still got the high-tech graphics in 2024. So what y'all know about that? What you know about that? What you know, T.I.? What you know about that? Beer news. So let's just hit it hard right in the beginning. Beer consumption in America drops the lowest price of $18.99. Now,
What?
my view on this, there's various views out there. Some people are saying, well, it's because of the whole Bud Light, Dylan Mulvaney type thing, blah, blah. I think part of it, Bud, they did take a hit there, but part of it is we're in a change in time, as you'll see in a few of the following stories that I'll bring up here. I think that it's just basically we're at a point where we have a segment of the population that are looking at other options. You also have a segment in the population that just started drinking like they used to. You also have a segment of population that can't afford to drink like they used to because some people, even though inflation stuff's coming down, but the cost of craft beer has been hit a lot of people too. And some people don't want to go macro. So you're looking at different things that are taking place, and people are saying, well, maybe I'll get wine, or maybe I'll just get a fifth of old granddad or whatever it may be, right? So you have different things that are in place. So there are some concerns. You're seeing some breweries out there that are actually losing out, closing their doors, whatever it may be. But you're also seeing breweries that are still growing and stuff too. So thoughts on beer consumption dropping from you guys in the last since 1999? Anything that you're thinking out there? Things that you're seeing trend wise? Why this may be the case? Thoughts?
I'm kind of wondering like how much of that is driven by Budweiser.
There's a good
'Cause
chunk of it.
I feel like the Budweiser, say like Goose Island and other breweries that's under AB InBev or whatever, or whatever, Bush, whatever. Like, how much does that actually drive that? You know what I mean? Like,
When they talk about the Bud Light, but here's my thing: like some of the people that got off of Bud Light because they were all upset with the whole Dylan thing, a lot of them were still beer drinkers, so they just drank other beer. So
well, no, they went to like
Modelo, or they went
to which is still the same
Which is
company.
still AB InBev.
Actually not in the States. In the States, that's under Constellation.
Oh, is it really? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think up here it's still AB InBev.
Yeah. Now, if they went to Mick Ultra, that would be under AB InBev, I think.
Right.
If they went to some other stuff. Yeah, but it's so funny. One of the things got brought up like months ago, and it's like in the States, Constellation owns them. I guess there was something, maybe they had to separate them out because of, I can't think of the name of the act or whatever now, antitrust, but maybe that was the case. But yeah.
So where does like seltzers fall under that? Is that still
Well, see,
considered?
that's the other part. Seltzers is not considered beer; they're actually considered a different part. So people are drinking
So I
more
feel like that might
seltzers.
be part of the like digging into the beer part of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I feel like there's
Exactly.
way more seltzers now than there ever was for sure.
Yeah,
Right.
and
People
you
are
also have
drinking now than there ever was.
more of your ready-to-make cocktails as well too. So you're seeing a lot more on shelves, like a screwdriver or a Bloody Mary or margarita in a can.
Yeah.
Wine is now in a can for some people too. So
Yeah.
Right. And that's like Todd was saying, like it's just you're getting all these seltzers, and a lot of the breweries are doing like the NA beers now, the non-alcoholic stuff, and people are kind of turning to that because they're. I mean, this has been a trend for many, many years where people are trying to make healthy choices. I mean, I'm not one of them, obviously.
Yeah,
You know, and they're trying to, you're conscious about your weight or the calories you're taking in, so you're going to turn to a seltzer, or which is like a carbonated water. That's all it is. With a little, it's like somebody in the next room, going, lemon. It tastes like lemon. That's what seltzers are to me.
Yes.
Or like I said, the non-alcoholic beers,
Exactly.
and it's lately it's been over the past couple of years. It's been, to me, it's become a little bit of a fad. Like, hey, it's cool to just drink, a seltzer or a non-alcoholic beer, or and like you said, Rod, there's all the different options, like you get the Long Island iced tea in a can, and people are kind of going towards, and it's just a slight change. I think it'll eventually come back to the hardcore beer drinkers, and I don't personally, I don't think it has anything to do with the Bud Light thing, because guys that drink Bud Light, and whether you agree or disagree with their whole agenda, if you don't agree with it, you're like, oh, I'm not drinking Bud Light again. But you're a beer drinker, so you're, like you said, you're gonna go drink. You're gonna go drink Modelo or Coors Light or Mick Ultra or whatever the hell it is. You're still gonna drink beer. So I don't think that affected it a whole, like the beer consumption as a whole. I don't think it affected it a whole lot. But like I said, we've seen the trend, like Todd said, the seltzers and just the mixed drinks and stuff like that. And I think that's why the beer consumption has gone down a little bit. But I think it's going to come back.
Here's my next question: is how much did it drop? Like you gotta be talking about like 0.5 or something. Like it's a drop since 1989, but how much has it dropped?
Percentage wise, I didn't look at the percentage numbers, but I mean, going back 24 years, it was definitely a good chunk.
I mean, I would think
compared to what they were, but yeah. But you think about that. So you think about 24 years. You're looking at generational things at that point, right? So some of the older generation that may have been drinking beers, they're not, maybe they die off or whatever it may be, or they're more health conscious, they're not drinking as many, and you have a younger generation that are not drinking as much. That's why we're having a big boom here in the non-alcoholic market, where you have some younger people that are kind of more health conscious. They want the taste of beer, but they don't want the beer. So you kind of have some different things that are kind of hitting as well too. So I think that comes into play.
Well, the reason I ask you is because it's like, I don't know about you guys, but I've, like Bell's, for instance, like, yeah, I knew Bell's, but I never really drank Bell's for how long have they been around? 40 years ish, 35 ish, whatever it is.
Bell's was probably,
or not even Bell's, like Stone,
Well, I go back and I think it's Sierra. I go back to Sierra Nevada, and I'm thinking they were like mid 70s, early 80s when they started. I believe like, Anchor was mid 70s, and they were like one of the first ones. So yeah. So
that's what I'm saying. Is like nobody really thought about craft beer until the last 20-ish.
Well, really 2000 or so, because I can remember like in Cincinnati where I was, and not too far from Todd, we had microbreweries closing because they couldn't keep people in. People weren't ready for craft beer yet. They were still drinking the macros, right?
Yeah,
for sure.
So there's could be a part of it too. Is like, okay, so
yeah.
Right. Now I'm going to throw a little bit of a curveball in here at you. Here is another reason why beer consumption sales may have dipped. Because a lot of the states and a lot of places up here in Canada, like Ontario where I live, pot is now legal.
True.
So I found that a lot of younger people are turning to like marijuana and stuff like that, as opposed to drinking beer. I mean, because you drink enough beer, you're going to get a hangover the next day. with like marijuana. Apparently, you don't. I don't know. I'm not really a big pot smoker
That's
myself.
a very good point.
Yeah.
That's totally
Yeah.
true.
So I mean, everybody has to have. I've always been a big believer in everybody has to have a vice. For the three of us, obviously it's beer. You know, that's what we do. We have a beer to relax. Like, hey, I'm going to have a beer. I'm going to sit and watch the hockey game.
Yeah.
But I find the younger people are. It's like, hey, I'm going to sit and relax. I'm going to smoke a joint. You know, so I think that's kind of maybe taking away from the beer consumption as well.
No, it's very
that could be. I mean, we have 20 states
Very
where it's
valid.
legal here now. So yeah, I
Right.
mean, almost half the country can enjoy that, depending on the states. Like if you're California, you're one state, but you're like a certain high percentage of people too, because you have so many people in that state. So
Right.
that does come into play as well. Kind of an interesting thing. Shark has said beer choice supermarkets are limited to big. Well, it depends on the market. Like when I was in Cincinnati, and because you can't sell beer in grocery markets in Maryland, but in Cincinnati, you would have like your Buds, you'd have your Miller Coors, you'd have the different ones, but you also have your craft breweries too, depending on where you were. Like some of the markets would have taps where you'd have craft beer on tap as well. So it depends on the state, I think, where you're at if they're doing it. But the thing is, when you had Anheuser-Busch and you had Miller Coors and you had Heineken buying all these other craft breweries, they were controlling who you can see in some of these areas. So that kind of comes into play. No one distributes local breweries. That goes back to the state, depending where you're at.
So right there is a question. Now that you're there, which in Kentucky you can only have like beer and liquor and like say Myers,
Mm-hmm.
you have outside for liquor sales.
Right.
How's it there?
In Maryland, they have to have beer in actual independent stores. So
you can't have them both together then.
No, you can have like one of our chains here, like Harris Teeter. They have their grocery store, and then you can walk out of their grocery store into like a separate beer store, but it can't be under the same operation.
Okay. Yeah.
That's something that they're trying to fight that now in Maryland and try to get into grocery stores, and the restaurant lobbies are blocking them.
Yeah. So here in Indiana, you can have it. It doesn't matter. Beer, liquor, in the same, like Meyer, for instance.
Yeah, but your gas station, you can't have cold beer.
No, you're right. Yes, that's true.
Which is weird. Like you have to buy beer. You can't have it cold in a gas station, but you can buy it there. Which in Kentucky, you can buy beer cold or not cold, depending.
Shannon's aunt used to work at the liquor store for Meyer, but it was its own separate entity outside of the actual grocery store. It's like, what is going on here? Like, I don't even understand what's happening here.
Right.
It's like, we've got like the whole weird rules that we have set up.
Yeah, it's totally screwed up for sure.
What's up, Nemo? Cheers. The Big Bud and Miller distributors pretty much run a grocery and chain says you have to go to independent to get anything unique. That's what I'm saying. It depends on what state you're in. Because I can tell you, like, when I was in Kentucky, like we would get Bell's Too Hard in our Kroger. We would get like independent other beers like New Holland Dragon's Milk in our Kroger. It depends how they're actually set up there. So depends on the state and depends how they're set up for their distribution. But a good amount of them, you're controlled. That's why they were buying all these small things. They control that. If you're an Anheuser-Busch and you're like doing distribution, it's like you got a bar, you got 6 taps. Oh, you put on Bud, you put on Bud Light. We put on Golden Roads. You'll put on at the time 10 Barrel. You put on all these stuff are under the macro, and it's like, oh, there's a craft beer on tap. Well, it's technically under AB and Bev. You can say it's a craft, but it's not really, So they were controlling a lot of that stuff.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
So is 10 Barrel still a thing or no?
10 Barrel just actually got sold back to be independent again.
Oh, it did. Okay.
But they just got out of AB and Bev. So, but like your Goose Island is still under AB and Bev. It's always funny. Like when people are like, "Well, I only buy craft beer," they go buy the Goose Island, Bourbon County. I was like, "Well, it's not really craft, right? You know that, right? Like it's technically it's not. Yeah, but it's like you can't put an asterisk next to it. It's still not.
Go stand in line for 4 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the morning on Black Friday.
Right.
Now it's on the shelves. Like I was in a liquor store yesterday or Total Wine last weekend.
Yeah.
I saw like cases of Bourbon County, like the original, and then like the whatever the red label was. I forget whatever that one was, but
Yeah.
like they had all kinds. I was like, why are people staying in line for this? I don't think they are anymore, but
Yeah.
a couple of years ago, it was like for
Oh,
sure.
like Nemo says, their bud distributors sells independent stuff like Sierra Fiera, but every grocery store has the same craft. I'm telling you, it depends because I've been in some stores where they've had some craft like Great Lakes and all that stuff that aren't in other stores. So it depends on where you're at. You go to Trader Joe's, some of the Trader Joe's, they get some of the independent stuff in that you won't see other stuff as well. So yeah, it's all the distribution thing. It's all part of that 3-tier game they play here in the States. But
For sure.
away from the beer consumption. So obviously we're in January and people are doing the dry January. As I mentioned earlier, I was doing a few beers this week that you're seeing from Go Brew and non-alcoholic. It's not a full dry January, as you can see, because I'm not drinking non-alcoholic tonight. So I'm not doing it a full dry thing, but more people are embracing it. And you're seeing this not just from the non-alcoholic, like regular breweries are. So right now the beer makers are trying to offset the financial effects. So a lot of the local breweries and smaller breweries are being hit. When people go dry January, they're like, we don't have people coming in our doors because nobody's like doing it right now. So more breweries we're seeing are actually adding non-alcoholic beers to their stuff to try to offset stuff. Are you guys seeing some of that stuff where you're at, where you're seeing some of the local stuff? I know, Todd, you mentioned the store you were at where they have more of the non-alcoholic pitcher and stuff, but are you seeing breweries now like all of a sudden having the non-alcoholic beers?
I see it more now than ever did, for sure.
For sure.
And that's probably,
Yeah.
dry January or whatever is probably a big part of it. But
yeah,
right.
Because just recently, Sierra Nevada announced they were launching non-alcoholic beer. And I think that caught people off guard. Like, wait a minute, you guys are doing non-alcoholic beer? Yeah. People weren't expecting that.
But
like I said, that seems to be the trend going forward. Like a lot, like we were talking about earlier, like a lot of the non-alcoholic beers, the seltzers and stuff like that. And a lot of the breweries are catering to the people that are like, they know that some people do dry January. Some people only last 3 days. Some people last 14 days. I mean, I cannot do dry January. I'm not going to lie. I cannot do dry January. It's never going to happen. So if I live to be 98 years old, I'm not going to do dry January. It's not ever going to happen.
Now, Shane, it's funny, we were talking about before we coming live. I was asking, I was like, so is dry January actually a thing? It's like New Year's night's like 12:01. Everybody pops a bottle of champagne. So is your dry January over then? Like, is it?
You've absolutely 100% ruined it. If you have a drink after midnight, you've ruined your whole thing.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count when you wake up at
10
But the thing is, if you do it, if you do it and you stop drinking at 2 a.m. on New Year's Eve, can you still do a dry January if you go to 2 a.m. on February 1st and you're still good?
I guess it's all depends on how you look at it.
You know what? for me personally, if like let's say Rod says, "Hey, I'm going to do dry January," but he goes out with his wife and they're having a good time at some place that they probably paid way too freaking much to go to, and they drink until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right,
but if you go through, but if you go through the rest of the month and you just drinking, you're drinking like the non-alcoholics, you're not drinking beer, you're not drinking wine, I would give you a pass on that.
Okay.
I would give because
you would discount the early hours of the New Year's Eve.
Yeah,
night.
and you got to remember, my work hours are very weird. So what I consider a day is not really a day to most normal people. So I would give you a pass on, like I said, if it happened to be you and you said, "Oh, I drank until 3 o'clock in the morning, but once 3 o'clock came, I didn't drink for another month." Yeah, that counts as dry January as far as I'm concerned.
That's a good point, Shane. That's a good point because everybody's like equilibrium is different. Their time frame of night shifters, the day shifters, whatever, it's different.
Yeah.
Like
right.
The time of day is different for sure. I never thought about that, but
Yeah,
But technically,
exactly.
like 1201 is like you're in January, so is it dry January?
Well,
That was my question. Like, is it really?
well, true.
really-
But if you look at it and if you look at it in the aspect of like you go out for, like I said, whoever the hell it is, you go out for New Year's Eve. You know, you go out for dinner at like 7 or 8 o'clock. I'm just using you're going out to an event. So you go to an event at 7 o'clock. You have a dinner. You have some drinks. You party all night till 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, technically, you have not gone to bed yet. So your personal day has not started until you wake up at noon or 1 o'clock the next day.
No,
Depending on how much you drank, because that's how because that's how my day goes. Because I don't get home from work until about anywhere between 6 and 6:15 in the morning. So to me, when I come home, that's like my evening. So
It's your
sometimes
happy hour, right? Yeah.
yeah. So in the summer, especially in the summer, like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, I'll sit outside and I'll be drinking a beer. And the first couple of years that I lived here in this neighborhood, my neighbors would come out at like 7:30 in the morning and start their gardening. The Italians are in the backyard, and they'd be looking at me like, "Holy fuck, this dude's like an alcoholic. He's drinking at 7:30 in the morning." And I'm like, "No, dude. Like I just literally finished work like an hour ago. Like I'm just having a beer before I go to bed. This is dinner time to me." And I'm sometimes I'll barbecue a steak at like 7 o'clock in the morning out in the barbecue, and I'm eating and having a beer, and they're looking at me like I'm some kind of freaking weirdo.
That reminds me
it
of
all
a beer reviewer in the grocery store that used to do that. But never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, but like I said, it's just it depends. Like I said, if you partied until 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock or whatever the hell it is, New Year's Day, and then you didn't drink after that, I would give you that pass until 4 o'clock or whatever time you went to bed, because that is your day. It doesn't have to be for me. It doesn't have to be midnight. It has to be whatever your personal day is.
No, it's funny you say it because I said the same thing. Right? I was like, what if you go to bed at like 7 o'clock in the morning? After
Exact.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like that could be. It's like, does that count, or is that like I'm saying, like I asked Rhonda, I was like, what if you were to go overtime or whatever, and that's your normal day or whatever.
Right.
So
I would get, like I said, I personally would give everybody a pass because I understand that layover,
I feel like
as per se.
Pass anyway, just because of the celebration or whatever, so you get a pass. But technically, that was the question.
He's caught up on a technicality of it all.
Like,
yeah.
But technically, is it really though? Or did you already blow the whole month by a minute?
Yeah. Like I said, now for me personally, and this is just me, I work every single New Year's Eve. I work every Christmas, stuff like that. So I actually won't be able to actually enjoy and have that particular occurrence happen until 2026. Because that's actually going to be the first time I have New Year's off. And because I only get New Year's Eve off or Christmas Day off every 6 or 7 years, depending on if there's a leap year. Right.
Oh, damn.
So 2026, I think, is the very first time in the past 6 years I'll be able to actually have New Year's Eve off.
But who's counting?
Yeah, unless my work that actually gives me, I've had a shift bid in at my work because we have to bid for our shifts. I've had a shift bid in for work for Friday, Saturday off for almost 20 years. I have Thursday, Fridays off right now, and I have had for about 15 years. But I have not had Friday, Saturday off ever in my entire life. So I'm kind of thinking that once I get to that 2026 and I'm like, hey, I actually get to have New Year's off, they're actually going to give me a Friday, Saturday off, and I'll have to wait until 2027 to have New Year's Eve off. So that's what I have to look forward to in my industry. Yeah. In my industry, that's just the way it works, right? Hospitality industry, you always work whenever everybody else is off. That's just right. Yeah.
I actually cracked open my nightcap beer here as I go to the beer news. Central Waters, pecan or pecan, depends how you want to pronounce it. Kringle Stout. So this is a malt beverage because it's over a certain ABV, aged in bourbon barrels with that key word, natural flavors.
Oh god.
12.3 ABV. If you haven't had Central Waters, they're actually a pretty decent brewery. I come across them from time to time.
Very good.
Definitely recommend them. They're out of Wisconsin, which guess what? Wisconsin knows how to make some beer. I'll give them that. That's for
Yes,
sure.
they do.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
they do.
that's what I'm going to get into now. Checking the comments here before I get to the next news item. Shark was in a store that saw every variant of voodoo. That's a lot of voodoo because they have a lot of variants. So that's kind of crazy. I will have one. I guess in California, they say AF beer, alcohol free. Want to try Sierra Nevada's alcohol free beer, which is funny because we all say non alcoholic in the other parts of the country, I think. So I had to think, like, what is the AF? Alcohol free. There
Alcohol
you go.
free, yeah, right.
L. Smith's Speedway Stout even has a non-alcoholic now. Fantastic.
Oh,
Yeah.
no shit. Oh,
A
wow.
lot of breweries are doing these things now. So L. Smith, I remember reading about that. Sierra Nevada says that is a new trend. Well, even before Sierra Nevada, other breweries were kind of doing it. So Todd's got the Narwhal. Great stout that Todd has there. Sierra Nevada, they're kind of hopping into it as well. Whether it be an alcohol-free voodoo beer, it probably will be. New Belgium will probably have one out in the market too. The Sierra ones are really good. I like them even better than the Athletic, said Nemo. And that's how the Go Brewing ones that I've had on my channel this week, they've actually had some beating out Athletic in some of the competitions. They got a couple craft beer awards on a few of them. So there's so many different non-alcoholic beers. I mentioned earlier in the show, it's not like it used to be where those old Duels and St. Pauli's girl. You have such a wide variety now. And I tell you, some of them are pretty tasty. The Go Brewing Sour that I had, which was a blueberry and strawberry, it was pretty solid. Even Shane may like it. He hates sours. He hates them.
I don't want to say I used to hate sours. I'm very slowly coming around to them. I'm slowly coming around to them.
What if it was maple sour?
That'd be interesting. I don't know if maple in a sour.
God, I think I would be very conflicted with that one if it was a maple sour. Jesus, if you can find one, Todd, let me know. I would be more than willing to try that.
Toto will send it to you for sure. Like, hey, what about this one?
Maple sour.
This is not non-alcoholic, but this pecan Kringle stout. Oh my God, that nuttiness on the nose. Oh, that is smooth. 12.3. Why do I gotta work tomorrow? I want to sleep in, I think.
I know, right? Everybody should work a 4-day work week, 10 hours
that
a day.
It's got a creamy base to it. It's pretty smooth. I like that one. I'll have a review coming up with us on the channel, though. Yeah, supposedly took years to develop their alcohol-free beer. I'm sure they put the time in. Birthday is January, so no way I will have a true dry January. Well, Shark, you could. If you wanted to, kind of, maybe. I don't know.
You could, but like, don't do it, dude. Like, that just seems wrong. If you don't drink on your birthday, like, yeah, it's just wrong.
Emerson, shout out to you again, my friend. Thank you for the other super chat there. Appreciate you. And
Emerson, cheers, buddy.
Investigative reporter Todd cracks a story about Canadians not understanding time busting the New Year's sober theory. Canadians are filthy drunks.
Hey, we are not filthy drunks. We are just drunks. We're not filthy. We're just drunks.
Man. Emerson coming through with the super chat. Definitely appreciate you, homie.
For sure.
And if you drink beer, be proud about drinking beer. And just remember when you walk into that brewery.
Welcome you back, man. First of all, I would like to thank the many fans throughout this country. I admit I don't look like the athlete of the day supposed to look. My belly's just a little big. My hand is just a little big. But, brother, I am bad, and they know I'm bad. I want you at home to know my hand is touching your hand for this gathering of the biggest body of people in this country, in this universe, all over the world now, reaching out because the love that was given me, and this time I will repay you now. Love you.
I feel like you can't say that in a brewery.
Yes.
Where can you say
Yes.
that? That has to be in a brewery, right?
For
So
sure, absolutely, 100%, for sure.
that's just showing the love and support for the brewery there.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see.
swear you have some of the best sound clips ever, dude. Like they're awesome. They are awesome.
I was trying to get some more in, but time ran out earlier. But you know what? I'm glad you like them.
They're great. I love them. I do. I enjoy them.
I got this one just for you.
Uh-oh.
You like that? You like that?
Shout out to Kirk Cousins, who I think is injured still, right? He's still hurt there, but yeah. I was trying to work on some stuff before the show. It's like I got to do more stuff on the weekend to get prepared, but it's always great here. Beer news. So we were talking about non-alcoholic. So Brewdog, they're taking on Dry January. Not only are they taking it on with like maybe non-alcoholic beers, they're actually making an app and a special beer for dry. So again, you have breweries that are catering and seeing an opportunity with the non-alcoholic beer area. So it's kind of interesting. We're at a turning point here, and I think more breweries are getting on board that I've seen. That you got to acknowledge it. I mean, breweries are right now being hit if they're not taking advantage of it, where people aren't coming to the brewery for their regular stuff. So I think it's going to be interesting over the next few years to see how this actually grows out, and not just January, but during the course of the year, how many it actually grows out too. So like I mentioned earlier, I've actually enjoyed the non-alcoholic beers I had this week from Go. I'm going to have some more stuff coming on the channel during the course of the year. I think, again, it's a good way to moderate alcohol because despite what people may think about us doing the beer channels, we don't drink probably as much as you guys think we drink.
Right.
But those off days are kind of nice to have a non-alcoholic beer to kind of just sit there and have a burger or pizza or tacos or whatever you're having and be good to go. So instead of a Coke or a Pepsi or something.
Now, one of our local breweries we go to all the time, they have one. It's called Hop Water. So it kind of tastes like an IPA, but it's basically water with beer influence to it. And they put it on tap last year, and they still have it on tap now. I'm like, I should tell you something. Nobody's buying that stuff. Like, take it off tap now. Like, you shouldn't have it this long.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the market you're in, and there's some areas where it's kind of like they're not going to drink non-alcoholic beer, right? So you got to know what areas you're in and stuff too. And
no, I'm saying it's fine to have it, but just don't make the abundance of it to where you're planning on selling it for more than like a month or two. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
you make the small batch stuff to test it out. And
exactly.
And see if people are going to get
just
into it.
Do a small thing, like you sell it within 5 gallons worth, whatever. Then that's what it is. It's done.
I feel like
you should be fine.
I feel like where I was in Kentucky, if I went to one of the spots, like I used to go to like Buffalo Bob's, for instance, do videos.
Oh,
you're not going to put non-alcoholic beer in there. It's just not going to work as well. But here in Baltimore, where you have the colleges and stuff around and some of that things, I think it will work better to do a non-alcoholic beer in this type of area. So you got to know your market too. So if you're going to get into it, just make sure you're studying for it. But
for sure.
Yeah.
So do you think like the NA beers more marketed for like cans or at the brewery, for instance? Like,
I think it's both.
I think it sell better outside or inside.
I think it's both. I think they're marketing for cans if they're in that area, depending on what their footprint is, so to speak. So you take Sierra Nevada, they have a national footprint, so they can experiment with some of the national type releasing of their beers. Some of your more local regional places, they might just do it on tap to kind of get a feel. And then if it sells well, like say if Bell's did it, they'll see if it sells well, and then they might expand out of Michigan to other areas and things along those lines. So you got to know what your strength is to be able to actually do that. Now, some breweries like Go Brew, and that's all they do is non-alcoholic beers. They refine the process. They're national. They have more sales in California than they did in Illinois a few months ago, just because that fit more out there for what people were probably buying and stuff. And you think of California and Illinois, I think of California being a more health conscious state than what Illinois may be. Not to knock Illinois for not being health conscious. I'm just saying, if I'm thinking of the beach and Venice Beach and the workouts and the stuff like that, you're probably more in shape out there than you might be in kind of Chicago. So
No, that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Is like you can intertwine them. Like if you have a good like non-alcoholic IPA or whatever, intertwine with a alcohol beer in a
you could you put it in it.
You know what I'm saying?
It's
like,
a good way to moderate it. Yeah, it's a good way to moderate so you're not drinking all alcohol. You can still get that.
Right.
Sometimes, and this is one of the things I talked about in the interview when I had Joe on, it's like it's a mind thing too. Like you get off work at the end of the day, you feel like you want a beer to unwind. And this came up on Dave's Beer in Front as well. And you're thinking of want a beer. But you know what? A non-alcoholic beer gives you the same satisfaction of a beer pong. It triggers everything in your mind the same way of just kind of relaxing and chilling and kicking back, and you're not putting the alcohol on. And so when you get that rest in and you wake up the next morning, you're more refreshed because you don't have that alcohol drain.
Or like you said, Rose, like I'm gonna go out for lunch at work time and have a burger or something. And I want a beer to go with the burger, but I can't because it's alcoholic.
Yeah.
And then you can have an NA beer to go with that burger, whatever, and you're fine. Like
yeah, and that works out well.
How many people actually do that, though, you think? Like,
I think there's some that do it, but not as many as probably could because I think the knowledge is still growing for a lot of people.
I agree.
And like when we talked about like the stuff there on the live stream, it's kind of like you can look at the calories in some of these other beers, but the calories can be a lot higher than what you would get from a non-alcoholic beer, but it's all about the satisfaction in your mind because we get a craving for that beer. And you can satisfy with non-alcoholic and have lower calories, lower carbs than even if you did like a Mick Ultra or something along those lines. So it is, I think with the non-alcoholic, it's starting to fit a lifestyle for especially a lot of the younger people that are more health conscious and stuff that we're kind of seeing in all the trends, and the opportunity is actually there. So I think it's going to grow into more of a market down the line. And it's something where you might have non-alcoholic 4 or 5 days out of the week, and on the weekend you might have your alcoholic type things, or you might mix it in between. You might be on Friday night, let me have a non-alcoholic this, and I'll drink a regular beer this. I'll have a non-alcoholic this, I'll drink a regular this, because you have the non-alcoholic now that can do sours, can do double IPAs, can do stouts, can do regular IPAs, can do wit beers, can do all kinds of different things. So it's a matter of finding what fits you best.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And to me personally, I think that the breweries that do like the non-alcoholic beers, especially like in January for the dry January or like sober October, I know that's a thing now.
Yeah, that's another one.
I think they're really they're tapping into that market because a lot of guys, like you said, especially the younger generation, they're trying to drink healthier, eat healthier, because they don't want to be like, us old guys. They don't want to be like our parents. They want to have a better life. And that's what we want for our kids. We want them to be better than we were.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And I applaud the breweries that embrace that. Now, I have never found a non-alcoholic beer that I like. Up here, I have not found one that I like. I'm not a big non-alcoholic beer. I keep trying them every once in a while, hoping that I find one like, hey, you know what? This is a decent, IPA or sour or ale or whatever the hell it happens to be. I've never found one that I can sit and like, hey, this is a nice beer to sit and drink. Maybe that's just my geographical location. Who the hell knows? But I applaud the breweries that embrace that, and they recognize that, the trend is shifting, and you need to do that non-alcoholic beer or even a lighter beer. Like, sometimes you get like a Radler that's like 2.5% or 3%.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Radler because I think Stiegel's coming up with a non-alcoholic for their Radler too.
And that's fine. Like I said, everybody has to have their own. Like I said earlier, everybody has to have their own little vice, whether it be beer or any kind of liquor or marijuana or whatever the hell your vice is. Everybody has a vice. I don't care who you are. Everybody has a vice of some kind. But yeah, it's really nice that the breweries are catering to, like I said, the non-alcoholic crowd or the seltzer crowd, especially in January and October for sober October. And you know what? They recognize that there's a market for this because there is a huge market for non-alcoholic beers and seltzer beers and lower alcohol stuff, because that's what the younger generation, to me, again, my personal opinion, that's what the younger generation seems to be kind of trending towards. So you have to adapt to be a successful business. You have to adapt to the changing, your changing market. Like if you're, you're like I said, us old guys, we're in our 50s, us old guys, we're hardcore beer drinkers. We like our beer. But the younger generation is going to that, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll have the occasional like seltzer or non-alcoholic beer, but I'm going to go more to marijuana. And you've noticed over time, more and more breweries are also doing a marijuana
THC
flavored
beer.
or based, that kind of beer. And that is really, to me, that is a brilliant business aspect. And I've always said that about a lot of different businesses, like the industry that I'm in, the casino business. Sometimes they do something that's really weird, kind of outside the box. And at first, it seems kind of like, why are you doing this? Like, this doesn't make sense. Like I said, for a brewery, why are you making non-alcoholic beer? That doesn't make sense. But, oh, wait a second. Now we're getting all these sales because that's what the trend is going to. And I applaud the breweries that are embracing that trend and going, you know what? We can make more money. And as a business, that's what you want to do. You want to make money. That is your total goal.
Yeah.
So if people are trending towards non-alcoholic or seltzers or like a lighter beer, like a 3%, if you can make a 3% IPA and people are buying it in droves, keep making it. That makes total business sense to me.
Oh, for
and
sure.
I like I said, and I applaud the breweries for recognizing that and jumping on the bandwagon, because that's what's going to make you money as a business.
You're about regardless.
Well, it's funny because one of the bars I used to go to when I was in Kentucky, we used to go there like on Friday nights, whatever, drink. And one of the guys that used to come in, and he was, I don't know the right, like, I guess you could say he's like had a disability or whatever it may be or whatever, but he wasn't able to drink regular beers. He couldn't drink regular beers for whatever reason or whatever it may be. So he does come in and order no duels. And this was like back like 2007, 2008, 2009, around it. And it's like, for him, he loved to be able to be around everybody and talk stuff, but he couldn't drink alcohol. And I got to think, like, for him, here's a whole new market that's opened up. So before, you're not just stuck to old duels. Now you got like IPAs, double IPAs, stouts, sours, whatever it may be, whip beers, wheat beers, whatever, that you can now basically envelop because you're creating a new market. And note, for those type of people that couldn't drink alcohol, it's a great opportunity for breweries to bring them in, but also for them people to taste other things that were like the other styles that we enjoy that do have the alcohol. So it's a great opportunity. And I think the smart breweries is either adapt or get left behind, right? If you're in a business, it's adapt or get left behind. And a lot of breweries are adapting. They're adapting to it. They're putting non-alcoholic brews out there because there's an opportunity for it. And I think that market is going to be a growing market that you see out there. So for those that, and again, it's for those that like to have beers, that's fine. If you want to go out and like here, Shark mentioned the designated driver. Sometimes you're a designated driver. You got a crew you're going out with. You want the taste of the beer, but you can't drink the beer because you're the responsible party that night, right? Yeah. So here's an opportunity for you. You're at lunch or at work. You want to have, they're doing pizza day, but you want to have something that's not just your regular Coke or whatever. You'd like to have a nice IPA with pizza. You can do the non-alcoholic type stuff. You can do these other different things that are now available to you out there. You can't have beer because of some medical disorder, but you could have a non-alcoholic type brew maybe. So I think the opportunity is there, and technology has caught up to it where it's not just this cardboard type non-alcoholic beer. Now you actually have flavor. And so it's kind of great that that's actually being open up there. And like, one of the things they talk about is the beer mile, that people will run a lap. Like if you're going to track, a mile is 4 laps. You run a lap, you chug a beer. You run a lap, you chug a beer. But maybe there's stuff for the non-alcoholic beer mile now too. So people might want to run. And so you're now working stuff in there to help people get in a better fit type thing. So I'm kind of enjoying seeing the things they're doing with the non-alcoholic beer market. I see maybe from my background being a sales and marketing, I see the opportunity that's available out there for a lot of breweries, and they're capitalizing on it. So I can see why they're actually doing it.
So that brings me to the question: do you drink beer for the taste or for the feel of it?
I drink it for the taste. I like the taste of beer, especially with the
me too.
craft beer type style. It's not like back in the when I was in high school, was like I was trying to get the buzz on and stuff. I drink beer to sit back and enjoy it, right? So I want the flavor
Right.
and stuff too.
No, I'm asking that. This was totally a Shannon question. Like, do you drink it for the taste or the effect of it?
Yeah.
Because I feel like her and her brother drinks it for the effect of it, not necessarily the taste of it.
I mean, you do like the relaxing effect of it too, to unwind, I guess you can say at the end of the day.
But like,
yeah,
you'd be totally okay drinking like a NA beer.
but say like you taste
not
the beer,
feeling
like
anything of it, you feel like you're still drinking it, like a good IPA.
yeah. But I say like here in Maryland, right where we're at, so you could have a non-alcoholic beer and pop a couple of the gummies and just chill.
Oh yeah,
And not have that, and not have that effect, right? So you can kind of mix it up and do things along those ways as well. So,
no,
but personally, I like the taste of the beer. I mean, it's not like I go out and buy a beer and it's like trying to get the loaded ABV type. Like, I mean, I buy beers, I look at the ABV, it's kind of like, well, okay, I can drink one or two of these and be good to go, blah blah blah. But at the same point, I want that flavor to be there. I get this beer. I want to be the pecan coming through. I want to have that nice flavor type profile.
Right.
So I can kind of do that. Yeah.
Like me and my brother, her brother will go out sometimes, drink beer or whatever, and he'll drink them. He'll drink them as fast as he drink water.
Yeah.
I think it'll be like over 30% beer or whatever, and it was like he's done. I'm like halfway through it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude! Like. He's like, I'm here to, drink them to feel the effect or whatever. I'm like, no, that's why I was asking. I was like,
I think it depends. I think it depends on your setting too. Like, so if you're drinking it, just enjoy it. It's for the feel. But if it's like you're with your brother-in-law or your boys out in Vegas, you're probably drinking to get lit. So then you probably want the effect.
Yeah, but then are you drinking such a heavy beer? Like you're
not. You're not drinking like you're not sitting there drinking like 15% ABV beers if you're doing that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm talking like this was last weekend, literally. Like we went to like a very good tap room.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one of the best in your area. Like as far as they got like 20 taps or whatever.
Yeah.
Beers all over the place, and it's like and he's drinking like a 13-14% stout or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm drinking like a 8% IPA or something. I look over and he's fucking done with his beer already. I'm like, dude, are you drinking it?
Right.
I didn't say. I've said it before. I didn't say it then, but I'm like, I'm thinking in my head. I'm like, are you
just chill, relax? Yeah.
Well, exactly.
And Shane does the same thing. They look at me like, are you drinking a beer or whatever? I'm like, yeah, I'm not here to get drunk. I'm here to enjoy it, whatever. Like I just want it. The surrounding, I enjoy being out or whatever. Like,
well, Todd,
I can make it last for an hour. Like, I don't give a shit about getting drunk or whatever. Like, I'm not, 14 years old anymore. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
I don't have to do that no more. Like, I don't.
Exactly.
I can make a beer last for as long as you want to stay here.
Well, Todd, you met Shanice. I met Shannon. We know our wives are interchangeable in that regard.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like we'll go out and it's just like pound of beer. So we're like it's a craft beer. Like you're sitting there enjoying. This isn't Bud you're throwing down. Like you just sit there and enjoy the beer, let it warm up. It brings more it brings more flavors.
Yeah,
but it's like you don't sit there and swing it all back and everything like that. But yeah, I know
that's what I try to tell them. I'm like, I'm just here to experience, like, enjoy the beer and the surroundings, whatever it might be. You know what I mean? Like,
Thank you.
Yeah,
I don't want to drink 14 of them at $10 a piece. Like, I'm not here to. Go broke.
And that's and that's the thing. Like when we get older, and especially as beer reviewers, like we're not looking to crush 20 Coors Light in a night. We're not looking for that. We want a quality beer, maybe a higher ABV, and we only have 2 or 3 a night. We're just trying to have a good time. And 2 or 3, like 8 or 10 percenters, are more than enough for us.
That's yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right,
That-
and you're just trying to enjoy, and you want a good like I said, when I was younger, for me it was I still drink it like all the time. Molson Canadian, that's my go-to. That's my
Yeah.
go-to lager, and that's like I feel like having 1 or 2 beers and you sit and watch the hockey game. But you when you get older, you like that quality beer over the quantity, because when you're 20, you want to sit there and like, hey, let's see how many Coors Lights I can chug. Hey, I'm cool. Look at me, guys. Hey, I'm cool. I just chugged 36 Bud Lights or whatever. Hey, I'm super cool. But we're older. We don't need that. We want
Yeah.
quality and just drink 2 or 3 and just have it,
No.
because we still got that little bit of a buzz.
Yes.
It's the flavor, but we're also getting that little bit of that, that buzz or whatever the hell that you're looking for.
Yeah.
And that's what I enjoy about craft beers now. You get the higher alcohol, you get the flavor,
Of it, like
Yeah.
right?
experience,
And
It's
yeah.
just
it's
a peacefulness.
like you said,
kind of
it's
like
the
I would
experience.
get a nice stout, pop a cigar, sit in the backyard, and just chill. Like I don't need to drink like a bunch of them. Just chill and just
That's what
relax and
Right,
find your
like, I
balance
like,
zone or whatever.
back
Yeah.
and-
right, for sure.
But I'm saying,
Yeah.
like, one of the beers he was drinking was like 14% untitled art.
Yeah.
I'm like, you can't drink those as fast as you want to drink them. Like, he's about, he's like, why do you drink them then? I'm like, for the experience and the joy. Like, I want to see if
Right.
I can taste all the flavors they say they're in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, kind of like, I'm not drinking them to get drunk like I'm in 3rd grade or whatever,
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
you're not even letting them warm up to bring the flavors out at that point.
Right.
You're just
Yeah.
kind of just diving right in. Yeah.
And I love him to death, and I love going to drink beer, and I love, we share different, craft beers or whatever, but it's like,
Yeah.
Max,
I mean, if I wanted to get drunk, I just do shots at gym. It'd be a lot cheaper.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly. 100%. 100%.
Well, she does the same way. She'll drink, Miller Lights or whatever, and I'm like,
Yeah.
you ain't got to freaking down them to be. She's
Well,
like,
quick with Miller.
drink them. Then why are you drinking them then? Unless,
Wait, you don't want Miller Lights to get warm though, so you want to drink them quick.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
exactly.
Nemo says sometimes just crave hops, and there's no way to get there. Yeah, so you can experience some great feel of the hops with the non-alcoholic beers or the hop waters as well. So there's an opportunity for that out there. So being able to enjoy that. So again, it's kind of it is what it is. And Emerson's like, just drink water, nerd. So you can do that.
No,
because
sometimes you want that beer flavor though. That's the problem.
The beer flavor, right?
Right? Like, even if it's not an alcoholic, you just want that beer flavor. Just to, I mean, really, you don't even have to. Nobody around, like you in your group. Like, if you go to the bar and grab a non-alcoholic beer, and you're just sitting chatting with your friends, nobody else needs to know that it's a non-alcoholic beer.
Right.
But you're getting that flavor, and you're just being social like you normally would be.
Yeah. Yeah. And I got to address Nemo's point here because
that's
Nemo.
a good point. That's a good point.
Nemo, I'm with you on this. This non-alcoholic White Claw makes no sense to me. Basically, and he actually said another point down here. He saw it the other day, and I said the same thing. LaCroix. So White Claw is making a non-alcoholic seltzer. Why? I have no idea. Because
why?
At that point, why not just get LaCroix and pay $4.99 for the 12-pack or whatever the price may be? Because the whole thing with White Claw was supposed to be alcoholic. I don't know. They're trying to cater. I know what they're trying to do to cater to non-alcoholic fans, but like, if you're going to put no alcohol in your seltzer, then why don't I just buy seltzer?
Right.
Why would I want to buy your shit if it's like that? I can get blueberry seltzer, raspberry seltzer, orange seltzer, whatever I want from LaCroix. Why would I come to you?
Right.
This makes
you know what
sense.
You know what that does to me? You know what that does to me? It does this. Like, my brain just exploded. Like, that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
These are the people that buy it, and it's like, you know what Evian spells backwards? Naive. Those are the people that are buying this at that point.
Exactly. You're correct. You're absolutely 100% correct.
That is what it is. Like, you're buying an NA whatever for the label. So it makes
Yeah.
you look like you're drinking sort of a beer, but you're not really. Like just pouring a glass, and who cares at that point?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
it's kind of like, yeah, we're going to sell this, but we're going to take alcohol. Yeah, just bend me over and charge me $17.99 for it. Because it's like, why would I want to buy it at that point?
Right.
Exactly.
It makes no sense. When I first
Right.
saw that, I should do a video about that. But when I first saw that, it was
You
just
should.
like,
That would be awesome. You should totally do a video about that.
Yes.
I like if you do a video about that, Rod. I'm gonna create like 7 different accounts, and just so I can freaking like that video and just like it and comment on everything. Like, yeah, Rod, you're the man. Yeah, Rod, you're the man. It'll be the same comment every single like 7 times, but it's from different
I
accounts.
mean, it's like, what in the seltzery shit that this is like, why would I want to buy your stuff if you're non-alcoholic? What makes you better? Yeah, I can go on a rant on that. That might be a video project to do this weekend. But
there you go. Perfect.
Here we go. Mixing it up. Right, there we go.
Yeah.
It makes I don't get what they're trying to go for. I know what they're trying to go for, non-alcoholic people, but it's just like, why? Like, why would I want to buy your stuff and not just get LaCroix? Why not get some of these other seltzers out here? Because you're not giving me alcohol. And if you're not giving me alcohol, $17.99 versus $5.99, Matt says $5.99 is better than $7.99. I'm just saying, so.
It's so funny. I just got to interject you really quick. It's really funny that you call it LaCroix. You can tell you're not Canadian because in Canada we call it La Croix. Go ahead.
What a sad, the sad thing, you know what the sad thing is about that? I took French for like 3 years. But anyway, I digress.
No, you know what that sounds like? When you say it down here, you're bougie as hell, like La Croix.
I literally took French and I called LaCroix, but it's been a long time.
Where are you from?
La Croix.
Yeah. No, but I am with you, Nemo. That is some.
What I'm talking about. He knows like La Croix.
That is some BS from the highest BS. That's like what is I'm going to Crozet. What? You going to Kroger? Like Crozet? Like, what are you talking about?
Crozet or Target?
Target. I love Target. Target is awesome.
But away from the dry stuff, Trogs. I've become a pretty good fan of Trogs since being back on the East Coast. So they're actually tapping their once a year fan favorite Nugget Nectar. So if you are a fan of Trogs, Nugget Nectar is about to hit. If it hasn't hit yet, you'll want to check that out because it only comes out once a year. That's kind of one of their highly rated beers they actually have from them. So just want to kind of share that out there. And I've seen it last year, but I didn't get it. That's on me. As Joe would say, that's on you. Not getting it. but I will be looking to pick that up this year.
Is that on tap or in cans or
cans everywhere distribution is. So cans, tap, tap if it's at a bar. So yeah.
So I'm just saying we can't get here in Indiana, so
you don't get Trogs.
We don't get that.
I thought you got Trogs. I got Trogs, and I thought we got it at Jungle Gyms or in Kentucky. All right.
Well, that's not Indiana, though.
He's got a point, folks. He's got a point. So it's in the vicinity, but it's not Indiana.
Close, but it's not really.
It's close, but it's not there. Do you get Trogs, Shane?
It's funny. I haven't had Trogs until Wayne Allen from Bucks County Beer Views. We did a little beer exchange, and he sent me up 6 or 8 Trogs beers.
Trogs, yeah.
And they were fantastic. Like I loved every single one of them. He sent me the Naked Elf, the Mad Elf, which is fantastic.
We get some of like the Christmas Trogs.
You get the Grand Cru Mad Elf and the regular Mad Elf.
Not normal stuff.
They were good. The one he sent me that I really loved, I think was my favorite was the Lolly. I think it was called Lolly Hop IPA.
Oh yeah, I've seen Lolly Hop before. Yeah.
It was that was good. But all the Trogs breweries, and that was my first experience with Trogs, and I love Trogs just from like the 6 or 8 that he sent me up. It was awesome.
Okay. Well, instead of getting the White Claw, non-alcohol, get the Limoncello from LaCroix. The Big Daddy says they are the bomb, so save yourself some dollars.
Oh, there you go.
I love Limoncello.
Haven't had their beer in almost a decade, but it's phenomenal. Talking about Trogs. Yeah, Trogs is pretty solid.
It's solid,
None
yeah,
in the
for
VA,
sure.
but a lot of Trogs, none on the West Coast. Yeah, Trogs out of Hershey, PA, which Hershey, for me growing up in South Jersey, we used to go to Hershey Park when I was a kid. Love that area and stuff. So it's always good to experience some stuff from back there. Hop and Frog. So Hop and Frog out of Northern Ohio, out of Akron. They're teaming up with University of Akron on their beer, Zips, Hop, and Blonde Ale. So we have a lot of breweries that are teaming up with some of the college programs, and now more colleges are doing beer type stuff. I kind of put that up there just because if you've never had a Hop and Frog beer, you need to.
Yeah,
Because Hop and Frog is slamming out of Ohio with their beers they're actually doing out there. And I've seen them getting more exposure across the country from other people getting their stuff. Their stouts are phenomenal.
Yes,
So
they
Shane, I don't know if you get them up there or not for Hop and Frog, because they're in Northern Ohio, so they might come across the border, but they are worth checking out.
We don't get them up here, but I think that in 2022 on the first Beer Viewers get together, I think TK brought up a couple.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I've had a Hopping Frogs brewery beer, but I honestly do not remember anything about it because the name seems really familiar to me. So I probably had it, but I do not remember it at all.
Okay. Well, they're pretty tasty. So I would just say if people see Hop and Frog out there, make sure to definitely check them out, especially if you're a stout fan, because their stouts are off the chain. St. Louis breweries, they're helping with the Maui wildfire relief efforts. So for people, I mean, Tom, the beer whisperer, we know he's out in Missouri. I'm trying to think of other people around that area, but I kind of put that out there just because if you see some of the St. Louis breweries, some of the money going from them is going to help out Maui. And I feel like Maui's kind of fell by the wayside in the news cycle that we see, but they're still struggling with the wildfire stuff that happened out there. So just keep that in mind. If you see Shafley, you see Boulevard, and some of these other ones that might be out of that area, they might be having some stuff where they're helping out for that relief effort. Frederick County farmer growing award-winning heritage hops with Virginia beer in mind. So this was kind of interesting to me, just because he's in Virginia and he's basically a farmer, but they're doing more hop farming to kind of get to more of the local breweries in Virginia. I'm more surprised that more farming stories aren't being told, because I feel like with the evolution of the beer market, there's a great opportunity for hop farming, for hops and stuff like that. So
Sure.
I don't know if you guys see anything like that around your areas for hops and stuff, but I just feel like that could be a nice frontier going forward for a lot of businesses to be able to grow hops that different beers and different breweries will be trying, so to speak. So
Right.
do you
No,
get anything up in Canada with the hops type stuff? Do you see anything along those lines?
I don't think there's any real hop farms up here in this, like just in my general area, and I could be wrong. I don't know for sure, but as far as I know, hop farming is you need a lot of land for hop farming because those vines take up a lot of space. Like I tried to grow hops for several years here. They take up a lot of freaking space.
Yeah.
Especially once you get a mature plant and they're growing, like 30, 40 feet. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it can definitely be, but I just feel like there's a good opportunity for it with it. And
Absolutely.
Nemo's actually been to Hop and Frog Tasting Room in Akron, make great beer. So yeah, they make some great beers up there. And I wonder what Lance the Lush is doing now. It wasn't Lance up in Akron. I know he's been doing a car dealership type stuff.
Yeah,
He used to do the beer stuff. Yeah, some of there. Yeah, yeah. Lance the Lush used to be our guy out there.
That's an old school name right there. It's like,
yeah.
what's it? Swimming on camera.
I mean, he will fall asleep sometimes. Yeah, but what is that? What is that they call it when you fall asleep? He had the thing where you fall asleep at times. I can't remember what it's called now.
That's old school.
Yeah.
That's old school. It's like
yeah. It's like,
Was
Lance, you there? Lance,
narcolepsy or something? It was like
narcolepsy. Yeah, Lance would be out. He'd be like,
it'd
take
be like,
him off cam, because
no,
he's out.
he'd be
Yeah,
like his own thing and be like 45 minutes in and be like still sleeping. It's like, what the hell's going
Yeah.
on here? It's still the camera's rolling. It's like, what the hell's going on? I hope he's doing okay though. I do hope he's doing okay.
Big Daddy said we have Hoppin' Frog, super pricey. I'll try. Yeah, it's worth giving it a try. They have some really good beers.
I know they do for sure. Big
They
Daddy.
used to do like some of the bombers. I guess they're doing more of the Ford thing. I don't know if many breweries are doing bombers anymore now. I picked up the one from the brewery, but that was a 25.4 ounce bottle. But you don't see like the stacks of 22-ounce bottles as much nowadays.
Matt, you said that. I don't know that we see much Hoppin' Frog here outside of they used to do the bombers all the time. I don't know that we ever see them much anymore here, to be honest with you.
You can find wild Humulus lupus and some other hops in Northern Virginia. I had some in my yard now. Wow, that's pretty cool that you had some down there. Heck, you might be able to farm yourself out, sell some of the stuff to local breweries. I need to, and I mentioned this before, and Todd's always been on me about it, but I am going to bring back some hop videos to the channel at some point this year. I have made a decision to do that too. Other beer news, Flying Fish, I'm sad to say, they actually filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Flying Fish out of New Jersey. They make some terrific beers, but they were one of their breweries that are kind of like running into some issues there. So I'm hoping the best for them in that regard, and we'll see what happens. One of the coolest stories I read this week, and I posted it on my Facebook page and also on Twitter. Iranian woman uses brewery, which is back home beer, to connect with her family heritage, infusing the classic beverage with a taste of who she is and where her family came from. So she's basically in New York. She's an Iranian brewery. She's Iranian American, but she uses old recipes from Iran or in that area, basically. So if you know about brewing, you know brewing goes back to now basically 5,000 BC Mesopotamia, kind of in that Iraq, Iran type area and stuff like that. And the recipes she's coming up with are pretty damn cool, and some of the stuff she's infusing the beers with. I would say check out Back Home Beer on Facebook or on Twitter and see some of the stuff. She had a great video that they had done. I think it was CBS that covered her story. It was a YouTube video. Great stuff. And this is why I talk about why diversity is important in beer, because there's recipes that people are bringing that you wouldn't just get from anybody. Like you wouldn't know to put other stuff into things because you don't have that heritage to it. So that's the part of the what I call the golden era of what we're going through in craft beers, because so many people are adding so many different things to beer, which makes it even that much more exciting. So I would definitely say to check out her stuff there. And hopefully distribution, I think, is just limited right now for what they're getting around New York and stuff. But just to kind of see some of the different things they're infusing. If you're a home brewer, it might be stuff you want to check out that they're doing that you might want to incorporate into what you're doing and stuff too. But this is the fun stuff from covering beer and sharing these type of stories. And then the last story I have here, going back to BrewDog, James Watt says a story of the beer giant's rise may be turned into a movie. So they're actually looking at making a movie about BrewDog and what they've actually done, and coming out of Scotland to the brewery they actually are at this point. It'll be kind of interesting just because there are some questionable things around BrewDog, so to speak, that I wonder if that's going to affect them about some of the stuff they've had at some of their breweries as far as harassment and things like that. But at the same point, it's kind of cool they're making a movie about it, because I would like to see more documentaries about some of the breweries having success. Like I would love to see a brewery movie about Sierra Nevada or about Anchor, who was like kind of that leader out there. Just some of the different. I think that'd be kind of cool and an opportunity for that to tell more of the beer stories.
Did you ever watch their series they had, BrewDogs, when they were like doing?
That was on. I want to say it was like Style Channel or something like that or whatever. But yeah, I used to, when I was in New Jersey, my mom, where she used to get up in New Jersey on one of their networks. I used to watch that when I go up there.
Yeah. It was kind of cool just because it was like, had some weird, like, spit beers or whatever kind of things or whatever. Yeah. It's like, okay. we're gonna take like in San Francisco, have a net and make beer off the dew that falls in the reservoir or whatever. Is like, okay, that's cool, but
yeah,
that's some
I
weird
think
shit. Sure, but
I think a BrewDog documentary would be really cool, especially with the whole gold can controversy that they had there.
yeah.
last
That
year
was
or the
the
year
other
before.
controversy they had there too. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting because that kind of reminds me of, I don't know why I thought of it, the Pepsi controversy from years ago, where they were giving away in the commercial. I think it's a Netflix special on it.
Mhm.
It was like
they
the Pepsi
were
versus.
well, no, they said, like, you collect points to get certain prizes and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the prizes that they advertised in the commercial was a Harrier fighter jet.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And you had to collect, like, 20 million points or whatever. It was some obscene number. Well, this one kid actually collected the 20 million points or whatever the hell it was they needed to get the Harrier jet. And they said, no, that's not real. And he's like, well, you advertised it, and it didn't say, not an actual prize or anything in the advertisement and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they ended up doing a whole Netflix special on that. And the guy did not get the Harrier jet and actually lost in court with it because of the way, just the way it's worded. I'm
The
like,
way it was worded. Yeah.
because the lawyers were like,
The law.
did you seriously think we were going to give you a Harrier jet? Well, yes, because that's what you advertised in your commercial, and it did not say that this wasn't a thing. And after he started his lawsuit, they changed the commercial, and they had a little tagline underneath, like, not an actual prize, kind of thing. So that's what that reminds me of.
I want to watch that.
That's funny.
I can't remember what it's called, Todd, but it's if you look like Pepsi, if you search for like Pepsi Harrier jet, I'm sure it'll come up, and it'll give you the link for the Netflix whatever that show was.
Yeah,
I think it was
Cheers,
Netflix.
Shark.
Yeah,
we're not too far behind you, my friend. So cheers, my friend.
Good night, Shark.
Yeah.
Hey, have a good night, Shark. Cheers.
Dr. said on TV. I think it was. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never saw that one there, but that would have been pretty cool to see Sam and what they were doing at Dogfish Head too. But it's funny you mentioned that.
One also, yeah,
be cool. Yeah, for sure.
It's funny you mentioned that because it made me think of the HBO thing they had on the whole Monopoly game at McDonald's. I don't know if you ever saw the HBO special. They did a whole special like last year or the year before about. Remember the McDonald's Monopoly game?
Where it's kind of a farce.
Yeah, it was a whole scam where basically people that were working in McDonald's were taking out the stuff that you needed to actually win. So it was like you could never win the full. It was like a whole scam type thing that was being done, but it was done from the inside.
Because they were
Yeah. They
really?
The whole thing about it. Yeah, so it was like people were playing the Monopoly game for McDonald's, but could never win. Because all the pieces weren't being put out there because people inside were basically running a scam for them to actually try to win it. It was really weird. Like nobody ever won the Monopoly game because of the people inside were doing stuff. So, yeah.
Right. Now you say is like you've never seen anything where everybody won the grand prize. Like it was never announced. Like there was never anybody that won that. So that makes sense. Like okay.
Yeah, that whole thing was all corrupt. Nemo said McKellar. Cool series too, but in Danish, they made a cool documentary called okay. McKellar makes some fantastic beers. So anybody, if you can get McKellar, I definitely recommend them.
Weren't they brothers, McKellar and
Evil Twin?
Evil Twin, yeah.
Yeah, they're brother. One brother runs McKellar, one brother runs Evil Twin.
Yeah.
Two pretty good beer chains. So yeah.
I don't know that we get either one of those here now, to be honest with you.
I get limited Evil Twin where I'm at now. I used to get more when I used to get it in Kentucky. McKellar, I used to get more, I think, in Kentucky as well. Distribution is just so screwed up in the state.
No, it is.
Just like
we used to get them all the time, but I don't know. Now she says, like, I don't think I see them anymore.
The McKellar might be on YouTube, Nemo said, in English subtitles. Okay. Yeah. No, but they make some fantastic beers as well. But this has been fun. I haven't drank since last Thursday, but I'm feeling it tonight for sure. So,
Well, your whole body has had a week to adjust. That's the
yeah,
problem.
yeah. I mean, usually during the week, I don't really drink as much anyway until like Thursday, and I'll drink
Sure.
tonight. And I'll drink maybe a couple Friday or Saturday or something. But usually
Right.
during the week, I'm working out and doing everything else. So, but no, it's good. But
All
I'm gonna
right.
tell you, Central Waters pecan Kringle Stout
Or pecan.
or pecan 12.3 New Jersey
No, you said it right the first time.
as a
Yeah,
nightcap.
right, pecan.
As a
Yeah.
nightcap, this is some good stuff. Central Waters, I don't see them a lot here, but I see them when they go up north. And I know Big Daddy, not Big Daddy, but Big Daddy Porter, he actually gets Central Waters. They are really good.
We get them here sometimes. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
really good.
And it's funny, like you said earlier, Rod J. It's actually surprising. Like people think that, like you, as beer reviewers, we drink all the time, and we
Mhm.
don't. Like we do,
Yeah.
we do our episodes. We do the live stream stuff. I guess we have a couple of beers with the guys, but people think we drink all the time, and I don't. Like I'm seriously like I drink Thursday nights. It's my night off. I usually I try and hop onto your live. I have my Friday night live. And that's about it. Like I really don't drink from Saturday until Wednesday. I usually don't even have a beer. It's
Yeah.
really weird.
Shane, it's funny you say that because man was like, "You drink all the time, don't you?" I'm like, "No. Why would you say that?" She's like, "Well, you're always doing this, this, this." I'm like, "I drink like 2, maybe 3 days a week."
Right?
Maybe.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like,
And that's
I drink every day. I'm like, no, I don't even drink Monday through
Yeah.
maybe like Thursday
Right.
sometimes. Maybe.
He probably tells his aunt it's Rodney's fault, probably. So
Yeah, dude, it's like, talk to Rajay about this shit. It's
Yeah.
his fault.
But you know what the funny thing is? It's like if somebody asks me, it's like, no, it's like, Thursday we're drinking. But you know what? Like, I may have one on Friday or two or maybe Saturday, but most of the time on the weekend, guess what I'm doing? I'm editing. I'm setting up videos for the next week.
You don't have time.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
I don't
yeah.
have that excuse, but
No, but it's the same thing for you, Todd. Like people will see us on we're doing beer reviews or on a beer review channel. Like you come on Rod J's channel every week, and people just automatically assume that you drink all the time, and we don't.
Right.
Like
yeah.
sometimes we'll do 2 or 3 videos a week, but yeah, we recorded 2 or 3 of those videos in one day.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the week we don't drink. Like we don't drink as much as everybody thinks we do. Like we're not having 4 or 5 or 6 beers every single day like everybody thinks we do.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Which is why I don't do like a full dry January. It's like I don't need a whole month off. I don't drink enough to have to declare.
Exactly.
Right.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, because we're just at the beginning of January, and you're probably only going to have 3 or 4 or 5 beers through the whole month.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Like really, you do
that.
Okay, but you do your 3, 4, 5 beer reviews, and then you have a couple on the side. But
yeah.
You're not drinking every single day like 5 beers a day like everybody thinks we do.
Yeah. It's like no, and it's and I see some people that actually do that, but I'm like, we get older, we get wiser, so we're kind of like we moderate stuff, we kind of look at things, and
for sure.
Like I said, for me, getting back into the gym has been a great thing. Where it's kind of like I don't have a desire to drink as much of the stuff, but going into now doing the go type beers, I'll probably drink some more non-alcoholic. The non-alcoholic thing is always like, well, I'm paying for the amount of a regular alcoholic beer, so why don't get that? Like, but that's a mindset, right? So it's kind of like you got to get through that mindset of just saying, okay, they still use beer ingredients, but you're cutting the alcohol, so they're still putting the work in. You can't really compare it versus the beer type thing. So I kind of like. I will say I kind of like this first week of doing non-alcoholic and feeling refreshed and stuff. So yeah,
except for today.
Except for today. We'll see how tomorrow morning comes around. Tomorrow morning, I'm like, I need a sausage biscuit stat.
Exactly.
And that goes back to questions like, do you drink for the taste or for the effect of it? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So you do an NA beer that's quality, and be just fine. Like, who cares?
It's a good taste, yeah.
You still feel like you're drinking a beer, but without the effects.
Yeah.
Again, I've never found an NA beer that I can drink more than one of, like ever. And maybe that's just maybe that's just my area. Like I don't know
Well, I
if
think
maybe
that's
Canada
changing too.
Doesn't have good beers.
I think with some of the NA stuff we're seeing, I think that's changing for a lot of people though too. So it's a matter of you may not have enough there, but now I think you're going to see stuff start coming in, whether it's from the American side or maybe the Canadian side. I think breweries are realizing they have to cater to that.
Sure.
No,
Now I did notice a week or two ago that Guinness does a
Yeah.
zero alcohol Guinness stout. Now I'm not anybody who's ever watched my channel. I'm not a fan of Guinness. I think it's too thin. There's not enough body to it for me personally. And again, that's just me. But I'm kind of intrigued to try a 0% Guinness just to give it a whirl.
No, but right, that like the review did the other day with the guy that you had on, the beer, like that IPA had, it like looked amazing. Like
and that's
didn't look nothing like an NA beer at all. Like, okay, so if you're drinking for the taste, then why would you not drink that? If you're drinking for the effect, then maybe not. But again, like intertwine them. Drink one, regular 8% beer, then drink that with this nothing, and
right.
Then it's kind of like you're drinking a Miller Lite or a Bud Light, or what I'm saying is like it kind of ABV kind of levels out, so it's like, but you're still enjoying the quality of it.
Sure, and I think that's the problem with me. I look for, I'm not necessarily looking for the alcohol buzz or whatever like that, depending on what the situation. But for the most part,
because
yeah, like for me, the most part is just like the taste. I want a good quality beer, and if, like I said, it's I always shoot for the higher alcohol beers, but I'm only going to have one, maybe two a night. But it's the flavor that I'm after, not necessarily the alcohol, like the buzz or whatever.
Exactly.
But I haven't, me personally, I have not found a non-alcoholic beer that delivers that taste without the alcohol. But I mean, that just might be, Canada, because we're, a bunch of girls up here.
No, and honestly,
well, I think that it's definitely changing.
NA beers, so I can't say that to the fullest either. Like I've never had an NA IPA, so I would never know in comparison. You know what I mean? Like
right. Like in my personal experience, the NA beers that I've had, like I tried a couple IPAs, a couple like just plain ales, and to me they taste like water that you've just taken a bunch of hop cones, like fresh hop cones, and just let them sit in there for 24 hours, and then said, here's a non-alcoholic beer, and we're going to carbonate it just a little bit. That's what it tastes like to me. It's just like hoppy water.
Yeah, and I think that's the changing landscape of things now have shifted. Like, we were talking earlier before you came on. I think like a couple years ago, I did the Lagunitas IMPA, which was okay, but the taste of that now versus what I have from Go Brewing are totally night and day on stuff. So I feel like their double IPA or their sour or their wheat beer, it's like they're all different. Like it's definitely been more of an environment that's changed now where you can find different stuff. A lot of people talk about the athletic beers being a pretty good thing to actually taste, and now you got like the big boys like Sierra Nevada, and we talked about AleSmith earlier that was suggested, like all these other breweries that are throwing stuff in now that are non-alcoholic, because Sam Adams is doing non-alcoholic beers. It's just the market's there and people are kind of coming into it now, so I think you're seeing a better product being put out. So like anything, it takes a bit of time. Like, it's like we first started a barley wine. A lot of people first time barley wine, they didn't like it. And then like a few years later, they're like, oh, I love this barley wine type style. So sometimes it's just acclimating yourself to it as well, too. But I think with the non-alcoholic market that I'm seeing now, there's definitely some growth in it that people are definitely enjoying. They're definitely starting to find stuff that this isn't bad. It's kind of like took a warming up to it, but now people are like, okay, I'm here now. I can go with this type thing. So we'll see what happens. That's just where we're at now in the market.
Exactly, and that's the thing. Like you need to get, like I said, especially guys like me. Like I'm like I said, I've not found an NA beer that I like. I've tried a couple on my channel. I reviewed a couple, and I've not been impressed. Like it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna drink this right now because I'm doing a review, obviously,
Mhm.
but I don't know if I'd ever buy this again. And I'm just I keep trying different NA beers, and in the hopes that I actually find one that's like, hey, you know what? This actually tastes like beer, not hoppy water, and that's what
Yeah.
I'm looking for. And once I find that beer, you might find me just like that during the week if I'm not doing a beer review. That's something I'm gonna sit and drink during a hockey game because
Yeah.
I'm in my 50s like the rest of us.
Mhm.
I'm in my 50s. I don't need to get freaking sit and watch a hockey game and get blitzed. That's
Yeah.
not my thing. I'm not 20 anymore. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm just looking to have a good quality beer with some good flavor and sit and watch a hockey game or a football game. Not that I watch football games very often, but you know, and just
Hey,
and just
don't.
but I want something that's good quality, and that's all that I'm shooting for. And I haven't, again, in my area. It just might be my area. Um, I'm just looking for something that's going to be quality, and I'm going to enjoy and just enjoy my night, and just have one or two NA beers. I'm good with that. I have no
Right.
problem with an NA beer, as long as you have a different or sorry, a decent flavor that I'm going to enjoy while I'm watching the hockey game or football game or whatever the hell it is.
Right. Right. Nemo said, "Don't even drink every day. I probably had 20 new beers a month, though." Yeah, I mean, you're drinking like on a weekend or something like that. Definitely works out. I'm the same way. I always try to find different beers. Like I see a lot of beer reviewers that do revisits on beers. I don't do revisits because I'm always trying to find new beers on my channel.
Yeah,
It's kind of like
yeah,
I give you that first impression and I move on, unless it's something like a Bourbon County or like a Willati stout, something where they're changing the
right,
formula each year. If it's the
Yeah,
same beer, I'm not coming back to you. You got one shot. So
yeah, for sure.
yeah,
that's what Shannon asked me. Was like, why do you? I can't do this. Like, I want something that I like, and I want it every single time. I'm like, no, that's not the point of it. It's like I want to try different breweries and different styles of
Right.
their interpretation of things. She's
yeah.
like, I don't understand. I'm like, of course you don't. That's why. That's
Yeah.
why you. That's why you just drink Miller Lite because it's the same every single time.
Right.
I'm like Eminem. You got one shot. Din, din,
Right.
din, din, din.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, I do understand some of the guys that do, like, I know I've done it just maybe a handful of times where you
Hmm.
you go to a brewery and you get that beer on tap, right? But
Yeah.
then you also later on, hey, you go to your local bottle shop, whatever the hell it is, and you get it in a can. I understand doing that review again
Yeah.
because on tap is different from in a can.
Versus on, yeah. I can see that. Yeah.
Sure, but then I love this guy to death. I'm not. Let me put that out there for Drew from Beer for
Yeah.
Breakfast Factory Snacks. He quite often does revisit, like every year. He is, oh, I'm
Yeah.
going to do, whatever this beer is. A year later, he's go, I'm going to do this beer again. Hey, a year later, I'm going to do this beer again. I'm like, dude, I've watched you review this beer 3 freaking times. And his thing is always, your palate changes. Yes, that is true.
Yes.
But it's like I don't want to watch the same beer review over and over and over
and
again,
over.
Yeah.
right?
Well, it's
I
like
understand everybody.
if your
Well,
palate changes, then do like a 5-year revisit or something like that. Don't do it like the
sure,
following. Yeah, like space some time out if you're gonna do
right,
that. Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
Aged beer on top of, oh, okay,
yeah,
maybe this is the way it was when I first had it, but now it's
yeah,
this 5 years later.
yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I love Drew. He's a great guy.
Oh, Drew's
Um,
awesome. Yeah,
but
yeah,
he sometimes he drives me crazy with his
yeah,
revisits. Like, dude, you've done this twice already this year.
yeah.
Like, why do you need to do it again? Like 9 months ago you did it, and then 6 months ago you redid it, and then now you're
Well,
redoing it again. Like,
well, it's
just
like
move
here in
on.
the States, it's like
Out of
we have
context.
like 9,500 breweries or whatever, right? So you say on average a brewery puts out 7 or 8 beers just to keep it little.
Sure.
You got all these other beers out there. Why are you revisiting? There's so many other beers out there. Like
Exactly.
I don't know. Like I did one time where I screwed up and did something again, not realize I did a review on it, but I don't revisit. Like you have to make a mistake to go back and do something like that. It's kind of like there's so many different beers you can do out there. My thing is, except for how you said, if you do it on draft, like if I do a Guinness, I'm doing a Guinness in a can versus Guinness on draft. Totally different type thing. But I'm not doing a revisit to another Guinness on a can. I'm like, I did the Guinness in a can. You had me at that point. I moved on. I'm over here now. So it's kind of funny when I see take place. But each channel does their own thing, and
sure.
If it works, it works.
And that's it. You do what's good for you, right? Like I don't do a lot of revisits on my channel. Every once in a while, I will do a revisit, and the only reason I do the revisit is because when I tried that beer a year ago or 2 years ago, it was friggin' exceptional, and it to me it deserves a revisit just to make sure that is still a solid beer. Because like Drew says, like your palate does change over time. Like what you might like for me, for sours, like 2 or 3 years ago, if you go back on my catalog, like if I had a sour, I'd be like, this is disgusting. Awesome. Like, oh, how does anybody drink this shit? Right. But if I were to drink it now, I know enough, thanks to Brian the Beer Snob, because Brian the Beer Snob is the guy that got me onto sours. He's like, taste it a couple times, because that first couple you get that sourness, but then after a couple sips more, you're going to get the actual flavors of the beer, because the sourness goes away the more you drink it. And he was 100% right. And I didn't realize that at the time when I started doing sours. And as long as your beer has a nice flavor behind that sourness, I'm going to give you a decent rating.
Yeah.
But if it's just sour, like from start to finish, there's no flavor behind that beer.
It's like a lot of craft beer. The longer you let it sit, the more it warms up and it brings out other stuff. So
sure, especially with the stout, like you need to get a, you get that stout and you have it like, maybe slightly chilled. You stick it out on the bar.
Well, we joke
half
about
an hour.
Paul. We joke about Paul on PA Brew News, but it's like we'll say hot. But the thing is, if you're doing a stout correctly, you want it about 50, 55 degrees to really get the flavor stuff out. You don't want it right out of the cooler. So
no. If you get a stout, you gotta like stick it on your, like, hey, I'm gonna do a stout in about half an hour. I'm gonna grab it out of my fridge, stick it on the bar, let it sit for half an hour, and then start drinking it. Because that's when the flavors really start to come out, right? Especially in a stout, for sure.
I don't know if you guys, being reviewers, like, do you remember like the first time you had a beer, say whatever it is, X beer? I had this in 2019. It was good. 6 years later, I had it again. I'm like, oh, this is nice. It's good, but it's not as good as it wasn't. Do you remember like that long ago? Because I can't remember yesterday, let alone like 5 years, 6 years ago.
I remember having some of the beers I had in the past.
Unless it was that good, like standout beer or something. You know what I mean?
I remember some of the beers I've had in the past that were really standouts for me. But then I come back a few years later, just like, it's good, but it's not as good as so-and-so. And I think that's because I've had more beer. So our universe is always expanding as we put more beers into it. So I think
like as far as like the dates, do you remember like A compared to B, which might be 6-7 years,
for sure.
Well, for me, I'll say I remember having the Golden Track 9000. And for the longest time, that was my top Belgian beer. That was my top beer, regardless. The Golden Drop, the Quad. And then I had it years later, and it was like, okay, it's still good, but I've had so many other Belgian beers, it didn't stack up as much versus so many other stuff now that I've actually had.
Exactly.
That's a very good point, because it's like things have changed within that time frame. So
sure.
And it's like nothing was wrong with it. It's just that everybody caught up with it.
For example, you have it every year. So is like 2019 better than this year's? I don't freaking remember 2019 from now.
Right.
Like I don't remember. You know what I'm saying? like you said, Rod, it's like you have a bunch of different beers between now and then. It's like, how do you really remember that? But you see some reviewers will be like, no, I had this like 8 years ago, and it was way better then than it is now. I'm like, but is it though? Is it though? Because of the reason you said is like beers have evolved and changed. Is it really better or
exactly?
Your experience is different. It's not necessarily better, but your experience is different.
It's different, and like the Golden Draft 9000, the recipe didn't change, so the recipe was still the same.
Right.
It was more
you that changed.
I changed, and the environment changed. So as we get old,
and I bought that beer in Cincinnati with Rod that time, and I was like, I was like, oh, this is so good. But yeah, you're right. But it was like, that's the first time I ever had it, so I can't compare it to anything in the past.
Yeah,
but it was amazing. Like, it was so good. Yes, it was really good.
And part of it is that as we get older, we lose taste buds as we get older. But then other breweries are doing other stuff then too. So you got to take those into factor. So, like, I don't feel like they missed a step. I just feel like things just changed where now it doesn't stand out
it's
to
always
as
evolving.
much.
It's always evolving.
Yeah, but with that, like Todd's 100% correct. Like, you know, you do a beer and you rate, like I do my ratings out of 5. So let's say I rate a beer out of like 4.75, but that was like, you know, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
My palate is slightly different, and I haven't maybe I haven't experienced as many beers as I have like today. You know, almost 4 years in. So let's say, hey, I got this generic beer. You know, 4.75 out of 5. Like, that's a top-notch beer. But then I come back to it a couple years later, or a beer that's similar, and I'm like, you know what? This is like 3.5 all of a sudden instead of 4.75. Because, like I said, your palate changes, and you realize, like, especially when you first start doing beer reviews on a beer review channel, you're like, oh, hey, this beer is amazing. This beer is amazing. This beer is great. But as you expand your beer knowledge, like Rod J said, you know, you try more and more and more beers. You're like, holy crap! Like, there's a whole world of beer out there that are just, and like what you think might be, you know, 4, like say 9 out of 10, you know, 2 years ago, all of a sudden becomes like a 6 because like, oh my God, I've tried so many different beers from all over the world, you know, and you're like, wow, I didn't realize that beer could get better than what this is, because, you know, 2 years ago, I thought this was like the, you know, the crown, like the crown jewel of beers. And then you go 2 years later and you're like, oh, you know what? That beer I thought was awesome is just okay compared to everything else you've tasted, right?
And it's funny you say it, because I looked at them Untapped, like, from the very first day I started, when I first started getting craft beers. There's beers like I rated a 5 out of, you know, 5-star, 5 out of 5, whatever. I'm like, looking at that, I'm like, what was I thinking? But that was, you know.
Well, but yeah, it depends on that.
2000, you know, initially is like, what do you do? That's what I'm saying. Is like the landscape of beer and your taste buds and things change so much. It's like, what you may think is good 6-7 years ago may not be as great now. It's not that it's any worse, but
well, that's why one of the reasons when for anybody that follows me in Untapped, when I rate beers out, it's to my personal appeal. So if I give something a 5, which I think still to date, and I've been on Untapped since 2013, I'm probably gave a 5 to less all my fingers and toes, maybe like 12 or 13 beers. But it was to a satisfaction level that I felt that I can enjoy. So if I give Golden Drac like a 5, it's not that Golden Drac 9000 has fallen from that. It's still a 5. Like, I would drink anytime, get anytime, enjoy it. It has a personal satisfaction. It's just in the scope of things. It's just in the scope of things. It may not be as strong as it used to be, but as a beer itself, it gives me that 5 satisfaction when I enjoy it still. So I don't knock it down. Like, I don't go back and re-rate anything after I've had it. I give it that one time when I take a shot at it. And that was the time when I was looking at it, that's where it kind of fit for what I was doing. So
no, I did too, for my part. Like I said, 2012, 13, whatever's like, There's
Yeah.
some like basic IPAs, like whatever you give 5. I'm like, why would you give that 5? But back then it was like, okay, I'm just getting into
Yeah.
craft beer, and all of a sudden is
Exactly.
it
I
tastes
mean,
buds differently. Now it's like, okay, it's just mediocre, like a 3.5
Yeah.
Right.
or maybe a 4 or something. But back then it was like, yeah, this was amazing. Like this is a 5 all day long.
I mean, I
Right.
can give a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale 4.5, and it's not going to change from that. Sierra Nevada is always solid. There's other beers that come
Sure.
out that have a higher taste appeal to me, maybe, or like that. But it's kind of like, to me, that is still that 4.5 beer that I can go back to. It's stable. It's like the old slippers, right? You know what you're getting. You're putting your feet into it. You're solid. You're comfortable.
Right.
And that's going to always be that type of situation for me along those lines. So
Right.
a lot of times it's a matter of looking at that beer itself versus the other beers it's actually out there against and stuff. So it's a matter how you kind of shape that there. That's why I always tell people, when you watch people and you get their ratings, don't get so deep into the ratings where
Right.
it clogs your perception. You're only going to know if you try that beer yourself. But we're going to always have these like personal type things and how we feel about it. And you don't know if a person's rating a beer is a rating a beer for the style or is a rating a beer for themselves. Because I can tell you, like,
Right.
Sierra Nevada Pale Ale for me is a 4.5. But if I was going for style, it's definitely a 5. It's everything you need in a pale ale for that.
Oh,
beer.
Sure.
yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
sometimes people get too confused. And that's why I hate when stores put up like, oh, this beer was 95 on Beer Advocate type thing. Like,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
know, type stuff. Yeah.
Like,
And
what year was
and that's
it?
what I've.
95?
Sorry, go ahead, Todd. Go ahead. You're good.
No, I'm saying, like, what year was 95 out of whatever? Like,
Yeah.
back in 1980, whatever, when it come out. Like, okay.
Yeah.
But I know what you're saying. Like, some of our stores like posted signs like 99 out of 100 or beer Advocate. I'm like, really? Okay, maybe, but whatever.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the thing. One of the things that I try and do on my channel, especially lately, when I first started my channel for like the first year or two, like if I had a sour, you guys know I hate sours. Like you couldn't get more than a 3 out of a sour for me. Like it just didn't happen. Like if you got a 3 out of a sour for me, like 2 years ago, like that was an exceptional sour. But now I try and dial in towards the style. And I'll often say, and I always say, like, hey, you guys know I'm not a sour fan, so I'm gonna rate this at 3.5, say, out of 5. But if you like sours, this is probably an exceptional sour for you. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean you're not going to. And go through like that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And like Rod J was saying, I literally have, after I think I have 1,600 unique beers on Untapped ish. I have 2 5-star reviews. That's it. I have 2. One of them is the Focal Banger from The Alchemist.
Gotcha.
Heady Topper only got 4.75. Sorry, Alchemist. I love your beer, but it's awesome. And the second one was a pumpkin beer called Theater of Madness that we get up here. And it is like the best pumpkin beer I have ever had. And I will stand by that 5.0 rating every single day.
There you
It's
go.
so awesome.
Pumpkin beer to get 5.0 has to be amazing.
It is
It better be. It better be.
Here's the weird thing. Here's the weird thing about it, Todd. When you get a pumpkin beer, like you go to your local whatever beer store, whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
Most probably 95% of the time, you're gonna go get a pumpkin beer. It's a pumpkin ale, right?
Yeah.
The Theater of Madness pumpkin beer is a pumpkin lager.
Ooh.
Yes, it is completely different, and I think that's why I gave it that 5.0. Like to me, it's again personal opinion. Like every beer reviewer has a different. Like what I would rate 5, Rod J might rate it 175. It's very subjective.
Right.
That's how it is.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the
But-
thing with ratings. Like it is, personal opinion, whatever.
Why
Yeah,
do I gotta
exactly.
be the hard one? Like 175. Like what the fuck? Like I don't give any beer a
So Shane,
175.
if you had that now, would you still give it a 5?
Oh, I would. I actually did. I actually revisited. That's one of the very few beers that I've revisited, and I did because so 2 years ago is when the Theater of Madness first came out. It was a new beer from Flying Monkeys. I tried it. I loved it. 5.0. Back in 2022, they came out with it again in fall. But what it was is I actually pre-ordered a case because that's how much I love this beer. I actually went to my local bottle shop. I pre-ordered an entire case of it because that's how much I love this beer. And I got the case and I brought it home and I'm like, I looked at the bottom of the can and I'm like, this is last year's beer.
Oh.
And that was a big uproar thing up here.
Oh shit.
Because they're like, I just bought a case of beer that was a year old. Now, don't get me wrong. It was it was a dark lager, so it held up very well. It was still delicious, and I loved it, and I still give it a 5.0.
But still, I was like,
yeah, exactly right. Like I was kind of pissed off, and I didn't even realize it until afterwards. Like I did my beer review on it and everything, and Drew from Beer for Breakfast Factor Snacks texted me. He's like, "Hey," he goes, "Was that last year's beer you just reviewed?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Oh," he goes, "Yeah, there's a big controversy thing that they were shipping all their leftovers." I'm like, "No, it can't be." So I looked at the can. I'm like, "Oh, son of a bitch! This beer is like a year old." Yeah, this beer is like a year old. So this year that just passed, they came out again, and I'm like, this beer better not be freaking 2 years old. And it wasn't. Right? It was a fresh batch, and it was absolutely fantastic. And again, just my palate, just my opinion. For me, that is still the best pumpkin beer that there is out there. Now, I know a lot of guys disagree. Like I know Drew disagrees, but for me personally, and that's the great thing about having your own beer review channel. Because guys, like if people follow Rod J and they follow me.
Nobody
now
follows me.
No, yeah, only like four or five people. That's it. But people know my palate. People know my palate, like me, like myself and Blue Ice. Blue Ice and I have a very similar palate. We are very like when it comes to IPAs, like make an exceptional IPA. Because if you make an IPA that tastes like this guy's and this guy's and this guy's, we're not impressed, and you're not going to get a good score. And Blue Ice and I our palates are very similar. Whereas Rod J and I, sorry, there we are over in that corner, our palates are a little bit different. But so if you're looking for such and such a style of beer, go to Rod J channel because he probably maybe has a more accurate view. If you were looking for a review on a sour beer, don't come to me because I am freaking harsh on sour beers and lagers and pilsners. But yeah, and that's just the nature of the game. But over time, like people that watch your channel, like I said, people that watch Rod J, people that watch me, if I rate a sour at like let's say I rate a sour at 375 out of 5, people are like, I gotta go get that sour because Shane rated it at 375. Like, yeah, crazy. that is probably a god tier sour at 375. I mean, really.
That's the way I am with watching everybody in the beer review community. Is like, I watch it just to see their, what their thought is of that beer.
Right.
Whether I had it or not, like I want to know, like, is it
what
I thought it was? What do they think about it? Or a new beer is like, maybe I never had it, so maybe I should go get that beer.
Right.
Well,
and that's the key. You need to find, like I said, it's not a bad idea to get different beer reviewers' opinions. So like I said, if you subscribe to my channel and subscribe to Rod J's channel, Rod might rate a stout at 4.5, for example, and I might be like, it's 3.5 for me. But you get to know that person's, and then when you go and try it yourself, you're like, oh, you know what? I like Rod J's review of it. It's a 4.5. It's not a 3.5. So you kind of gravitate towards Rod J's review as opposed to mine. You're still going to watch mine, obviously.
Well, yeah, but you start understanding like the difference of taste or whatever.
Right, and you're going to get that kind of thing where you're, like I said, like between me and Blue Ice, like our palates are like this, like they're so tight. So I always enjoy watching his videos. He enjoys watching mine because our palates are so similar, and that's what you're going to find in the beer review community. Like I said, Rod's is going to be a little bit different than mine. He might like, such and such a beer more than I do. So if you're looking for an honest opinion on a bourbon barrel aged stout, you're probably going to want to go to Rod J's channel instead of mine because he enjoys them a little bit more than not that I dislike them, but I might give it a 4, whereas he might give it a 4.75. Sorry, he's over here.
I'm over here.
4.75.
So Shane, I got a question for you on that then.
Sure.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
do you rate the beer on your preference or the actual style of the beer?
It's,
you know what I mean? Like you don't like sours, but it could be a very good sour, but you might rate it like a 3,
Sure.
5 or whatever.
Like if you,
and it might
if
be
you,
like a 4 or 5, whatever.
right? Like if you go, if you go back to my old, if you go back to my older videos, like I'm talking like maybe a year plus ago,
yeah,
and you look at my sour videos, like there's nothing over like probably a 2.75, maybe 3, because that's not for my personal taste. That's not my wheelhouse.
Right.
But in the past, like maybe 6 months or a year, I've learned that I need to be very objective for styles that I don't like sours. So I'll be like, hey, you know what? It's not in my wheelhouse, but this is a 3.75. If you like sours, you're gonna like this. I'm not a big fan, but I try and rate it where I understand where sour fans would like this.
Would come from, yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to be, like I said, in the past like 6 months or a year, I'm trying to be very objective on how I rate my beers, so that like if I said to you, like let's say you're a big sour fan, Todd, and I said, oh, this beer is like a 1.75, and you're like, I'm not going to buy this beer. But if you do buy that beer, maybe to you, it's a 4.75.
Right.
Like it's a good sour. And before I was doing personal opinion. It's all about me. Hey, look at me, guys. I'm Shane's Craft Beer Review. What I say goes. But now, as I've gotten older, right, and as I've gotten older, I've kind of realized that, you know what, Shane, your opinion doesn't really much matter. You need to do what you think, but objectively score the beer based on the style. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that other people don't like it. So if I'm like, you know what? This is, for me personally, like let's say the beer is a 3. For me personally, in a personal opinion, it's a 3. But I understand why sour people might like it. So now all of a sudden it's a 3.75. And that's how I try and rate my beer. I try and make.
That's why I was asking, because it's like, depends on whose channel you watch. It depends on their style. You might get a different opinion of like you said, you don't like sours, you don't like stouts, whatever. Of course, you're not gonna like that beer as much as maybe the normal person would. You know what I mean? Like that's why I was asking. Like it's so kind of objective, really. You know?
Yeah, and like I said, I for the first couple of years, it was just me. This is what I think. You guys, you suck it up. It's me. But then over time, I've realized that you need to be objective, Shane. That's not just because you don't like sours doesn't mean everybody else doesn't like sours. So, hey, for me, this is a 3. But if you're a sour fan, this is probably a 3.75. You know what? Go pick it up if you see it.
Right.
Because I understand like over tasting like 1,500 different beers, you start to understand the intricacies and why people like different things. Right. So that's what I started to come around to. So I've been trying to do my reviews a little bit more objectively over time.
And that's the only question. That's the only where that question stemmed from. And Rod knows. I don't know if you know Tom Beer Whisperer. Rod does.
Okay. Yeah.
He's always like, "Oh, this is good to the style. It's great, but it might not be his style that he likes."
Right.
But he's still like, okay, this is good for the style it's going for, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, and my question is like, why are you drinking it? And if it's not the style that you like, why would you drink it then? You know what I mean? Like,
we're beer viewers. That's what we do.
No, I know, and I'm the same way. I'm broad range. Like, I don't. When I go to brewery, like, what do you like? I'm like, I like it all. What do you
exactly?
Offer it to me. What do you got that you think I would like? Give it to me. And that's what I do. I do that every place we go. I'm like, I'll drink it all. I drink stouts. I drink sours. I drink whatever. Like,
Well, I base
wow
it on what I
me.
like.
What do you got?
I
To
just do
wow
what I like. If I like it,
Right.
I give you my personal rating is. But anyway,
Yeah, yeah.
God damn, we are late. We are like
I know.
12:19. And you got I'm just here listening. I'm like, what the hell? I gotta get up and work in the morning. But
Yeah,
anyway,
me too. You got to roll bed, Rod.
I'm gonna go through
I'm
these
off
last
tomorrow. I'm
comments
just saying.
before we sign off. Yeah, nobody likes a braggart. So
Sorry.
we're gonna still Todd's line there. We're gonna go through the last comments here.
Sure.
Nemo said in Canada, you should be able to get the Euro stuff 0.0 La Trappe, Hogard, and La Choux. So you might find those, Shane, up there as well. Just to kind of.
I haven't noticed them, but I will keep an eye out for them for sure.
Germans been drinking non-NA beers for decades. Yeah, no surprise. I mean, Germans are ahead of us in the beer game. They great beers, almost every.
Especially
German
with
beer.
their instant. Have you guys seen there was a thing a couple months ago where they have developed a powdered beer?
I did. What is it, instant type thing? Yeah.
The instant beer, yes. Okay, I'm excited to try that. Hopefully, when it comes out,
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
I want to see that.
That'd be awesome.
You try sours by different style. Planet Red is going to be different than a Guise or a Goza or a
I'm
Berliner. Yeah,
going to assume that says Goza.
Yeah, I mean, I've had all of those, and yeah, they are definitely all different as well. So
For sure, absolutely.
yeah. Start with the Flanders Oud Bruins and the traditional Belgian sours first.
No,
Those,
I've had Flanders, and I don't like
you
the
like
Flanders.
the Flanders? You didn't like them? Okay, all right.
There's something about the Flanders that the taste of it just kind of. And I've only had like 2 or 3. I'm not gonna lie, and I have never enjoyed that style of beer.
Okay. Well, Vanessa was back. Said hi all, and is it cheating if you had Everclear to an NA? Well, I mean,
yes. 100% that is cheating.
It's supposed to be non-alcoholic, but
100% that is cheating, Vanessa.
But I'm kind of intrigued by the mix you're putting in there, Vanessa.
Maybe just a little bit.
Yeah. You don't want to drink the same thing every day. It reminds me of a dog just eating the same food every day. But some people, they go to the same restaurant every time and order the same thing. So it's kind of like you should experiment.
That's what Shane does. She's like, I'll go there. Chick-fil-A's like, why do you get the same thing? I know what I like.
That's right. That's right. You got it for sure.
I try to find different stuff. Yeah. Cheers, Emerson. Happy Thursday or Friday to you now, my friend.
Cheers, buddy.
I don't know
for sure.
What lists are we trying to stay off of? That's the question.
Right.
Lost taste buds and a 1/4 inch stripe from top to rear. Tongue had surgery on my tongue to remind me of a tumor in the very back. Oh wow. Vanessa, you always have some stuff happening.
She's
there.
had everything known to human. Like,
but
she's like, God.
But she's Timex. She keeps on ticking, which is awesome.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. Is there an immediate step-by-step procedure that should be taken post-shot? I don't know about that. You gotta call. What was that movie with that? What was that movie with? What was it? Jack Black and something along came Polly.
Oh,
where he sharded himself in it. He sharded himself in it. Yeah. There's a storm. Wilford Hall Medical Center taxes. Smell is critical for sense of taste as well. Yeah, smell is actually your first.
100%. Because a lot of people do that. Because I actually get a lot of flack about doing my hard pour. Because you guys know I do hard pour on my channel. I pour the hell out of my beer. But aroma is I think it's 70% or something like that of your taste.
Yeah, it's a big
and
impact.
It's really weird.
On it.
Yeah. So getting that hard pour gets the aroma, and that's all I've got to say about that. So let's move on.
Well, the bigger head brings out more of the aroma and the notes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
and Vanessa depends on your medical state, Julio. So she's addressing Julio's question here. 3,000 something check-ins, but I've had over 10 years. I don't know how you guys get 20 cans. I'm only at just over 7,000 check-ins, I think, on Untapped that I've done. But
7,000. I'm like 1,600.
That doesn't count all my beers I've had in my lifetime because Untapped only goes back for me to 2015. So
right,
yeah. But during that time, I've been steadily working at it. Because Mom
For
said
sure.
don't be a quitter. So
Overachievers.
That's right.
Overachievers.
That's right.
100% Roger. People don't realize you're rated by the styles. Sierra Nevada is one of the best pale ales to this day. It's a 5-rate time, but out of all beer, obviously not. Yeah, so if you look at a Sierra Nevada, if you look at a pale ale, that's your classic example. That's kind of your guideline to mark out the beers
Right.
by. But if
Yeah,
you're looking
for
at your
sure.
personal thing, it's going to be maybe a little bit lower than that. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sam's back in the house. Cheers. Time back in. Finished work, and Shane has joined. Cheers, dude, from Sam over at Shorts and
Woo!
Stout.
Good to see you, Sam. Cheers, buddy.
I just sent you a request on Tap, Rajay. Nemo. All right, I just accepted on Tap too, so I think I got you there as well. Appreciate you, my friend. We'll share some good beer stuff there. Razor just started. Well, what's up, Robert? Whiskey Scout in the house. Just started pouring for new beers. Yeah, it's like you got to take them, and it's kind of like you know, one of the things about ratings, if you're watching a channel for a period of time and you're building a relationship with that person doing it, like Shane alluded to earlier, you start to realize if Shane gives you something that's a 4.5, and you've had it a few times and you enjoyed it, you start to say, well, his palate's kind of like my palate. So you kind of
Right.
build that up. So you find the people that can kind of do that and everything.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. It's just simple math teacher drinking beers versus eating beers. Lots of math in this world.
Of course.
Who's versus drinking beers? You guys still up? Yeah, we hear DD. Complete run of Wolverine versus Predator. I did not know there was a Wolverine versus Predator series.
What?
Was that like Cartoon Network or was that like on one of the channels? Let me know. That'd be kind of interesting to watch.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Hey, DD for Vanessa. What is a good beer to have on tap at a pig roast? Ooh, that's a good question.
If it's free, whatever they have.
Right, exactly. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter.
If you got Coors Light on tap, yeah, I'm gonna drink it. Yeah, it's good. That's a great beer. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm thinking at a pig roast, thinking of the pork. I wouldn't mind having a stout on hand.
Yeah.
A stout I think would be nice with some of the roastiness of that versus the pork that you're
For
actually enjoying.
Yeah, you're right, Rajay. Like that nice roastiness from a stout, like especially like a coffee stout or something that we can get that roastiness. I think that would be perfect. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think you're bang on there.
Oh, don't leave. We got to get up and go to work in the morning, Vanessa. So we can't be here all night. I mean, I would love to be YouTube my full-time job, but it hasn't happened yet.
It's coming, buddy. It's coming.
I'm telling you, my dream job to make me like Guy Fieri, but for beers. I go travel to breweries, talk to the brewers, put me on Food Network for beer.
Dude, do that. That'd be awesome.
I'm trying.
Diners and beers with Rajay.
I'm trying to find out who I need to know to get that.
Yeah, hook up with the Food Network. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I would literally watch like your
I
episode
wonder
like 10 times each.
Why has there never been like a Food Network like 30-minute episode of like how to brew beer?
There hasn't been, but
or
they've had
like how do you start a beer like from home, like home brew special, like whatever.
I know that Food Network had beers, barbecue, and brews with one guy who would travel around.
Yeah, but it's not.
But they never looked at the beers as much as they did the barbecue. So
actually brewing stuff though, it's like
yeah.
It's not that.
You know what, Todd? I like that idea, and you could go from just like the basic like how I started with just like some plastic buckets.
Yeah,
and then go, hey, you start off with this, and then hey guys. Like maybe in a couple of weeks,
expand.
you do that brewery, and like, hey guys, we picked up this stainless steel, 7-gallon fermenter, and then maybe in a couple of weeks, like, hey, we bought a bright tank, and just to go as you expand your brewery and as you expand your brewing knowledge, that's a freaking fantastic idea.
I've said this like years and years ago. It's like, why has there never been an episode or a series on like Food Network or whatever? It's like shows like a season of brewing a beer. Like I brew this beer. The next episode is like, okay, this beer's done. Let's start another beer and show the,
I
ins
feel
and
like
outs how to brew those things. You know what
I
I'm
feel
saying?
like the opportunity is there. I mean, I got a couple friends that actually work in LA, but I've been trying to get them to do something. I need to reach
Well,
back out
don't
to them, I
forget me
guess.
because I came
Yeah.
up with the idea. So
Right?
I got you.
Hey,
I got you.
coming up this fall on Food Network, everybody, Brewing with Todd. Don't
Yeah.
forget to check it out.
Right.
Every Wednesday at 7 p.m. on the Food Network. Brewing with Todd. Check it out.
Rajay. No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
for sure.
This other guy.
Now, we'll give you the credit, Todd. It's Brewing with Todd. Brewing with Todd. There we go.
On the last credit, if you show with me, there's my name right there.
Awesome.
Oh, Sam says, let's do a Flanders stream, boy. That can't. Oh, Flanders and Bruin is going to be different than the Flanders Red. A lot of FOB aren't sour at all. Yeah, I mean, I like the Flanders beers. I like that style. I've had a few of them. I haven't gotten any since being in Maryland, but in Kentucky, I got a few when I was there. Variation, spice of life, but I can order for my wife every time, she wrote. Well, yeah, it's funny. When I go to, we go out to dinner, my wife they'll ask, like, beer or whatever. Like, we go to a brewery or something like that. And it's just like, she looks at me and I'm like, oh, go ahead and get her. So, because I know her palate so well, I can just order for her palate if she enjoys, whatever I get for her there. So,
right.
Yeah. Which is kind of funny because, like, the people are like, can I recommend? Like, she's like, well, he knows. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I kind of do beer stuff all the time. Like, yeah. So, yeah.
It must be nice to have a wife who drinks. Mine does not. Mine does not drink anything at all.
Not at all.
You say that until it starts hitting like the liquor list or the wine list. It's like, whoa, slow down. Where are we at? Where are we at right now?
No,
You're like, yeah. What do you mean you want a bottle? What? Like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, my wife's the type of person. Like, if I have to go into the bottle shop here, and I'm picking up a couple of craft beers for doing reviews and stuff like that, she'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna try this." Iced tea and vodka, and she'll grab like 2 or 3 cans, and they will literally sit in the fridge for like 9 months, and then I end up drinking them because she doesn't drink. Like, she's not a drinker. That's not something my wife does. But she always thinks she can, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna maybe have a couple of those during Christmas or Thanksgiving or blah blah.
You're like, yes,
and never gets around to it.
like,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Wah.
That's right.
Well, Sam says he did about 8,500, he thinks, on Untapped there. Sam, are we connected on Untapped? I don't know if we are. We need to, but
I was trying to figure out how to get
for sure
friends on Untapped.
Yeah.
Long.
I think mine are like 7,000 plus, but again, that's only going back 8 years. I mean, I've got numerous years where I've drank other beers that aren't checked in. So
yeah, and that's the sad part, right? You've tried all these different beers, and you're like, they're not
I've got 4,000, and I know I have way more than that. So
yeah, so Vanessa might be doing a pig roast upcoming, but yeah, mine would be like a nice stout would be good on there. Like Shane mentioned, a coffee stout that would be actually good for the flavors.
I think that would be good
for a pig roast. I'm kind of thinking if you had a stout, like if you have a pig roast, a whip beer wouldn't be bad to have on tap as well.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah,
a little bit lighter and a little bit more of the flavor from the whip beer.
Sure, yeah, that's solid.
With the coriander and the clove. Yeah.
Hey, if you have a pig roast, Vanessa, let us know because I will drive down to Connecticut for your pig roast. Yeah. Absolutely.
Our pig roast is gonna be phenomenal because that's what Vanessa does. It's like phenomenal.
You know what the sad part is? I have never been in 52 years. I have never been to a pig roast.
Yeah. A dark lager
I've been
would be
one
good
time
too. But to what Sam said there, a Rouse beer with some of the campfire type feel to that, and
yes,
would be good to have with the pig roast as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice smoky beer. Yeah, that'd be fantastic for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
West Coast, so it's pretty early. Yeah, you're early, like Nemo. You're good to go out there. It's like what 9:33 at this point when I'm reading the comments. So. Yeah, but it was great having you on. Definitely come back. We love the comments, love the interaction. That's well, my friend. Sorry for don't worry about the comments. We're fine. We love having that. That's what makes the show fun. We have the interaction. That's what the live stream's all about.
Oh,
Because
for sure. Yes.
when I do the videos,
Absolutely.
I'm just putting the videos out there, but the live stream are a chance for everybody to interact. So we love that there.
Yeah, for sure.
Comic channel on YouTube was very good. Predators are now in the Marvel universe. How are Predators? Never mind. I'm going to get into that because that's going to be another half an hour if I get into that discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right.
Brewing USA up all night. I like that. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, we could be up all night, but we can't. We got to go to work. But that would be fun. Like I said, if I ever get opportunities that we want you to come on the Food Network and travel to breweries and talk to breweries about beers, and I'd be like, okay, let me put my resignation in. I am ready to rock and roll. So
Yeah, for sure. For
I
sure.
think I went to like a 4 to 5 Great American Beer Fest, right? Even on tap, so I missed a lot of check-ins. Trying to do check-ins at Great American Beer Fest, I'm going to just say good luck because I've done it at other beer fests, and at a point you're like, the hell with it. I can't even check anything in at this point. Like you're just trying to enjoy the beers. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Untapped is good to see some of the beers that are out there to connect with people as well and kind of see what people are drinking. So yeah, if you connect on Untapped, let me know Vanessa as well. Vanessa, she loves the stout, so that's her main go-to.
Yeah,
Large
for
pig
sure.
roasters on trailers from the military bases. Pig roasts are actually fun times. I haven't been to pig roast in years, but that's pretty good. I could haul a pig out to you. I was like, of course you could, Vanessa, because what couldn't you do?
Why
of course.
not?
Of course. Yes, comments are great for sure. So thanks for everybody that commented. Thanks for everybody that tuned in tonight. This has been fun. It's always a blast. First week of the new year. Untapped, great to see what beers, bars. Yeah, one of the key things I like Untapped for, I track my beer cellar on there. So if you have a beer cellar, there's a function that's called lists, and you can list the beers you have on hand, and you can actually date when you need to drink them by or when you purchase them and all kind of stuff. It's kind of cool because it makes it a lot easier in inventory for what you actually have in your house. Or locating beers is good too. Yeah, Untapped is my go-to. I feel like Beer Advocate was a little too much. Rate Beer became an A, B, and Bev type thing, so I kind of got off of that. But Untapped, I feel like when you look at the ratings, Untapped has more of the best ratings I think you can actually have out there. I feel like Beer Advocate, even though they're owned by Untapped now, they're kind of a little bit too tightly wound in the craft beer world. And I like the Untapped feel where it's more social.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Vanessa. Appreciate you as well.
It's been so long since you searched for a friend. Like, how do you search for a friend on Untapped? I was looking for Nemo and Shane. I was like, I can't figure out how to fucking do that.
I think you have to go to your
you go to profile. Yeah.
And then at the top there's like a little like
top
2 people
left
or something.
With people, yeah.
Yeah, and click on that. You might, if you're looking for me, Todd, look for Shaner 316.
What are you, Austin? For Stone Cold Steve Austin right now?
You know, it's really funny. I don't know if I did this on your last live.
Comes up
I have a tattoo here, and it actually says Shaner 316 on my tattoo. Because I used to be really big into wrestling back in the day, and Stone Cold Steve Austin was my guy.
Well, if you're Shaner 316, we'll give you the walk-in CD from now on.
There we go.
I got figured out.
And that's why I got so excited when you played that. I'm like, yeah, Stone Cold. There we go. He was my guy back in the day.
Oh, shit. Yeah, Nemo is Chris AZ Beer 13.
Oh, there you go.
What do you mean it's not working? Because I just connected with Chris.
No, say it again.
It's right there on the screen.
No, I know Nemo 730. I've searched it. I've searched it every single word.
It's Chris AZ. The initials for Arizona. Beer 13.
Beer 13.
Yeah, I connected with them just now a little bit ago.
AZ.
So I got to write that down because I'll forget.
Beer 13.
Oh, he just had the Brasserie Cotillion. Lambic Goose. Oh, very nice. Get a 5 out of 5. Nice.
Yeah, what?
It's a sour, Shane.
Alambic Goza?
Yeah, from
Oh,
Brazil,
like just,
from Brasserie Cantillon. That's a good brewery. That's solid. Yeah,
but it's Alambic Goza. Like I must just go to the bathroom and throw up
not a
right.
Goza, a Goose, not a Goza. Geuze, not Gose. There is a difference.
All right,
Shane,
so I'm doing something wrong.
Shane's looking at me like
I can't
he's like,
fucking
what?
find it.
What? As soon as you say the word lambic, I'm out. Lambics I cannot do. Again, that's just me personally.
Down the trade for the Rush beers. Yeah, Rush does have the beers now, don't they?
Do you need some rush beers, dude? I will
they're
hook
only
you
in
up.
Canada. Yeah, they're only in Canada. So
I actually just reviewed this one not too long ago. This is the glare is probably pretty bad. The Xanabrew X1. Oh, sorry, it's the Xanabrew 2, but the beer is called X1.
yeah.
You figure
All
that
right,
out.
so if you
I
wanna-
couldn't. So
Is
you
that
figure it
Rush,
out.
Tom Sawyer Rush? Like, are they involved with it?
Yeah. The band Rush is involved with Henderson's Brewery, which does all their Rush beers.
Oh, nice.
I have done every one except for one. I actually missed one.
Yeah.
Sadly enough, but the Rush they always seem to do, except for their the Golden Ale, which is a beer I can get like anytime.
Yeah.
It's so available up here. All of their other beers except for the Golden Ale have some kind of wine, either like the wine skins or the wine juice or something in them. I don't know if Alex or Getty seems to really like wine, but they like wine in their beer apparently. So
We got the new Trooper beers here, but I haven't picked up any of the newer ones.
oh, some Trooper beers. I've had a couple. I think I've
Yeah.
had 2 of the Trooper beers. Yeah.
Or Chilquin Lambic and Belgian Saison are my favorite style. Ooh, very nice. I can appreciate that.
Nemo,
Belgian's my top style, so I love some Belgian beers.
request me TRIN15 because I can't figure it out.
Todd's lost. I have it, so I can get it to you as well. But
So what's yours, Todd? I'm gonna throw it down here.
TREN15.
TREN
and
TREN
2 N's.
15.
15. Okay, I'll slap you in there. Sure.
Because I don't know what it is. I can't fucking figure it out. It's beyond me.
Dropping a few toasts on your thing there, Nemo, as well. Oh, you went to pineapple and mango hard seltzer from Belgian Beaver, rather.
What seltzer? I'm out.
It's interesting, Well, I mean, Belgian Beaver's they're like, hey, people like seltzer. Again, it's the markets are changing, they're tapping into it. So
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we talked about earlier, right? Like the breweries are trying to capitalize on the changing market, and kudos to them for recognizing that and adapting to that.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and close out for the night because I started earlier to end earlier, but it doesn't work out that way all the time. So at least it's a weekend. No. It's New Year's weekend, first weekend.
I feel like it's a me problem. Maybe it's a me problem because Mal's not here, so we went till 1:45 now. So
Usually we get Mal here, we kick it over to her channel for the after show.
Right, that's true. That is true. That's true.
Scout likes a nice strawberry lambic as well. And then Vanessa is IMV Marie 1961 on Untapped. So if you don't have Vanessa,
well, have to send me because obviously I can't figure it out.
Because you're drunk right now.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see here. There we go. I just added you, Vanessa, so you should see an invite pop up for me.
And I will send an invite very, very shortly.
Yeah, Shane's keeping a notebook.
Because like literally, I have an entire page full of stuff that I've written down because if I don't write it down, I'm a moron. I'll just forget it.
Yeah, your Memento. We already talked about that earlier. Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
that was a great
It's okay,
movie, by
it's
the way.
fine.
If you never seen Memento, great movie. Guy Pearce did a great job. Yeah, so Nemo's in the industry. So yeah, you drink a lot of random stuff if you're in the industry for sure. Yeah, which is not a bad thing. I'm just saying.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at
Yep,
all.
absolutely.
All right, Scout. Appreciate you, Robert. Catch up with you soon, and Happy New Year to you. But I think we're all dropping out at some point here. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, and yeah,
some point.
definitely. We get you up at some point here as well, Chris, to join. I know you're usually at work out there, especially at West, because you're a few hours behind us. So yeah. Vanessa says M. Marie, middle name, and 1961 year of birth. Yeah. All right. Well, anything there? Shane, you got anybody on your tomorrow for your channel?
I do actually. Some of you guys might know I actually have a live channel I do every Friday night. Friday night live drinks with Shane. Tomorrow night I'm going to be. I have Chase from Nutmeg to Palmetto, and the week after I have this guy right here, the legend Rod
This
J.
guy. This guy.
This guy.
That's next week, right? Because I was going to
Let-
ask you what the date was. That's next week.
Yeah, not tomorrow, but the week after.
Okay.
You're on. And I have a great idea for the most epic introduction for you, sir.
Well, this should be good. This
And
should
it
be
is,
really good.
and I'm gonna give you a little hint. It is 100% the opposite of what you think it's gonna be.
That's
Ooh.
nothing. So okay.
Because you know how I introduce you or talk to you or say, hey, it's Rod J. You know, it's going to be 100% opposite, and it's going to be freaking hilarious. I love it. I love the idea.
I want to know.
Well, the Friday after this Friday, you'll definitely want to catch me over on Shane's channel.
For sure.
This will be a blast, and I can only imagine what it's going to actually be.
Oh, dude, you have no idea. It's gonna be pretty epic opening, for sure.
Oh.
All right. Well,
Rod's getting nervous now. I can see he's getting.
I
nervous.
am getting a little nervous, but
because anybody who knows me, whenever I talk to Rod J or I talk about Rod J, it's always like, oh my God, it's the legend Rod J. Oh my God, we are not worthy. We're not worthy, and it's gonna be like totally opposite of that.
There you go.
It's gonna be pretty awesome.
That'll be interesting for sure.
You'll enjoy it. You will enjoy it. So you'll think it's just freaking hilarious. It's pretty good.
You'll have no choice.
Yeah, it's hilarious but respectful at the same time.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of scary. So, but
Pressure's built. Now you got a week to sleep on it, so you know.
yeah,
that's right.
No matter how you think it is, you know how I'm going to walk in.
Oh, you didn't know?
Yeah, for sure.
Your ass better call somebody.
That'll be my interest theme next week.
That's awesome. That'd be awesome, dude.
But yeah, make sure you guys pick up Shane's there too, and
for sure
we're gonna have to call it a night because it's almost approaching the 1 o'clock area. Vanessa,
it is.
You can't be asking questions. We gave you the beer for a pig roast. We gave you the stout. We gave you the whip beer. We gave you the Rouse beer. Yeah.
Yeah, a nice smoky beer I think would be fantastic at a pig roast, or the stout. Either way.
He's like, don't leave. Like, we don't want to be up with insomnia. We want to go to sleep.
We want to stay up and drink beer, but we gotta go to work tomorrow. So,
Yeah.
you know. Or in a few hours for some of us.
The left hand show is great, but yeah, left hand nitros are. I gotta actually do one of their wake up beers. I still have here too. So yeah,
for sure.
Didn't think about to pop off, so it's good to get ahead of it. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff happening right there too. So I mean, like I said, I have the upcoming pinner video. They're going to be sending me the pinner kit. You know, I'll share the stuff on it. Let you guys know my thoughts on it as well. They're going to send me a discount code for anybody that wants to join and get a kit as well. But it'll be interesting to kind of see. Like I said, more not a home brewing thing for me. I think more of a Keurig type brewing, but we'll see how it actually pans out. But I think Chelsea from Left Hand showed your video with all the big wigs you sell here. Oh, that's pretty cool. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Right.
So are you over at Left Hand then, Nemo? I guess too. So it was a fun time. So always welcome to get Left Hand back on here. Left Hand is huge in my book. I've always enjoyed their beers. So if I ever get out that way, definitely want to hit the brewery for sure. All right, it is 12:49.
Time
Go
to
to
go.
bed. That being said, every Thursday night, 8 Eastern, we do this. So make sure you guys come back, check us out, have a fun time as we share some of the different stuff here. And I'll have more of the non-alcoholic beers running this week, but I will be adding some of the alcoholic beers going into next week as well too. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and shut it down.
Shut it down.
Yeah, pretty much we're going to just have to shut it down. So I've got too many sound effects. I couldn't find what I was looking for there. So
Why don't we shut it down? Shut it down. 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 Now.
and we're out. That's all we